Yeah, it's just like, I just hit like drive functions.
Really?
Yeah. Like the drive here to quarter fucking works.
Okay.
What's up?
Okay. This is gonna be the time I decide to get some water though, just for fun.
Yeah, go for it. 4 minutes. No, you're good. Silence. Dude, okay, on the real though, why is it 88 degrees outside? Bro, it's September 26th, like in Idaho. What's going on here? Like, out of all the years being here, it's way too hot in September. Dude, really, if I like just Idaho's weather the last 2 years, I'm like, bro, there's no way that you cannot admit this. He's like, oh, it's just Idaho. I'm like, bro, like, sure, like, yeah, I don't like that, but I'm like, not this hot. Sometimes I want to be cold against you. I want to wear sweatshirts, pants. You're like, all right, how cold is it today? And then you're like, and then it goes on. You're like, oh, it's not cold.
Okay, not that.
And then it keeps going. You're like, it's cold today.
Yeah.
You like look at your phone. You're like, oh,
That's the thing too. Is like when it's like in the deep of it, when you have to like scrub like the snow off your car, you might get to your destination before the radioactive burns. It's funny.
oh, dude, I remember that. Like, it's so funny because I remember we did like he's from Vegas, so snow was just like a fourth constant. But like whenever it's snow in the morning, he's like joking like, "Do you drive?" And I'm like, I have two classes back to back in Ep.1. And he's like, those classes go like, can we drive together? And I'm like, yeah, man. And like it was not that, but like he's just like, I'm not doing that. Like there was one time we were riding on a hill,
Yeah.
and it was like snowing, and so God got up the hill to wait for him, and then after I came up, he's like, dude, and he's like, bro, can you drive back? And I was like, yeah, I mean, I'm not mistaken about it, right?
Yeah. No,
And like, it actually was kind of bad.
Yeah.
It was like really like 10 or 11. So it was like no one was on the road, but it was like that fresh snow.
Yeah.
And like I'd never driven this car, but I was like, you know, thankfully like the snow in me, I was like, the road was way early, and then a couple times like I used to brake and like it kind of give feedback, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm glad I drove back here.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, we're good. Because like after that, I know I could look at him. He's not an anxious person at all, but I could see it a little bit, and I was like, okay. When he's anxious, I know something's bad. So I was like, okay.
Yeah. No. Good that he didn't just like take a native and set the ball.
Yeah, no. He was like, I know, yeah. He's like, I know you're about this. And I'm like, all right.
That's good. No, my car deserves another like odometer for the miles I put on it driving sideways. Because I will read that shit. So
I know. My biggest thing is this winter, I might be using a new car now.
Yeah.
So I'm like, fuck, how's this gonna work?
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, this is weird.
take the e-brake when I.
Well, I'm just like, how is it gonna drive?
Yeah. Well, you'll have to find out.
I mean, they're both all-wheel drives. It's like
Right.
the same.
I will
But it's like the
never
car
own
is a
something
lot.
other than a Subaru.
Yeah, that's
Quite
most
simply.
Subarus, yeah.
Quite simply.
Tower Rumble in Valorant. We are broadcasting from the Boise State Esports Arena, and welcome to the Esports Tower Valorant Rumble. Tonight we kick off with a brand new Rumble, some familiar faces and some fresh ones as well. 4 teams enter, and all looking to claim the title next week. I'm your host, Brandon Redhouse-Kozianski, and joining me for all the action today is Greg Smith. And Greg, it's a fresh week, first time we've had it in a very long time here. What are you looking forward to when it's a fresh esports rumble with a lot of new teams or new faces and things like that?
Yeah, I want to see cooperation and accommodation. I know that last time we were still working with these tailored teams that all knew each other well. They got to play matches back to back in the same setting in the same day. Now things are kind of shaking up a little bit.
Yeah, and I think it's always fun for these players to get to know themselves as well. I mean, I think it's hard to get into this familiar environment sometimes, or sometimes it's their first times playing competitive. So I always like seeing these new teams and how they perform and things like that. So I'm really excited to see that. Of course. And of course, this is going to be the Summer Invitational, which is, kind of these, it's time, you can see these guys. And here's the bracket here with the Mammoths, the Hammerheads, the Wolves, and Gators. The new graphics we've seen, they're all orange now, so it's all Esports Tower themed. The 4 teams in this Rumble will feature some players that we saw in the Summer Invitational and some new ones as well. And of course, all the series are best of 1 with alternating bans until 1 map is left. The Rumble is actually double elimination, which we'll see this time, which is not what we've seen in the past. So this time we'll see where we'll have the winners finals, and you'll have to do a lower bracket as well. So if a team just has one bad game, they're not completely out here. And of course, this is brought to you by Doc's Keys to the Game. This is presented by Esports Tower. Scroll pro device at esportstower.com. And in Valorant, you want to flank efficiently, spend and peek wisely, count those cards and abilities, and click those heads. Improve your game sense, improve your team play, improve your performance under pressure. You'll get matched with great players and professional coaches to help you rank up. That is Esports Tower. And of course, the first matchup of the day is the Mammoths versus the Hammerheads on Haven, which is, I know I like this map. I'm pretty sure you're a big fan of this map as well. I love seeing these kind of attack-sided maps go at it with, the team comps. We've seen some crazy ciphers. We've seen some neon breach. The whole thing. I have played against ciphers, and I have seen a lot of ciphers lately on this map. And Haven really is a cipher playground in terms of a meta where cipher's not too predominant. Cypher on this map is literally a mind game central. I don't expect anyone to play it, but if there is a Cypher main, it is hard to play against. And
a cipher always adds an element of timing, just getting that extra information. And I know we were talking about this earlier. Timing is a big one for this map. It has such an explosivity to it. There's just a capacity to kind of blow up with all the timing comes together. And people are comfortable on this map, and I say every time, but this is a classic map. It's a good pick.
Yeah, it's always just kind of fun to see how people approach it. Sometimes you'll have people with 3-stack sites. They'll try to play the full retakes on C or A, and instead of just trying to fight for it, all right, just give them full site, we'll retake. And a lot of execution is available here.
Yeah, there's so many different options, approaches you have to the map. Speaking of different approaches and options, yeah, we got a Reyna out as well as a KJ. I haven't seen a Phoenix here in a long time too. I've seen Prior play the Phoenix though, comfortable on it, so we should see some pretty good shots there. That Omen is going to be mirrored, and
yeah, Omen
to be mirrored.
Omen seems to just be the choice always as the controller of this map. He seems so much pressure, and you can always TP everywhere, and his TP get those angles. It's always good to have those smokes he gets back as long rounds, rotating and things like that. So having that smoke come back online is definitely very important. So interesting there. Obviously, you see a lot of Chamber versus the Killjoy, which is interesting. I think Killjoy does it really well on this map, but obviously Chamber still does great as well. I'm really excited for the Phoenix. I do love Phoenix just in general. I think he's really good characters in some capacity at this point. And of course, we have Vitamin Shop, which is everything a gamer could need. If you want to scan that QR on the screen, check out the latest products. They QR code that thing, and you can see all the products that they have to offer. So check them out on the Vitamin Shop. The biggest thing is our first match is going to be the Mammoths versus the Hammerheads. So these guys are going at it once again. The Mammoths have been kind of working on some movement and playing in 2s to keep clean comms during site retakes. Sometimes it's a little hard. I like that rule of having 2 in together, because you can get a lot more control and a lot less just kind of picks being happened.
Yeah, it gives it almost this SEAL team feel to it, and then you can play off the contact so much better. Wow, look at this entry there. Filming right in. We have one take on E with the Frenzy. A good
trade.
Flash, yeah, brings to a good trade as Dark takes out Tom and keep moving in. Dark looking to catch another one maybe. They're
there we go.
Flee the
Yeah.
site. They're right out of there. The Mammoths are still holding A, but they're making their way across. The footsteps are out, though. So we're going to see a little bit of a rotation from the Mammoths to try to catch that Hammerhead over.
Yeah, it's a little showing them the, happens. Gush of the FPS stuff and all that hide stuff. But yeah, we saw we were talking about the rotations right away, and that's exactly what they did. Is kind of got a pick right away, worked it out. Oh, we see a good lurk there.
Cover going out.
Kejonen?
Here.
Kejonen.
Kejonen. Kejonen. I like that. Okay. It is still 2v4 now, though, so Mammoths have a pretty hard retake ahead of them.
Yeah, and they're in like an off-site deal. Wow, Selexic with a good one from the side. Moving right in with that goes. He owns the site now, but it's a lot of off-site hold. Hopefully, they get down on top of it.
Here.
Get ready for people coming in from smoke here. They know what's happening. Nice, and Nanoswarm to pick up, takes him out. And NA Cats will finish off Selexic and bring the first point in for the Hammerheads. They might be looking up for a nice buy here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Hammerheads get picked right away into short, which is already a big deal because the moment that Jig goes down, you already know that there's probably one max more on the site. They do have the Sky Flash, which he does push out and gets one, but they have the retrade immediately.
Here.
So at that point, Hammerhead had a 4v3 lead there, and so they just knew that if they rotated out, it's going to be way easier to do. And so I like that play from Hammerheads. Great heads-up decision of like, hey, let's rotate. We kind of see where they are. Let's get this thing here going. Here we go.
Moving right on in. Push gently into the grass.
Oh, Selexic is a great takeout right out the beginning.
Coming right down C main. A lot of vision. Denial here's looking good. We'll put the play into it. Selexic barely making it out of that one. 19 health left. Not a lot of recharge options. Fire comes flashing out and just overwhelmed. Ethan going to be the one that take him out. Selexic coming back around the side. Gets caught. Oh, almost off guard. Yeah,
He definitely saw him, right?
Okay. Greedy for the second one. Took the high health one.
I don't know
right
if he did. I don't think he saw him.
It was at least on screen.
It was on screen, but he didn't look at him.
Right.
Like, if you're trying
Like
to do
eyes
timing
down,
like that,
yeah.
you would think that, he's doing that.
A safe position though. Selexic does get away.
Oh. I mean, Selexic got his one though at the very beginning with that Hunter, so it's not too bad.
Yep. Just a little bit scary when he tried to bail out with the knife from that shot in the back of C.
I still think he didn't see it.
Yeah, that Cats straight up didn't see it.
Absolutely. No, the 2-0 up for the Hammerheads, I believe.
It is, yep, and we're looking for a little bit of a bonus action here.
I would say bonus, but now you have the full buy from the team, so their goal is to try to probably get plant down as a good goal, and I think the other goal would probably be get at least 2 or 3 down.
Right.
These guns.
Plant down, half off.
Wow, look at this stack here in A too. They have 4 stacked on the A side.
Yeah, look at this.
It's just interesting because it's their buy round, right? So that feels like
a complete retake where you lose a man and it be your second.
That feels like it would be a save.
Selexic's got to brave the storm here. All the Cloudbursts are coming out, giving him great cover. He takes one out impressively, and now they're all hidden on the same LOS, so he could be able to sneak around here. Fortunately, they take him wall-bangably. And Cybok is going to find Selexic, and then Cats moving in to take E.
Last player standing.
Extension around the corner of the last player. Uses Paranoia. Ooh, the audio gave away the positioning, but and then Cats still too quick with it.
Yeah, that's a hard Paranoia angle where they can still see you when you're that close. So like the moment you're to peek them, you can still see them.
Right. So you kind of have to flash into that or use some kind of molly.
Or like TP behind them. Something like that. Yeah, we've seen that a lot with Omens. Still an interesting defense there, just because they kind of made a gamble there by holding all 4A.
And it's strange because when you split them like that, you're gambling they'll go A and you're down a person.
Yeah.
And if they go to the other side, you lose a person because they can't take a swarm.
Yeah, exactly.
So what you're really gambling for is a split that looks like that.
Oh, here we go, Selexic. Gets close.
Good capacity. Got out of there without taking too much damage, which is nice. Going to change where those rendezvous are at. Comfortable knowing he's not going to be back in that position. Extension, a good chance to get crazy kills with this Bucky.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
so that's just a good spray.
It really is.
Spike planted.
See if Selexic can play with this Headhunter up into this plant. He's going to be a little bit slow.
Cats gets one.
Looking for some backup. Tom coming around to Key. They've got the long distance ready. He's just watching for this flank.
Oh, Cats has a great shot right there.
And Tom was hoping for the adjust back,
but E is gonna just sit here. I think they're probably gonna end up dying to the spike because I want to make sure that they have enough money for the next round. Selects oh, guys get one though. That's still fine. He gets a Vandal too and save. Or sorry, Phantom, but it's fine.
Yeah, he's doing it. Looks like he's going to keep his Marshall if they can. I don't know if that audio cue went off because they're really pacing this corner. Oh, so close.
I mean, it's still a good thing that they actually ended up going down.
It's true.
Because you do not want to live there. Because your ego just gets destroyed if you do. Like you look at Selectic, since he has a Phantom, but he only has like 800 credits left. So that's why it's like sometimes I always just like wonder if like 300 Giga Brain strat of like, okay, it's pissed around or something like that, but like let's let them live on purpose. Right. So then that like, you know, they are just absolutely have no credits next round. Yeah, I've always just kind of wondered that of like people like actually, you know, going about it. It seems like a lot of people just like, oh, I want the kill, I want the kill. Like secure it, but I'm like, oh, you know,
like,
in theory, in theory, yeah.
Huge brain. Yeah. Just like Overwatch when you stagger people by like holding them alive.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Extension looking to be the first.
Okay.
Bastion at this. C push going to move in. Oh, the quick dash into the cloud.
Forwards there.
Ground, but
Grit's one for one, that's good.
Yep, to a couple angles
but
there.
But they're planning. So Hammerhead's up full sight here. Mammoth once again on the retake. And goes down again.
What a scattered retake here. We still see a couple different people out in grass as we see E take out Cats there.
They're using now.
Shifted a little bit. Now they've got counts on everybody, so Selectic is able to move right in. He doesn't know that TP went off, so he's going to keep one at bay.
Seeker's coming out.
Tom's going to be the one to get around. Look for this change here. Makes contact onto the shoulder, but they're coming in long. Ooh, the timing was almost excellent.
Great shot, though.
Yes.
They no longer have this, like, the Killjoy util, but...
Last player standing.
Oh, gets greedy for the headshot. E taking their time to find Cybok.
Yeah, it seems like Mammoth is playing definitely a very interesting play style in terms of they're not really playing mid too much. They're playing a lot of like 3-2s.
Yep.
Or, you know, just like, yeah, basically just 3-2s.
And they'll throw a single guy out in mid sometimes. I guess they're rotating and then just decide to become a lurker.
Yeah, and so a lot going on here, but they end up, you know, 5-0 here for the Hammerheads. So, you know, like we said, now it's now best of ones, but there's now a loser bracket.
And it looks like Mammoths are kind of getting, like this is a pushing by, right? We see a Bulldog coming out. We see a Judge coming out. I think they're kind of grasping for this next one.
Here we go. We see the Tour de Force coming out here from Selectic. It was usually, you know, probably good to get at least one pick. He's definitely the member of Mammoth so far that, you know, is usually good for at least 1 or 2 on this chamber.
Extension and Prior move right out.
Yeah. There's getting 2 picks away. And Hammerhead is just really doing a good job of starting off ahead, like starting off with numbers.
Yes.
And what I mean by that more or less is they're always starting with a pick somewhere. Even pick mid, they're getting off somewhere else like that, and they're just playing numbers. So always having that advantage.
Prior keeping up the game of playing front foot. He's got to protect his run it back here. Going to go around the side. 2 more coming up.
You get a gun, but
a lot of interesting that you'd pull the run it back and then not push. But he did all right. Use that dangerous angle.
So his teammate will now, Flex will now get that Vandal.
Heal up a bit and prevent.
And they're just sitting there.
They are, and they're
almost
on Mammoth clock.
I'll say almost like a call out here of they think they're going to rotate, but it seems
they
like
have them pinched here.
It seems like Mammoth is actually not moved at all because of her no.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they come around and they take Prior, which means they just have to get through extension and watch this A long from Selectic.
I'll say and then extension has a long. Oh, good try there. Goes down. 1v2 though, and he's to the right. And Mammoth had the read there, but it seemed, you know, maybe a little bit of miscommunication or just got a little too impatient. Right. But I mean, they had the read, but you know, execution sometimes is a little harder. Hammerhead is definitely playing on top of their game at the moment. They're quite cognizant of like what they were doing there. Apparently, the Hammerheads have a lot of flexibility with being able to play like almost any agent on the map and comfort with basically a lot of them. So I think that is always a good thing to do that, because not only if you're playing an agent that, you know, you're usually not playing, your teammate who also knows how to play that agent can at least play with that a little bit more.
E was absolutely camping that jump there. So
it's not damage though.
We saw one be able to make it across. Looks like they're going to start pushing a little bit further. 2 on the long, and everybody else moving up the short here. Dark going to be the one to read.
Oh,
yeah, the Hunter's Fury coming out. Dark right on top of it. Cybo
doesn't get anyone though.
doesn't, but he scares them all off site. I mean, Hammerhead own the site now. Mammoths have to play into it. They are already there, so we may see that push pretty early. Starting with Toma is actually going to go down to
the flank now goes down.
E from
Pryor
Heaven.
gets one though with the Sheriff. Flashed. Goes down.
So close.
One
Jonas
enemy
doing
I was
remaining.
saying, doing some work with that Omen in the corner.
Yeah, K-Jonah did find his 3 before going down to E, who took a cheeky one up top. As they fall down, they find the last one. Dark takes him though, and Hammerhead seals it.
As the E was trying their best, and they got 2 or 3 with those jet knives, but
Yeah, E
unfortunately,
got
just they didn't have the guns to really back it up, and so Hammerhead does come on top. It's 7-0 at the moment,
And they're quick.
yeah, it seems like Hammerhead is definitely just picking and choosing these fights, like for attack. They'll go really hard, and in that round, you know, a couple rounds ago, that we saw them go hard, stop, but not rotate anywhere, and then go again. So. Definitely winning a lot of gunfights as well that are pretty important fights to take. I think Mammoths need to, you know, maybe isolate something like that, or, you know, go with that. Where to see Phoenix Flash, yeah. The problem is when you're into 4 of that, it's really hard to do that.
Right.
You know, he hasn't been playing mid. It's really bold to do that.
Selexic's got to be the backup for it, and they've already got smoke out on him. He sees some good info, though. He's able to take one out and back off of that wall-bangable spot. Done well. He's got some options here. He sees him muzzle through and takes his second one. He decides to push after that. A good call, especially. Gaudio Q is telling him they're already on C. Nobody to hold them back, so it's up to Tom to try to watch this, delay this C plant a little bit. He's got the right options.
One
Good
enemy
yes.
remaining.
Selectic, wow.
It takes 2 to get him the 4K. Impressive, and Hammerheads go down, giving Mammoths their first point, and it was clean.
Yeah, and he's like, hey, I'm not going to keep losing like this. I need to get something going here to, you know, bring something back. So a 4K by Selectic, I think that's a good way to get things kind of rolling for your team. It's now 1-7. And I think the biggest thing is just, you know, working on the rounds that you can win, right? Like in terms of just making it a little closer or a little bit farther odds. NA Cats has been getting a lot of picks mid and on the Mammoths flanks. Like every time you see them flank, they're losing at least 1 or 2 to Cats. I think that's a big thing that they, you know, gotta look out for. Here comes the Omen ult.
Yeah, we're gonna see the long drone, maybe just a little crosshair magnet. Sure enough, we're gonna get one to TP away. Pryor back on site though, ready to play into this crowd burst, and it's that cheeky one.
Oh, wow.
Almost took that one. We get a great angle for that. The shot finally goes down, but he's solo.
Spike
Trade.
down,
Playing off
C.
combat. Good.
One
And another
enemy
trade.
remaining.
They
Yeah,
own the side again. Everybody's
Say
down. Man.
Selectic.
Katz is the last one. He's got a great position here, but man, leveraging that into a win is going to be difficult for him. See him play uphill here.
He does have the Empress available. He did see the trip, which was kind of unfortunate because he had a huge flank, but oh, he's gonna see that? Oh, okay, well, he got the kill though.
But he knows Selexic is right there.
Yeah.
There it is.
I guess he didn't know where he was, but kind of good try there. You know, a little lurk action going, but the Mammoths, once again, I think Slexic is definitely putting his mark on this A site,
Right.
or sorry, C site, and making it so that they not really are getting any opportunities to make that happen.
No, he can be a brick wall over there.
Yeah.
I mean, Selexic has had practice. He's been around, and if he's warmed up, he'll get his shots.
Yeah, and the one thing though is a lot of time he's taking these fights, he actually doesn't have his TP available.
No.
And so he's just literally doing this off of just raw peaks and aims, which is, you know, scary because he's already, you know, TPing to the site. But we're going to see a lot of this. Yeah, see, this is Omen. TP across. We're going to see the fast rotate right Pryor.
And the Mammoths are so much more aggressive here. Jet is right behind him and eventually goes down to it. Ethan going to be the one to take him. They own this site now. Toma going to retaliate on that aggressive push before going down to Saibo. Now we're just looking at 3-4, just like that.
And Hammerhead's going straight to C where it's wide open. So Omen's going to rotate back to C. They know something's up here,
Right.
But they don't.
The numbers are so
exactly.
off. So they're going to have an easy
Gets
block
one.
here.
Ooh, okay. Good trade.
Yep, and they still have a few trades left. A 2v3 here. A little bit tight. Selexic's got to be careful.
Spike planted.
They know that spike just went down, though, so he's going to follow in after. Here's that. Catches him with the back turn. Now he's only got 2 or 3 angles to watch. He's got someone to help him with it, so he's going to play loose here. Trying to look into this cubby. They wall it straight off, making a defuse easy option. Selexic gets set up for the long haul here. He's going to brave the paranoia. Start moving right in. A quick teleport option so he can really aggress this angle. That's it. Jumps into the fire. This last kill. Nice.
He said, all right, I know it's my teammates, but I don't need it.
No, he knows the timer.
And that was a great timing there by Selexi, who just peeks that KJ, because then she has no boom, like alarm bot. She has no hive trips, hive swarm. Ice Swarm? What is it?
Swarm
Whatever.
grenades?
Yeah, Swarm grenades. Swarm grenades. And so that just makes it so we can't play the post plant too annoyingly with that Sova. So great pick right there. They do have the KJ ult available right now, so they can look for like a more, I would say, organized attack where they put that down. But it looks like they have to save. So Cats does have a Phantom, so it must have had enough from the previous rounds. Does have Empress, so maybe a little hero play with this Phantom.
Yeah, we've been holding Empress for a while though.
Yeah.
I think of it counting.
Found
This is
one.
our 5th ult, maybe 4th ult.
No round with it.
No, in total. We've seen a knives, we've seen a run it back. Yeah.
Ooh.
Even
Wow.
take a quick one.
Great trade though.
Extension just trying to get out of there.
Yeah,
Pulls the knife and run.
that's what you definitely need to have right there. And then Slush gets another one as well. So 3v4.
Pryor almost had the biggest run right there. Mammoth's going to quick cover that
Goal
A
as
site.
well on the A side. Yeah, and look at where Pryor is playing
Pryor
this cheese spot.
still has a great option here. They have the chance if he keeps rocking around. If he pushes, if he gets greedy, he'll get caught so hard.
Yeah, so they have to put. I mean, they have to push, right? So I mean, the Hammerheads definitely have to eventually attack. So Pryor just gonna sit right there. Ooh, let's see if he checks it here. Oh, he had a decent amount of reaction time too. Oh, just barely misses the op shot.
E going to keep on it though, making this a dangerous place.
And wow.
And
No.
they just almost can't. They want to go. They'd rather go B. So Selexic is out
seconds
and
left.
ready to watch the grass. Starts crouching in just in case they want to loop it to C. It doesn't look like they want to. They're going to come around the back for A, and he's going to walk right into extension. When he's not ready, takes him out. It's now a 2v3.
Oh, another trade, 2v2.
They just got to stick with B site, which isn't super comfortable. Selexic though getting pinched here, almost seen. He's not checking the right side. Might get caught.
Last player standing.
Just good positioning. Selexic trying to take this last one. Knows he's back there. It's all wall bang.
Lot of damage, yeah.
Enemy remaining.
There it is.
Oh, close there. Actually, almost has another 4K there, but goes down, and the Hammerheads are going for
Last
8-3 now.
round before the switch.
And making it look, pretty attack favor this map. It also helps when you're the Hammerheads and you literally get every single first pick for your team. I think that definitely plays a role in terms of your first bloods every time almost that you're checking the corner, you're getting one, you're getting through. So 3-8, Mammoths are definitely looking like it's getting a little bit harder for the Hammerheads. So they're probably doing something a little bit right in terms of pressure. But we had 2-4 coming out for Mammoths.
Yeah, last round before the swap. Gotta have it sometime. Pryor, ooh, gets caught entirely with that util out. Kjonen, sure enough, is going to give Hammerheads the first blood and a little bit of info about space here. So they keep riding straight on into A, and the rotation comes out for Mammoths. And this attacker killjoy, it's a good placement. I like it at least.
Yeah, here comes though. Thomas is going to sit in it. Is now leaving.
Yep, he gets caught in it.
Spike planted.
Not E.
Ooh.
Space here, does find one. He's going to clear the site out. Defender's looking to move back in. Kjonen is going to be the one waiting for him. Ooh, almost sees that one down in hell. Selexic is going to be the one to take it. He keeps warming the site, and the other three are a bit far off.
Okay, here comes the Hunter's Fury coming out. Does get the plant, actually, so I don't think he got half either.
Pushes him all the way, and Cats comes back for
Wow,
it.
gets him.
Takes him in
Yeah.
there.
Enemy remaining.
They're going to try to swarm grenade around it. The timing is good. Selexic now into the backup. Not a lot of options here, and it's taken by the 50-50.
Yeah, say Cat's just sitting in the corner there. Got, I think, 2 or 3 that round, so 9-3 Curse is going to be alive and ready here. Hammerheads definitely did a pretty good number on attack. It seems like their individual play is doing a pretty good job. There's not too many util really making the difference. I think it's just a lot of just individual picks that are making way for those moves. So definitely big on their part. And now we're going into the 12th round now.
Here are Mammoths now on the attack.
13th.
Give our Hammerheads the defense. The Hammerheads got a nice B side, C side split here, holding mostly in that link, that double doors area. Mammoths ready to go, just chomping at the bit here.
Look at these two Titans as well. Selexic and NA Cats are really battling it up out there.
They really are.
Selexic has 21 kills.
All the ghosts are coming out. They're confident. They're looking for a good first gun round. Speaking of confidence, Mammoth's ready to charge right on into A. NA Cats knows it. Tries to take the first one. Goes down a good little trade there. Kjonen though. Backs it up with 2 kills. Gonna jump back in a little bit safer. Ready to watch this here. Saibo coming up, gonna bait this 50-50. Pretty aggressive. They're not gonna push through it. They're really slowing down.
Yeah, I'll say they
Not
acted like they were going pretty fast at first, but
they were charging.
no real contact has been made. They kind of got short. They went long. A lot of, you know, back and forth happening. Mammoth ended up losing 2, and so I think they just thought, you know, hey, we lost 2. I don't think we should, you know, go back into the site here, but Ep.1 is still kind of holding this down, but not holding C down. So if Mammoths do go for a C push, they're probably advantage, but them not fully clearing anything else but B might end up hurting them later in the round here.
B, yeah, they're going for a first round B
Spike
plant.
planted.
Dark may catch him off the ground.
Oh, good flash.
Oh,
Yeah, that was a great play by Tom. It gets 2, actually. Maybe 3? Nope.
Last
Right
player
click.
standing.
1v2 now. And just like that, extension was on top. Try to get a little cheeky play. They had a little crossfire just so they could see both of them. And Hammerheads take the first round with the pistols, which is, you know, I think that was Mammoth's big opportunity to kind of get something there. But they did get the plan down, and they got, you know, I think they got like 3 kills.
Yep.
So they have a decent amount of credits here. So they can look for, you know, either a force with some stingers. We've seen the stinger do some pretty big damage, honestly.
and I think it's very important to win the round in that way, because now they have a chance to kind of bonus that up and get their like free round or 2, which this far into this like much of a round spread could just mean the game.
Coming back.
Right, we could be on the final run here if Mammoths don't really change their approach.
Absolutely.
Looks like Mammoths are going to be sprinting right in. Oh, almost take a quick Marshall. Try
Does
for a
hit him,
second
though.
one. They do get him out of there. Ethan is in yellow.
Oh, through the smoke.
Dark is ready and keeps moving around. There's so much vision out here. They're ready to charge right in. Dark looking for some more. Oh, up close to Marshall from Ethan, just spraying
One
into the
enemy
smoke,
remaining.
looking for something. Oh,
In
other
the season, yeah.
the wall.
And Hammerheads take the lead 11-3. Mammoths are going to have the full buy round next round. So I think if Hammerheads win this next round here, I think the game's basically wraps. I think obviously it's, you know, it's a pretty big lead at the moment, and it's always kind of hard to do that. But Mammoths are going to have a buy here, so this is your do or die. Maybe this is your string of
It really is.
however many, you know, kills you can get, but we'll see how it ends up going here.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of their big push here, because like you're saying, if let's see what they got to buy. Looks like they were charging in 2 Marshals. Did I read that right?
Maybe. I
Some
mean,
stingers.
hey,
Yeah,
sometimes you got
sure
to be
enough.
desperate a little bit.
You got to be, because if they push all the way though and they lose this,
And wow, right away.
Spike down.
Gets
Mid.
2 right away.
to go crazy aggro, to be watched by Ethan as well. Some good options here. TP's up. They own the grass.
Yes, they
They're
also
on
have
the
Spike, yep.
And just the win cut's a little difficult for the Mammoths here. They have to win by Elim just to get to the spike.
Here we go,
Cage only gonna be
Mammoths.
on top of this smoke. They can't push through it. They know what this hallway looks like. Pryor's got to just wait for it. He's going to go for a flash, but oh, the timing is good, and he might even take one. The contact is a nice play, and they come right after him, but he's too fast. Just barely, he finds it. It's a 1-3 now, but it's all Pryor, and they know where he's at. And that spike is just so far away. He may even save this for the Phantom.
Yeah, so just for the gun, but I mean, it's hard to because it's gonna be a, you know, that 12-3.
Is he going the
So I
long
think he
way
just has
around
to go
for a better
for it.
angle
Oh.
approach? He might find Ethan whether he wants to or not.
He does have 40 seconds, which is a decent amount of time, but
Hammerhead's into the win con. They
Yeah,
don't need
exactly.
to take this guy. They don't need to risk losing the creds
and I like to see the discipline out of them because it's so easy for you to
Oh.
internally be like, oh, I want the kill.
30
I want the
seconds
kill.
left.
to get greedy.
But for them to actually just, you know, play Spike, hold it down, not greed for it at all. Pryor's gonna pick this corner and goes straight down. Ep.1 with a 4K on the Jet, so definitely finding some movement here. Now 3-12 game point here for Hammerhead. Playing just, I think, playing pretty well at the moment. It seems like every player on Hammerhead is just getting those picks. Like I said, you know, almost at the beginning of every round, it starts with a 4v5 or a 3v5. And at that point, it's so hard to play Haven like that if you're the Mammoth. So not surprised by the score here too much with how the Hammerhead are playing.
Yeah, game sense just on point. And it's so satisfying to see the person just sitting there and waiting come out with the kill.
Exactly.
Like, discipline really pays off. Extension moving up with Pryor and Selexic. Just trying to get a little bit of space here. Move
Great
in and
ping there.
Yeah, taking out some utility Pryor. Might not be watching his back here. Gonna go for a
Flashes
quick
it.
Flash.
No one there, though.
He can move up to this next one.
Great shock dart.
A beautiful dart. Selexa going to take one with the
Yeah, so
Guardian.
that's a big pick at the moment because, you know, like, that's what the Mammoths have kind of been struggling with, is getting those input. Look at this setup from Hammerheads. They have 3 more there.
So fast with the Ion Sheriff, can't find any more as Saibo plays up off the contact to find 2 more. Switching over to B area as Cats takes another one, so he can flip into C real easy. Hammerhead has a chance here to finish it out, to really close it down. It's 2-3. Select 6 sees them all coming at once. Doesn't have a lot of great options, so they're all around him. Tries to ignore the Owl and does take 2 because of it, but right behind him, Saibo finishes it up.
And just like that, the Hammerheads are going to take the game over the Mammoths in a convincing 13-3. I think Hammerheads just got it all kind of right in terms of, you know, how they played that. But, you know, going to go at it alone can only get you so far. Ultimately, if you want to increase your chances of success, you have to level up your teaming skills. We saw the last game where, you know, the Mammoths did a really great job of trying to come back from that, but unfortunately couldn't get the win there. And of course, if those who haven't been watching, make sure you check out Esports Tower Clubs. It's the fast track to rank up, and it's esportstower.com. And of course, the first game, Hammerheads take down the Mammoths and move on to the winners finals, whereas the Mammoths will now go on to the losers place. There's now a losers bracket, so they're not actually done for the week just yet there. But we're going to go into our game 2 here pretty soon, so we're going on a break. We'll be right back. Do not go anywhere, and we'll see you after the break.
Protecting your customer journey from fraud is critical. According to industry analysts, Count's AI-driven platform is the leading solution. From account login to digital payments, Count is recognized for both its customer impact and technology excellence. Learn more at count.com.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
This week's broadcast of the Esports Tower Rumble in Valorant. We are broadcasting from the Boise State Esports Arena, and welcome, of course, to the Summer Rumble. We just saw the Hammerheads take down the Mammoths, who will join them in the winners' finals. The Wolves and the Gators are going to face off in this next match. I'm your host, Brandon Red Hot Kozianski. Joining me to call the action, of course, is Greg Old Soul Smith. And we saw quite the game last game. It was pretty one-sided in terms of that 13-3 there. Going into this next game, hoping that it's a little bit, closer, I'd say. I think these are two brand new teams. Again, we saw some familiar faces like Selectic and stuff like that in prior. So going into this next match, I guess, is there anything that we are hoping to see, or maybe that your kind of thoughts are after that first game?
I think it's kind of like slowing down the momentum from round to round. I think they just got a little bit too nervous and would like push in a little bit too hard at the very beginning, and that's why we had so many first blood issues. Would be my analysis of it. So it's like, take it round by round. Yeah,
it seemed like sometimes that you have timeouts as well. We didn't see any of those that we usually kind of always talk about, but I think sometimes where if you get, I guess, a lead on you earlier, it kind of hurts for that stuff. And of course, we want to take a moment to congratulate all of the Esports Tower Club members who have graduated from the clubs and have offered scholarships across the country. Over the last year, Esports Tower members have received over $3.6 million in scholarship awards. These students have not only worked hard in their in-game play, worked hard academically, and have earned these scholarship opportunities. We could not be more excited to see all these opportunities, and these players are getting it. And of course, Valorant getting, I think, about 811,000 there, which is awesome to see, since Valorant, of course, is what we do. But 3.6 million is just a crazy amount in terms of how much we think about it. So Esports Tower does a wonderful job for those things, and I'm really excited to see like that, just because now with how esports are kind of shaping up, high school becomes your new ground of not only just the college recruits in terms of watching the football team, they can kind of watch you as well. Yeah. But you won't see the fancy hat and their watches and things like that. You'll see in a Discord message. So that's just how it works. But of course we have Docs Keys and Valorant, which are presented today by Esports Tower. Scroll Pro device at esportstower.com. And in Valorant, you want to flank efficiently, spend and peek wisely, count those cards, call abilities, and click those heads. Improve your game sense, improve your team play, improve your performance under pressure. You'll get matched with great players and professional coaches to help you rank up. That is Esports Tower. Make sure to check it out. And of course, we are going to Bind. Bind is interesting, and of course, we're going to take a quick peek at the bracket really quick, so we'll see the Hammerheads won that first match going into the winners finals here, and now the Mammoths get a chance to play whoever is the loser of the Wolves versus Gators. Of course, the Hammerheads playing the winner of whoever wins this, so, it's nice to see that, that no one's just immediately out once you lose that. And of course, Bind is a fun map, I think. Well, okay, fun's an interesting way to put it. People used to love this map, but I think as people have really advanced on this map, people are not the biggest fans because, man, is it defensive-sided in terms of, if you really execute. It takes a lot of execution to get attack done. We've seen the meta of these comps turn into Viper and Brimstone, and you might say, well, double controller. But they've actually kind of moved towards Viper being a Sentinel more than anything else. So I don't know if we'll see that. I don't know if these comps have been kind of playing that, practicing that. It's kind of hard to release, but always excited for these teams, and of course, you never know, like a Yoru or something be thrown out. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have their own spin on the map, especially if you're not comfortable with meta. Yeah. Then that's what's most important, is how you best can play it, how your team will value your contribution the most. So I am excited to see what these two teams can bring to the table and how they're going to spin together Bind into a win. And yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of Razes being able to really shine on this map. Razes has, so much good utility in this map. We can always have, the boom bot that clears out U-Haul and Hookah and things like that. We've seen the Showstopper and grenades have a lot of value for that thing. So overall, I think Raze gets a lot of value. We're going to see the Fade Raze, which I'm interested to see of how much maybe seize nade opportunities they have with, being able to combo that seize and the nade and basically just getting him trapped in there. So interesting as well. We're seeing another Reyna, which is interesting as well. And the Gators are opting for that Viper, whereas the Wolves are going to go for the Brimstone look here. But overall, actually pretty different team comps. So we'll see, just the comps overall. We see the Phoenix coming out against Phoenix Reyna, and we see the Raze, and then I think it's just one duelist, just Raze. Double initiator, big fan of that. Emerald gets a pick right away. Tries to heal, does get the heal off, so now overkilled at this point.
Already have some of that.
Ooh, great shot there.
Ooh, Shadow keeps playing it up confident, going to move onto that utility. Does get flashed pretty well, but they do get the paint shells off. At least going to find a little bit of ground from it. Shadow looking to continue playing that. Decides to fall back a little bit just for comfort. Going to run around the U-Haul, but there's nothing there, so this is just to kind of guard the plant.
Yeah, I guess that nade back kind of pushed him back into it, but they're looking for a TP, yeah, because I think they realize that all the members of the Gators are actually on site here, so Wolves are going to get basically on site for free, at least a plant down, planting it in triple.
Yeah, it's not an in for penny, in for pound situation.
Yeah.
If you're counting cards, calling abilities, really, hold on, I just heard 4 voices, let's go other site. So
Exactly.
Atlas going to start sending out this utility now. They're holding this actual plant. Redskin gets tagged. Just got to be very wary here. Kind of trying to walk in circles and pull the tail in.
Yeah, so you definitely want Atlas to stay as long alive as you can in this U-Haul so that Redskin can hold this angle without it.
Moonkeeper going to take Redskin down. Atlas now.
I don't think Atlas realizes they're sticking.
Options.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yep.
It's one of those things where if it's a 1v1, I think it's different in terms of like, okay, are they going to stick it or not? But when it's in that 3v1 scenario, the person
You're covered.
Yeah, say you have 2 members in your team who are sticking it, and so it's like, at the very least, you're fine. So I think you always have to kind of play with that. But they got Spike down, so they definitely could look for a force, but I think Bind's a map where you definitely kind of just want to work on that 1 round, being able to get that free round once you buy. So great hold by Shadow here, by the way. Did a great job of kind of holding them down in that A long and end up forcing them to kind of TP in the end. But 1-0. Gators take that, piss around. Wolves got plant, so they have a decent amount of money, but it's going to take a decent amount of them to get into sights with this Phoenix and Sova comp. Gators have a lot of defensive tools as well, that Chamber and Viper on this map. Emerald gets on the site.
Avian coming straight in after.
Oh, wow.
Avian,
Goes down with the Bulldog, yeah.
Moonkeeper doing excellent there, yeah. Keep watching that area. It's hard for them to push in. Avian can keep watching. Emerald's made it in to a little bit of a precarious spot, but they're doing well with it. Hopefully they can find something as people are looking to walk around. Looks like they knew there were. Wishes going to be taking them down. Love that name.
They're just making sure that, you know, just 1 TP.
Just in case.
Mm-hmm.
And they're kind of stuck there. Right, we see people already coming down the A short. It's difficult to get to market here. You don't want to walk through cave.
Oh, great shot.
Beautiful tight peek. Gonna play in off that.
Oh,
little bit swing. Yep.
Moonkeeper got 2 kills with 1 like right-click burst there. We saw him, you know, 2 people peek out of hookah and just go both down. So Wolves take that round off. I mean, as they should in terms of like with the guns they had. They had, you know, the Spectres and the Marshals and things like that. Bulldog. Bulldog has been, you know, a big thing that we've seen in the VST or Champions, because when it comes to bonus round like this, your gun is still very powerful for holding those angles, and a burst fire can actually just, you know, one-shot someone with those headshots. So people like to go with that more than a Spectre sometimes if you have the money. But now we're going to see Wolves the full buy. Ooh, I think he definitely bodied him. So
Sunny Lee definitely got a
we did
nice
the 101.
there.
Well, the 101 is what you call it.
Kinetic checking that 50-50, just trying to make good work of Hookah. Kind of got to push him out with that paint shells, gives him time to make a little bit of a rotation here. Shadow really setting that shop. Trying to get used to these guys.
Oh yeah, good molly there.
Yeah, Kinetic doing well to find one there. Continue holding that ground with the molly. Sunny Lee, the last kind of hold on this space as the rest of the Gators are looking to rotate over. They're going to move nice and slow in here through market. It's okay if they play a post-plant situation, but that means they lose Sunny Lee and they lose what he was holding, which is an op. So they've got to make sure that they do this right and do this quickly to get in there.
We're seeing Moonkeeper coming with the flank with the Bulldog. Gotta get your protocol skin in going too. They know that he's right there. Got a flash. Does check him. Great kind of shot there, but it looks, I think, W1.
Yeah, Wishes.
Last player
In
standing.
the lead speak. Is the way I'm
Wishes, sorry. Wishes got him there. Oh, great molly. Ooh.
Yeah, Moonkeeper caught in that corner. Goes
Kinetic
down.
had some pretty insane mollies
way.
that round, I want to say.
I'm like trying to count the mollies here. They got enough kills to like get. I think they threw 4 that round.
Yeah, but
and
the biggest thing is they double like displaced people.
Yep.
They threw it into hookah, displaced them, threw it again into hookah.
Right.
Actually, no, one threw outside of hookah onto site. The other one threw into hookah.
And the paint shells does the same thing.
Yeah, it does.
It's for kind of like milking people out of an area. Using it actually for damage is sometimes it's very viable, but sometimes it's used a little over.
Yeah, I mean it's better to use it for like if you know exactly where they are and if they're stuck.
Right.
I think it's a different thing to use it to clear angles. Like a lot of the times in hookah, you can throw it back sight and you hold that right side angle so that you know they have to peek through it. So you're still getting a kill with it. It's just not with the active paint shells.
It's the threat of
Exactly.
that kill.
Yes. It's either that or you're gonna die to it eventually, right? You choose.
Master.
Oh.
Here, send him C. That
Great
guy had
shock
to rotate
dart
out.
too
A
with the
beautiful
trade. Oh.
One-way
Wow.
setup.
Oh, I thought they had a shock dart. I was like, there's no way.
That was too distant.
I was like, I was like, Wishes gets another one to Avian, which is a 3v2 now. Does have the ultimate. Looking for a retake with the Haunts. He does have 2 Prowlers as well, which is good to take note here. So he has 2 kind of choices to make with where they want to go. Waiting for his teammate to get into position. Here it comes. Tags 2. Gets 1 as well. Can use 1 of the Prowlers. Doesn't tag the other one at least.
They're blind with fear.
Very low as well.
Bring them down.
Oh, there we go.
Does fine.
Yeah, and now they know at least 1 more is probably off-site.
Oh, the timing was so close, and Kinetic takes them.
Oh, yeah.
Both. Kinetic crazy for that one.
I would say they can make the assumption that it's either deep short or it's showers, just because the ultimate did not hit them.
Right.
So they did obviously make kind of just one assumption there. Kinetic has a 4K though, doing a great job on this Phoenix. You know, kind of holding it down with those flashes. Great mollies once again, just kind of forcing them out of these spots. And I think Phoenix is pretty good on this map with he's very like self-sufficient agent in terms of he can flash for himself. He can kind of use his ult to get along these hard corners that is just really hard to retake sometimes. But here we go, 2-2 now, tied it up. So we're gonna see the Wolves go for a B take.
Yeah, another split push straight onto B. They're comfortable with this one, and they got a lot of ground last time, held it basically the whole time. Sunny Lee going to be their first test.
Oh.
And it gets right. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a rough one.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, that TP, it's fast, but it's not that fast.
Yep.
And those should take sight. Just get 1, you know, get 2 right away.
Master going to try to sneak up behind and take this one. Emerald is just waiting for them, though. If they don't go move fast enough, their smoke's going to drop, and they're going to go live to several angles. Yep. Push in, get taken. Kinetic and find him. Wish is going to come up behind, trying to prep this. A beautiful lineup there. Doesn't find anything.
Oh, great shot there.
Keeper to catch one. Keeps holding that smoke. They're coming for him, though. Ooh, what a swarm. Finds one with 2 shots. 1 shoulder and 1 head.
Oh, flashes himself. Hey, that happens.
A little bit of a miss flash. It's all right. That one's for info. Oh, almost sees when they drop down, though. He's just
he's looking for gun at the same time there.
It's an outro.
And yeah, that was a save by the Gators there, so I think they're not too sad about that one.
Plenty of creds now.
The Wolves had 3 alive, I think, so they got a lot of credits ready to go. And we're going to see a lot of utility as well. We have 3 ults here from the Wolves. We do have the Seekers from the Gators, so hopefully we see, you know, this Empress be used a decent amount as we can. And of course the run it back with that Phoenix ult being kind of popped because it's only a 6 cost. So I think you can be able to call, you know, you can kind of basically pop that on cooldown. And here we go. Here, start running out. Yep, there's it.
Split that kind of anticipates an aggression from B side.
Oh. TP.
Yeah, that TP. That's why the Reyna's there. They're looking to move up into hookah. Hopefully this 50-50 pays off here.
They got a lot of space from that Phoenix ult at the moment, though.
They did.
And yeah.
Right over. It's such a beautiful gambit. Gators don't have a lot of options. They only got 1 person left there to watch this place.
Yeah, I like that play because they actually end up getting the person who's like playing hookah, and since the other people are going to rotate the site, since they're going so fast onto A, that they can actually just go through TP, and then now they're on B free.
Yes, that was such
I actually like that play a lot, yeah. And at first I was a little confused with the chamber going through the TP.
And I didn't like the Reyna standing alone on the wrong site, like ready to accept a force of defense.
But it's helping, that was a great play. Might have to write that one down.
Yeah, that was good. Like analyzing it.
All right, now they have the retake here from the Gators. The Seekers have been used.
Nice flash come from Moonkeeper, going to keep moving in, try to take this site.
They do have Brimstone ult, though. Be careful with that.
Yeah, the flash comes around. They're all going to punish him.
Yep.
Master
and yeah, there's the ult. Going to half, though. Does get half.
Beautifully done.
But now it's 1v2. Gets 1. 17 HP, it's half.
Oh,
wow. That was crazy from an Avian's point of view. He did like a 360 there kind of thing.
Was in midair to take the kill. They were 17 health, but still,
I mean, he ended up actually hitting them when he hit the ground, but a little scary for sure.
Yeah, gambled with the round. It was close to off as well, so he may have just been spending time.
Yeah, you definitely have to half that spike there, like what they kind of did. Because I mean, if you don't half it, it's just
no options.
Yeah, exactly.
Not with the time that late. That was well timed Brim.
Absolutely, and so we're going to see this 2-4 here. Wolves kind of taking this lead a little bit. Have the Empress available and the Hunter's Fury, and now they have the Tour de Force, whereas the Gators gain the Tour de Force, the Showstopper, and that Viper's Pit. So, and I like that. Empress popped right away.
Yep, and the response to it.
Wow, look at that ping, though. Pinged like 3 or 4 of them. And then they get the pick as well from it. Okay.
Yeah, Tour de Force out and doing a lot of damage. Shadow trying to watch Avian coming out of the wall here. Not going to let him get away with another one. Kinetic going to find Moonkeeper, who's doing some damage earlier.
Oh, they messed up. They're trying to open the... They're trying to open the door there with that Fade Prowler. But it didn't open it. But they ended up just shooting him through and hitting him in the foot anyways, so that was funny. And now they're going to look for this B take. They have... I mean, they have the numbers. It is a 3v2 for the site here, so... We're going to see how they play it.
Are aligning their clocks right here as the smokes are ready to drop.
Yeah.
Then we should expect a pretty big push through this B short. Shadow is going to be their first contact when that happens. Kinetic starting to move in. It's a good timing, though. It's hard to play into that smoke. It's just such a good defense smoke. And
Yeah,
several angles holding it.
Oh.
Oh, Shadow having fun with
Wow.
it. What a lineup.
I mean, the only problem there is it does like
30
20
seconds
damage.
left.
And only half of those small paint shells fell.
Revealing area.
But it is a good time waster.
I'll say, I mean, it was,
Like,
it was,
look at
it
the
was a
ceiling.
lineup, I guess, at the end of the day. Here we go. Another corner on the side. Def have the Stimmy as well. The smoke's going down. Showstopper misses.
They're keeping him
13
at bay,
seconds
though.
left, though. Yeah.
Last player
The win con
standing.
is to waste time, and they're
10
doing well.
seconds left.
Masters have got a great angle out of this one. Finds it for the spike and for the win. A 3K Master.
Yeah, I'll say once the Gators kind of got that long control and they have the sight, it's so hard to take sight because when you're only pushing through hookah, there's just so many angles that you have to clear through. Garden, long, you know, cubbies, everything. So it's really hard to take that sight there. And they ultimately end up going down. So we're going to see happening. We see Gators versus the old Wolves here. Gators take that last round, which is a big round for them because it was, you know, obviously you don't get that lead, which was, I think they had a 2-round 2-0 streak. And Masters, Master X, my bad,
You want
is going to be
play?
using this
Let's
Viper Spit here.
play.
Looking at a wall must be like some sort of where they want it to be.
Yeah, very, very tight pop there.
Because Viper Spit is definitely a very weird ability sometimes. If you ever use it on like a higher surface, like on Breeze, like those stairs, it will not go lower than that. It will stay on top. That's why there's a lot of like weird Viper rolls you see sometimes. Oh, great transfer there. Gets two.
Yeah, Moonkeeper staying cool.
Using the Recon Phantom, which I want to say is definitely top tier. Does have Dog and 2 flashes available. Doesn't need either.
Sees one and takes
down
it through the
A.
wall there on an Atlas. A good bird.
Yeah, and here comes the
Follow
Dog.
up.
Make sure to check it. And he's going to find the brim.
Find you.
Oh. Ooh. Actually hits the wall with the haunt, which, hey, I have done a lot of the time too. And he has his knife out.
You were so close.
He got his kill.
4-4 now.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because if you actually look at the win feed here, yeah, they play this clock all the way out to the end.
Yeah.
But it's been nearly exclusively Elim wins.
Yeah, so yeah, not one really. Actually, now there has been a one-time.
The very first one was a defuse. That's it.
Oh yeah, yeah. But other than that, it's been all elimination.
All Elims.
Mm-hmm.
So they're playing this clock all the way out, but not because of saves. It's just the pacing of their playstyle.
Yeah, I think that one of the things the Gator players have been saying is that they actually play well on Bind because it's a map that they, you know, they all play together and have experiences on. Because I mean, Bind at this point is a map that it's always been in the rotation, and you know you get a lot of playtime on it. So I think it's a good idea as with newer players that haven't had much experience together yet, at least playing a map they're all comfortable on. Oh, and gets right in front of him. Doesn't find the second one though.
No, and has to move out so they don't get him. Wolves still with 3 up against these 4.
Oh,
It's
great
Sunny
shot.
to find one with the op. Going pretty close. Looking for another one as these smokes come out again, keeping him at bay. It's a little bit scattered. We
Last
see one
player
still on
standing.
A site looking to walk around. A nice pinch on the Atlas here. Running out of options. Decides not to turn his back to the site. This
And
could be playing
I would
for
say
save.
Atlas definitely probably gonna play for a save. It's a 1v4. It's really hard to do anything in this scenario.
Yep. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, does
Clear
look to
left.
peek.
Okay, great shot there.
Walks long, I like it.
Oh, does see him though.
Ooh, playing through the corner here, so tight of angle. He doesn't
Oh.
plan on actually getting
Decent.
into
That's a
plant.
lot of damage though from the jiggle.
Really is. Now they're coming around.
30 seconds
Now
left.
they're determined.
Shoots the Dog as well.
Oh, here's behind him and takes
Oh.
it. The timing is off. They can't find him. Atlas could be in for a 3K here.
Oh my, imagine.
Dodging
oh,
it
yeah,
off.
I would say.
Caught
The
on
moment that
the
Moonkeeper
reload.
hears that reload, he is peeking that 10 times out of 10.
Well done.
He almost domed Sunny Lee, though. I don't know if you saw that, but that was a close headshot.
Sunny Lee with the op in the back?
Yeah, it was close. Like, his crosshair was just a little bit far to, like, either the left or the right, but it was pretty close.
That could have been the
That would have
nastiest
been
ace
sick.
clutch. Yeah. Like a 4K clutch?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things where, like, if you get the kill and then, like, you have, like, 3 bullets left.
We're hot.
And
yeah.
then you're just like... But, hey, that's a different world that we don't live in. So,
Yep.
close one there, but Gators 5-4 now. Take the lead, I think, for the first time this game.
True. I
So
think
that's, it wasn't that much, I think, but...
Yeah, looking at
works
the
out.
activity feed, that is true. They had the lead on the first 2, but after we got into like full gun round, it's all been
I like this
Wolves.
smoke. Kinetic is just getting a lot of space by himself.
Kinetic really drops the entire utility pack though, so then they have to rely entirely on their guns once they're back there, which Kinetic
they have
can do,
U-Haul.
and Kinetic can do that. They do have U-Haul.
It's a lot
which is-
easier to clear A site when you have that U-Haul control, because all you have to worry about is that right side and CT.
Oh, speaking of CT, people are loaded up back there. Redskin's going to fall back a little bit, especially
Good
with that
fade.
coming out. Yeah, the fade has been strong. Oh, and that's rough. The acid drops right as they plant.
Oh, got an 8 kill, though, on Alice.
Redskin
And
to
Hookah.
catch that follow. Looking for wishes here. Turns
Seeker,
away,
yep.
just wrong time Moonkeeper to find Kinetic.
Heal going out. They have 5v3, though. And then now
Redskin ready for
5v2.
This one here, not quite.
Ah,
oh, just can't find it. And just down to pixels.
Oh, wow. Sunny gets the op kill on the box. And now they're just give it to whoever they deem, who's...
Worthy of the next
Yeah.
point.
But I would say if Wolves get 5 here on the attack, I think you're in a pretty good spot in bind.
That's fair.
Because, I mean, I think at the end of the day...
I think that's a good attack
yeah,
side.
exactly. I mean, I will... and the Gators do have the double initiator, but you have to kind of use a lot more communication, and I think it's take a lot more execution. Whereas the Wolves team comp is kind of a lot more, I would say, free play-ish in terms of like they can kind of do what they want with it. We saw last round with Phoenix literally taking all of U-Haul by himself, which is so big. Just because, I mean, being able to take U-Haul with just your utility on Phoenix just allows you have so much pressure with the the brim or the brim smokes and the Sova still.
Yeah, and then CT, like you're saying, is a lot hotter.
Oh, ooh, suddenly does take down Emerald though. Gets picked. That's definitely what you don't want to see from the Wolves. Oh, Moonkeeper is holding it down here on this A site.
Really is. Yeah, to find another one against Atlas now. Gators comfortable on both sides here on the straddle. Wolves only 3 left alive. They've still got Spike. They still have options, but they're running up the clock here, just waiting for a decision to be made. Looks like one's going to push up gently in the back. Moonkeeper tired of
Did
waiting.
see him, yeah.
Sends the Trailblazer back.
Shadow.
Out,
Oh,
gets
yeah,
off
I was
on the
saying.
gun pull. Avian with the short op.
Maybe wanted the ult arm?
Moonkeeper was ready for Kinetic to come around the corner, but maybe not that early. As Kinetic finds him, is going to, again, with that same strat, find that whole space all by themselves, forcing Gators to rotate around from their B site. They're already here, and the plant is only barely out.
Yeah, when they have the brim smoke. So I think they have either one more brim smoke, but if not, at the very least, have his ult, and I think they have his molly as well. I don't think his Linus, but you never know.
Sunny Lee is going to send an op through the CT low instead of Heaven.
Yeah.
An interesting angle on
Yeah,
to
maybe
Bath.
they push.
They're maybe
Let's
not
see if
ready
they
for
pick
it.
this.
Master's got a good chance
And
at the
Avian.
Bath as well.
Oh, wow, the jump peek.
Wow. Yeah.
Never expected.
The jump op, I never expected it.
Yeah,
either.
and 6-5 here now for the Gators. I think Wolves at this point, this round, I mean, if they get 6-6, I think that's very ideal in their world.
Definitely.
But, I mean, even 7-5, I'd say, is a pretty good spot for them.
Either way, it's about to be a fresh round.
Yep.
A brand new shake-up to it. An even half is not a fair half, especially not on a map like this. And initiators are attack-sided. So
Yep.
I think, honestly, that they'll be more comfortable, regardless of how difficult it is to get initiators to communicate.
Yeah, I mean,
here.
they have the Sky Dog and they'll have the Fade haunts, which, he has shown that he has these kind of lineups for these haunts.
Right.
So Viper loves playing in these. Oh man, if that
Right
nade was
there.
if that nade went into the doorway there, that's a double.
That's huge.
And it's hard to do that because, with Fade C's, your nade out, you have to actually choose where it's going to be thrown in their quadrant, because if you just throw a nade into the C's, it's not going to kill them every time. Oh, great shot there from Shadow, but gets traded. A lot of damage from these mollies.
People are comfortable on the mollies there. Wishes is going to try to get a little bit of damage off through this little wall bangle spot.
Close.
And that's fine. Moonkeeper comes out on Reskin and then on Emerald, then on Atlas. He's on fire, ready, holding the site down. Spike is still out, going in for that defuse first time.
Great orb.
Provoking
Yep.
Avian.
And great
Telling
orb.
him, you can't get in here. Beautiful orb, they find him. Last second, their wishes. And look, 2 people already tagged Avian.
Switching
7-5, which, you know, like we said, not too bad.
Definitely not. Still fair here.
Absolutely, and we're going to see the Gators on the attack now with, you know, I think they're, like I said, it's going to take a lot more execution from them comparatively to the Wolves, because, yeah, they have the double initiator, which can be kind of nice for attacking, but the thing is, like I said, you have to do a lot more stuff in sync and a lot more executes in terms of Flash coming out with the Haunt coming out so that, you know, Raze can either satchel on or help them out there, so it's a lot of things that you have to work together for them to actually be able to be utilized. I think that's a lot of things that's kind of hard with initiators, is just kind of making sure that you are utilizing your flashes or like your haunts and stuff like that. And I think we're just going to have a lineup here if I were to guess.
One going aggro on the Bath might pay off crazy. Looks like he's going to hold just this angle here. Wishes not comfortable pushing in, is going to rotate around. Just feeling it out. Looks like they made a call to switch it. Oh, it's such a waiting game here. Still just crossing 100 seconds on the clock here. Moonkeeper moving slowly up with their team.
Spike down A.
Try to find at least somebody here. A proper initiator moving in. They find Avian. It's open. They can move back.
Well, that's interesting. I think he was trying to go a little further, but I think he got caught up.
Looks like it might be an explosive push here. We see the bird come out, not going to catch very much. They're ready for a plant.
Oh.
Reskin does find Shadow.
Does tag. No plant yet either.
Emerald,
yeah.
Crazy here. Yeah, the plant is still now in an awkward position. And it's just too good of a flash. Sunny Lee goes down. The defenders are going to find one. It's 7-6.
Yeah, that was pretty convincing too. I mean, after all that, still they had the spike in Bath, so it was basically stuck, right? I mean, it couldn't get out of bathroom, so I think they were kind of struggling in terms of like how do they get a way to get onto site to plant, but unfortunately that could not happen. So
right, one of those situations where you basically have to take an elim win just to get to the spike.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's just a critical kill there from Heaven onto, it wasn't Moonkeeper, whoever had the spike there.
Yeah, and we're going to see 7-6 here for the Wolves winning that first one, which is exactly what they kind of want to do in terms of get these rounds back for them. We're going to see the Gators go big B push here. They got to be really careful because Kinetic has this flash. Pushing into that flash long is definitely very scary. It's just one person get it flashed, and yep, exactly what I was going to say. They only had one flash though, so Kinetic gets concussed after. They're going to site.
They can't play fast enough. He walks into the other smoke. Oh,
good right click.
Yes, it was quite a bit of damage. He's got the fire. Master push right out.
Yeah, I would say that was a good push. Only have spike now.
And Kinetic, after getting shot in the face, finds a 3K and survives the end of the round. It's flawless from the Wolves, bringing us to a 7-7. This, you're right, the defense side was quickly tilts the scales.
Yeah, I mean, I saw what the Gators were trying to do with that like Viper wall. This is where it's kind of hard because the moment that the Wolves get a operator, it's going to be very hard for the Gators to genuinely play against it because they only have that Viper smoke. They can use flashes, but I think it takes, like I said, it takes even more kind of coordinated team play for that, and these are kind of new teams for that. So the Wolves have been, you know, working more on like moving as a unit and clearing space. So it seems like they're doing a pretty good job of that in terms of how they're doing retakes.
Look at the spread the Gators have right now. It looks like they've got one on every hallway, and they are just sitting. And we've not seen any aggression from the Wolves. The Wolves are ready to wait it out all game.
Yeah, I would say they're being a very patient defense. We even saw them not really push out outside of a short and stuff until the very end.
I mean, we watched Kinetic stand there until he got literally a visual cue from his back to throw any util. So if this could be a slow one. This means it's all down to kind of one gun. Yeah,
that sucks.
Keeper going to be the first one to go down to Emerald. Master on his fight gets one to run away. Takes a little bit of space, but kind of has to give it up because of that fire. They've been just so good with the mollies, and that line of scrimmage is still right down the middle. We see the Wolves holding better the A side a little bit, so the Gators trying to make a rotate here, but they're kind of held back by the smoke. Sunny Lee going to try to get around. He knows that Kinetic might be here. It's his favorite spot to squat. Going to check the back angles well. Coming around, paces it good, and takes Kinetic down. Owns a little bit more of this site.
30 seconds left.
Checking all the angles.
And they're getting the plan down. Getting spiked on at 25 seconds left, by the way, as well. Like, this is taking a decent amount of time here.
It is paying off, though. They are getting spiked down. It's a little bit messy with who's on site, though. The Wolves are all there. So, see the activity feed going back and
1v2.
forth. Down to 1v2. One Wolf left alive.
I think they might have lineups.
It's Emerald coming on site. They may, but oh, they charged right in. Sunny Lee knows they're there. Master looking for some lineups here, going to pace it out. Wait for maybe a tag call. Nope, just go straight for the send in case they go down.
Now, the thing is, they threw one, but I think maybe in their head, like, oh, well, they can have another one, but Master does not, so.
It's true.
And Master kills him anyways.
Don't even need it.
Yep. Big round by the Gators there.
Was that lineup
8-7.
in the smoke, or did they just throw the smoke after?
They threw, the smoke was already
bite?
there.
Okay, good.
Yeah, the snake bite. Yeah, I mean, I think I think it works the same.
Are they the same physics?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think so.
I thought one was a little slower.
I think for Viper it works the same.
Okay.
A lot of the crazy thing is too is with the attack thing during Champions, they had a lineup for Viper on B long that they would throw it on top of the B tube and it would hit underneath it too.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. So maybe some tech after that. But we'll see here. Doing a pretty good job so far. Gators, I think if Gators can get onto site and plant the spike, they have a really good post-plant team. I think the problem is going to be getting into that into that plant spot in the first place. Yeah. I think Moonkeeper had a good try last round, but unfortunately taking showers by yourselves without dogging is just going to be pretty impossible. Oh, here comes up.
Almost tried to play off that knee. It's not quite there. Avian has to back up, but he's quick, ready for the next one. Gators, though, they're hurting on this econ. They do not want to play against an op.
Yeah.
Right? They're looking to play against something that's not anti-eco like that. So they're going to test B a little bit harder here, where Shadow is going to be the one to move in. Ooh, they're paced well with that Owl. That Owl could have been a reason for a peek from the Rays, but it didn't come out. They're going to move around to the other side. Looking at that B long. Kinetic's not there this time. Site's a little bit more open. They don't know that, though. A good check. Can keep moving in. Atlas is their big enemy here.
Oh. Alex moves from the bomb. But the thing is, this Shadow didn't really peek it, didn't hold the angle there, so, you know, Alex can just move away.
It's true. But he did move all the way, gave him a chance, but they took it anyways.
4v2, and there's the TPs. But look at that. Phoenix is right there waiting.
Master holding this just solid.
Yeah, I think he knows that he's definitely there. He heard him or something like that. But now they're not getting the plant money, which kind of does suck a good amount. It's a little unfortunate.
And Gators.
Yeah, 41.
Sunny's last one sees a good shoulder. Can't quite play it through the corner. They know where he's at. And that is another round gone down by timer. One of the few.
8-8 now. And the Wolves are going to be in a position to keep it going. I think the Gator, I mean, right now it seems that they're kind of going back and forth with this attack and defense things. Right there, they had a great job with the Wolves of kind of holding one onto site. That shows some discipline right there of, you know, hey, I'll still anchor this no matter what it takes. Stop the plant spike. So I think the Gators might not have enough credits. Yeah, we'll see them having to eco, which is, you know, you see the Spectres. Even less than that, actually. A lot of frenzies. Emerald playing a really aggressive spot here. Does have the Empress online.
Ooh, before they can even check the 50-50, playing a little bit aggressive.
I like that play of trying to get it, like, you know, as the boom bot comes out. Yeah.
It's a good pacing.
Oh, wow.
Holy
I didn't think you'd do that much damage with the Spectre right there. Like, because, you know, it doesn't have very much pen, but I think that wall's thin enough where it just works.
Yeah, it's just fast enough that if you're not expecting it, you can get totally
and Red like
right
a book, too. I mean, that's a great, good spray, too.
Really called.
Yeah.
Sunny Lee with the tour de force here. A good thing to have when you're a little bit low on the red. Redskin moving in, trying to take this space back. Defenders trying to find it, but goodness. Avian gets their one before going down, and it's a follow-up by Moonkeeper. Looking at a 3v2, and the spike gets planted.
So this is an eco here for the Gators as well.
Thrifty. They're doing well. They may be catching Griffin here. Don't want to call it too soon. Kinetic takes two of them down. Shadow now looking for one at least. They have an op and they are a ways away. Oh, location is out. It's down to gunplay. Atlas find him.
Yeah, it kind of sucked there for Shadow because the spike wasn't planted for them. And so the moment that you kind of miss that first op shot and you get tagged by a drone, you just assume that they're kind of sticking it.
Options low.
And they weren't. Ooh, we got the glow from the champions. He's doing the best in the game at the moment, kind of going a little crazy on this Phoenix. And we're going to have 9-8 here with the Wolves taking the lead once again. A lot of back and forth happening this game. See, you know, once again, that was a great thrifty though from Gators. I think they did a great try. You know, ended up being like a 1v2 there. So overall, a good thrifty, but now they have to kind of go with that again. I think they have to, you know, build some more momentum up if they can. But doing a good attack. I think they're keeping, you know, both teams keeping each other on their toes.
Yeah,
a lot of good executes, a lot of good defenses.
Like you were saying, they have a nice like post-plan situation because they're pretty good defenders, which is why they lasted a while. And they are totally getting the chance there. They're going to be in an awkward eco position now. Hopefully they can get out of that. Hopefully they can play their eco well.
I agree, and I think now they're going to have that full buy here, so I think this is going to be a really big round, whereas if they lose this round with the eco, that's going to hurt pretty bad because they need to go back to that eco spot of, like, you know, buy, eco, buy. And just like that, the Gators go down first person right there, and what actually is a judge in Hookah. He said, watch this, I can do this. And
Still holding that.
oh, great shot there. Moonkeeper getting a lot of big impact kills, but good TP for Kinetic. Good trade, though.
Beautiful turnaround.
Has the ult. Doesn't have Spike, though.
Yeah, Wishes is walking away from Spike on that one. They'll have to turn around in a little bit.
A lot of utility here. Maybe looking for the A rotate, which it looks like exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, so it is. Or at least some kind of bait. Looks like they're moving real slow.
Oh.
They still have one on site here. Avian knows where they're at, though, and Atlas ready to catch them on the other side.
Yeah.
It's a little uncomfortable. Wishes.
Good wall.
Get the plant out, but then it's a 1v2.
Wow, really well played by Master there, because him being an elbow, getting A, that first pick, and B, he holds them there. Like, when you know he's elbow, you can't just push out because then you have the flank. And Wishes just slowly kind of ran away and played that. So, and they're going to have the Viper Pit. Good Viper Pit here as well. Great ult utility being used here. 2v2. Wolves, he does have the true to force, but definitely not good in this situation with this close corners here for the Viper ult pit.
No, it's a nice equalizer here, the 2v2 on the smaller map, which is
just outside the Viper's pit.
Not going to find anything. And he's out of util. One goes down. Oh, he was quick, but not
hit him once.
As quick as Master. It's a 1v1. That's all he needs. Atlas, full health. Master owning the site here. The glow gives it away, and it's a clutch by Master.
Good try right there.
Bring him to 9-9. It's been so tight from the start.
And just, I mean, these both teams are really just going right back at it. I mean, Master gets into elbow as Viper. And the crazy thing is, though, is how Master still had his wall. If he doesn't have his wall, he can't make it out of elbow there because, you know, he's holding them up. But since he has his wall still available, he throws it out, is able to get the TP, and they can actually Viper's Pit onto site, which is just a heads-up play right there. I think that's a really good call by Vipers. I think a lot of Vipers sometimes get too, I guess, like, you know, into this thing of, I have to put my wall in immediately, or, like, you know, to get onto site. But it's like a lot of times you can use it for situations like that where, you know, you rotate and then use it again. So I really like that play. And now we have 9-9 here. Back and forth, it seems like every round at this point. And we have 4 ults here from the Wolves, 1 being used, and we have 2 ults from the Gators. So would love to see a decent amount of ult usage. Avian gets a pick onto Sunny Lee, which is big because that's their operator. So far, not using any more utility, though. Avian's still there. They do know that, so I think they're a little bit scared of this 2-to-4. Emerald gets another shotgun kill into Hookah. They're just
comfortable.
Yeah, they're holding it down with those shotguns. There's no one who gets past them.
Does move back a little bit. Wishes, trying to catch something on this Prowler. Not going to find a Moonkeeper. In a little bit further on the site than Wishes. Going to get mollied out of their spot almost. A good drop, but Rezkin follows it all the way.
They got decent damage from the molly, too.
It's 40 seconds in, and we've not seen a real push.
Oh, wow.
People were ready for that move. Wishes caught by Rezkin, and if not, it would have been Avian. Moonkeeper going to find Emerald. Avian finally gets his one on Moonkeeper.
Master trades once again 1v3 here. I mean, Master definitely is the player who could do it, but
right. Spike is now finally
Atlas is a
approaching
great
site,
timing there.
Just
10-9. So Gators now go back. I think they fall back into the save, but they might have enough from, because they won last round, so they might have enough here. And it looks like they do. So basically a full buy. We saw, you know, one Bulldog, which is, you know, that happens.
Wolves now in double digits, threatening a finish here.
Yeah, they still have Seekers and the Showstopper though, so I'd love to see that be used to really help secure this round for them due to how, you know, how big this round is. Because if they lose this round, they're quite broke on the credits on their eco. So they'll be kind of careful about that. But at the same time, Wolves have 3 ults as well. Empress that, you know, the run it back, and they have that orbital strike there from Brimstone.
And the orbital strike on the plant can be a real devastator if you have enough eyes to know where that plant's at.
I also really enjoy the Brimstone ult to help them push them out of somewhere.
Ooh, yes.
Oh, great ult there. Here it comes. Gets tagged. Run it back being used, and that actually gets one from it as well. Here comes orbital strike. Does a decent amount of damage too, so that's not too bad a value there.
They kind of reset position though. Gators did own
Spike
the
down.
front half of this site.
Last player
They're
standing.
not feeling very comfortable. Moonkeeper, we know they're strong, but are they strong enough? Looking to play first to Atlas, they saw it. They know people around the other side, though, a little bit more present. Rezkin, here's the reload.
Oh,
can't quite grab it.
And Wolves, that's
11
a big round for them to win because this next round here, Gators' eco is definitely in shambles. They do not have much eco at all. It took a lot of them to force last round here, as we can see. So we have like Masters who can buy the one Phantom, but everyone, you see literally Shorty, Sheriff.
Classic.
Yeah, classic.
Maybe a Ghost it was.
I mean, it'll be Headhunter because it's, you know, it's Chamber. So
right.
They'll probably have full Headhunter just because to do the eco. But I think the big thing here is Shadow's gonna have to make a big showstopper play here. I think you have to make something happen with either 1 to 2 kills on this to really force something to happen.
Let's see if they can get it. Gators moving up now with that raise front of the pack.
Look at how far Avian is up here though too. Master might have a good timing. Ooh. Yeah, just like that. And that's an operator too.
Right. That's a big bonus.
Yeah,
and
pings it.
You just took someone pretty far off the map. Gonna throw a little bit of spray there. Not comfortable walking across. That's right. Play safe.
Wow, Emerald gets 2. That's a big 2 kills there. Because if they can't get long, it's gonna be really hard to attack B side here.
No, a good Emperor's pop for sure. Really evening the board here. Looking at a 3-4. Wolves feeling comfortable at the site A and deep in B. Gonna send one through Hookah. It's Shadow with the Shorty. It's comfortable right up until this point right here. Oh.
Literally, he was almost Goomba stomping him right there. He just didn't realize he was there.
Beautiful potential for that angle, but the smoke was just awkward.
Yeah,
right around the edge of it. Now, all that space is up to Wolves. You just have an Empress on fire here. Almost going to get checked by Sunny Lee.
Great shot there.
So good. Master, looking for another one.
Did see him, but the problem here now is time. They have 30 seconds left. They have to still take site, hold site, and plant.
They only have to take site from one person, though, and there is 2 of them. You know, so they're going to have a big push here.
Look at that Molly.
They understand exactly what's going on. Yeah, he's got to force through on time.
Jump.
A nice jump. Clears it entirely.
But now they've waited. They have 12 seconds left now.
And still a man on site.
He gets down.
10 seconds
Atlas.
left.
He can't TP because if he TPs, he just loses it.
Yeah, Atlas going to be the one to
Yeah,
really
he's going to save the op, I think.
Oh, he saves on it, though, considering the walk. Yep, has to walk after that. Finds one just for free. Oh, they keep chasing.
He went for the gun.
They're hungry.
He went for the Vandal and just ended up going down.
Yep.
But now 12-9 here.
Did fall in after.
Okay, the one thing I don't understand, though, is if Sunny Lee's buying an op this round, why would you go to pick up the op? Or the Vandal? Just like trying to hold it, maybe, from
Sunny
someone?
Lee was chasing for the Vandal?
Yes, they dropped the Vandal for it.
I thought Phoenix chased the Vandal.
Nope. I mean, okay, Kinetic went through first, yes, but I'm saying we saw Sunny Lee drop his Vandal, I'm sorry, his operator for the Vandal.
Gotcha.
After he got Kinetic. So that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, it was a weird buy circle.
Here we go. 9-12 now. Showstopper's still available. I really want to see this be used here or utilized in part of their attack to really get some space.
Oh, Master caught. Awkward right there.
Wolves. Oh, there it is.
See what they can catch.
Gets stuck. Doesn't get it, but gets Hookah. That's the big thing.
Yeah, Hookah is important and keep playing in after it. Gonna try to take a little bit of space. Doesn't quite check that very well. 2 people. A beautiful flash saves his life and gives him another kill. Shadow with that 2. Backed by Sunny Lee gives him great position. He's gonna keep playing into heaven there. Kinetic. Oh, a killer. Whoa, that spray transfer was heavenly and takes
Very
2
winnable.
for free. Very winnable. Down to 2-2. Edge of the seat here, 9-12. Plant is out. Kinetic.
Oh, solo though.
Down just barely to
Gets
Wish's
him.
Emerald. Melee with it. knows what this last one is. Maybe he doesn't.
Running out of time.
Options are low. Has to at least get the half here. Wishes.
Yeah, I would
Alright,
say,
takes him.
wow, that was so close too, because Wishes got to like such low HP on that trade. What a crazy round from both teams there.
Yeah, two wild 2 kills.
Yeah,
back to back there.
and the discipline there from Kinetic was insane.
Definitely.
And not only the discipline, but the adaptation he made. As soon as he killed the guy on not looking at him, the transfer was crazy. Like that was automatic.
Yeah.
That's something when you're in the zone there, and Kinetic is definitely in a zone right
Knows
now.
the crosshair.
I mean, if you see his kills, he has like 20 something, so I think he's definitely in a zone.
Right.
Once again, a default here by Gators has the utility, but Chamber is getting so aggressive. Oh, my masters!
Right there.
Yeah, I would say Avian is definitely just getting. He wants to win this game a little too bad, it seems like, at this point. Definitely need to play a little bit back there because they don't have anyone to smoke him off in terms of like that angle on top. If he plays on top of that car, who's gonna hit him? You know.
Ult's gotta go. We're so close to the end of this round here. I'm ready to see one.
Yeah, we saw the
pretty shortly.
showstopper. They just got all 3 of these this round.
Yes.
So we do see, you know, the overtake. If they get on site, they have the Viper's Pit for the next hold.
Yeah, and Gators are going to try to play along this line here. They're going to send a Hawk back to CT. There is one holding Heaven here.
Oh.
That's a good one.
Oh, he tags him.
Preventatively finds one.
Oh, he
almost gets second.
He gets Shadow instead. Oh, Master goes down though. That was their Viper's Pit. I mean, that was a big part of their post plant here.
That was most of the theory. So they're not feeling super comfortable. They do have Spike in U-Haul, and it's mostly open. They just got to clear that bath out, but they're ready for an approach that's not going to be there.
Yeah, I think they're maybe trying to bait things out with the rotate here.
Gotcha.
Once again, 25 seconds left. They have Dog and Flash here, but once again, they still have to take sight.
Yeah, they can't bait by waiting. It's the Wolves' clock.
Oh, yeah, Reskin is on a spot, too. 15 seconds at this point. No.
They have to go somewhere.
Oh, he's going to fake it.
Beautiful.
But yes, no
Is
one's
that gonna
moving.
move?
Yeah,
Spike
exactly.
down now. Wincon changes. They've got to take this. He does get active.
Oh,
it's the
yeah.
one that he takes. Reskin, a beautiful collateral.
And, of course, if you want to be seen by expert recruiters, talk directly to esports industry insiders like pro athletes, team general managers, game producers, then join the club. Esports Tower players get insider access to industry insights, and with our featured rumbles, recruiters are taking notice too. It's a great way to score exposure if you're looking to start your path to pro or land a collegiate scholarship. And, of course, just a great game overall. We saw them take the game. Wolves take on the Wolves will now take on the Hammerheads after winning that one, and the Mammoths versus the Gators will play in the lower bracket there. And that was a great match. And we saw a lot of back and forth with two very different comps too. Like, it wasn't even just two similar comps. It was very different comps overall, and just it was a pretty good match.
Yeah, we definitely saw some solid matchups there, and some people really go head-to-head on quite a few angles. I really like that one. That was satisfying to watch.
I was gonna say it was a great match there, and of course, we have another break, so we're actually gonna go to a break after this. We'll see Game 3 after this.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Esports Tower Rumble in Valorant. We are broadcasting from the Boise State Boise State Esports Arena. And welcome back to the Esports Tower Rumble. It is time for our winners finals, so we'll see who fights together to see who to fight the lower bracket winner. I'm your host, Brandon Hutzkoziansik, and joining me to call the action today is Greg Old Soul Smith. And Greg, we just saw a great game last game, so I'm pretty excited to see this winner finals. We see, the first team won pretty heavily. It was like 13-3, and the next one was a pretty close game here. So definitely looking forward to this new game between these two players, or these two teams.
Yeah, so am I. I mean, we saw totally different approaches to the style of the game. Yeah. The first one was just so fast, and they were first bloods all the time. Whereas this other one, we saw them like waiting even when it was the other team's clock. Like they wanted to feel everything out. So I'm really excited to see this clash.
And I think that's just the nature kind of bind as well. So we see the Hammerheads versus the Wolves, which is, we just saw the Wolves game, which was the Gators. Definitely excited to see both these teams play because we saw the Hammerheads be really aggressive. And like you said, we saw the Wolves kind of play a lot more slower game. And of course, we're going to get ready for the game going up here. I'm really excited to see. I think the map is Ascent, which is, kind of one of our go-tos.
Ascent, it really is. And we were talking about this behind the scenes a little bit. It really just like talking like a machine approach to the game is a nice display of what Valorant can be.
Exactly.
It has everything that you need, and I've said it before, it's got like a nice mid, which is high risk, high reward, but it's not entirely necessary. You can play without it. Has like a very nice B that showcases everything. It's got a beautiful heaven. Like, everything's set up.
I'll say there's a lot of different things we've seen as winning formulas in this map.
Yes.
We've seen, the rushes, we've seen the slow play, we've seen the rotates, and of course, want to make sure you check out that QR code, which is Vitamin Shop, has everything a gamer could need. Scan the QR code now to check out their latest products, so make sure to tell you out when you get the chance here. And, like we were saying, back to Ascent, a lot of different ways you can play this map. We've seen a lot of splits in terms of A split, B split with that mid being used, the cat being used, full-on rushes as well. I think comps make a big difference in this map. We've seen a lot of interesting stage picks to have a different off angle for that B main. You can wall yourself up there, play a different off angle, things of that sort. So very excited to see what these kind of people go with. We've seen KJs in the past really hold it down. I'm a big fan of actually double sentinel on this map with Chamber, just because Chamber has such a good time. Just on this map as general, he has a good TP spot. So when you have that, KJ and Chamber defense, it makes it quite hard for teams to either flank you or kind of get advantage of you.
Yeah, and that being able to quick move from spot to spot is nice when mid is so important. Yeah. You have a nice, fallback, they took blank, or, we can boost up for this. So, I feel like you really have a couple ways you can approach this depending on what you've got. KO, we haven't seen in a minute. Atlas, gonna queue that one. Looks like the rest of these, no. Let's see, the Duelist being a Reyna is typical. The Duelist being a Jet is believable, typical. The Cypher, there's the only mirror here is Omen. This is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, so Omen's definitely usually the typical smoker on this map. We have seen a little bit more popularity of Astra come back, but I think for a controller play to play Astra, it is quite hard to do it well. Right. And especially when you're into a new team. Definitely, I think something you incorporate later on.
And that's the thing, too, is your team. Even if you are a killer at Astra, if your team is like, what do we do with this? Then you got no value.
Yeah, it adds another level when you're really trying to learn the core concepts with these teams just kind of coming together and working together. So it's at that point where, okay, let's go to the brim. Interesting approach here. They're actually since they're defending first, they're going to go with the Cypher and KJ. And I think their goal is to really lock it up. I was going to say really quick is I think it's going to be really hard for them to attack. And so I think they have to really get a lot of rounds here. I'm saying a minimum 8-4.
Yeah, the double sentinel, it is, again, high risk, high reward. If you can take that kind of a tilt in this beginning here, the Hammerheads on the defense, then you got an uphill struggle on the second half, but that's kind of your option.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is you have Reyna as your only duelist. Reyna is not really a heavy entry character. She likes the isolated 1v1s for herself, a lot of just flashes for herself or healing. But these Wolves definitely have a lot more of a higher team comp with that KO, Fade, the Jet. I think the biggest thing that we're going to see in this first half is the silences from KO. I think it's going to be a big difference here.
Moving right into it. Very typical start off Wolves. One just watching this mid in case of a fallback, a little rotation. They're not going to need it though, as they come flying right in the face of the utility, shutting doors and killing bots onto a site dark now.
Actual casualties, so has lineups. knocking him in time, I think. Gets one. Oh, wow. Gets the second one.
Ep.1 to find Atlas right through that one. Another one from Jonan, a lot of tag on that. Emerald finds one, Cats even, it all falls down. Hammerheads now one left in their hell. And an easy defuse for the first point.
This is the kind of ascent that we're talking about. I mean, they both rush in a sense in terms of the Wolves rush on the site. They got the plant, but the thing is Hammerheads just wanted that full retake. And if a good retake onto A side is very hard to play against because you can really, you know, clear each angles as long as you're not playing too many angles with that tree and heaven approach. Yeah. And that's a good first round. And we're going to see the Wolves just kind of go with a save, I believe. They did get the plant down, which is still pretty good, but that's just going to be for more eco for next round.
Yeah, it looks like they're considering a rinse and repeat approach here. They've already got their Sentinel ready to square off against Cats. It's going to be looking like. Sure enough, Cats makes the jump across. The Wolves now actually approaching mid here. So, oh, the catwalk's getting hot. Cats got to scoot back a little bit. Looks like they're going to spoon it right down mid here. It's a dangerous place to peek sometimes. Yeah, a couple 50-50s to approach. He's going to try to cloudburst in.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Good try.
Yep.
Sometimes they miss every ball in the smoke, sometimes they hit everything.
Spike down mid.
Cybo now feeling it. Decides to push up just a tiny bit. They try to rotate back around to Catwalk. Cats is ready for him. He's going to take this Headhunter on.
Yeah, nothing really yet. Dark gets one. Oh, Avian gets one as well.
Down with 3-2, but they're still haven't really touched site ground. It's a little back and forth on where they want to go. Red's caught in the middle with Avian.
I would say Red's got hit from like 3 different angles there, so it's a little hard.
That's Hammerhead round 2. No plant. No, there was a plant first round, sorry.
Yeah, there was a plant first round. But, I mean, the Wolves couldn't really get anything done. It's kind of hard with what they were doing there. But now they're the full buy, so Hammerhead's looking for this good bonus. I think bonus, Hammerhead's lost 1, so they can work with that, definitely. Dark setting up, yeah.
He's gotta have it.
Interesting setup from like right there. In terms of, you know, maybe they're gonna go the other side with the jet dash and things like that. But hey, they at the end of the day, this is where they're setting up, and they're like, yes, of course. Shock dart's about gonna go shock dart right away. That's pretty interesting from Ep.1 because he has lineups too that got him a kill. So
it's true. Yeah, has lineups, and you're not exactly sure if they're pushing or not. Doesn't look like they're going to go right in, which is a good call. Now Wolves can move if they need to. They sure are going to think about it, sending Fade in right along past that B wall. They've got a lot of action happening mid, though. Cybo almost eats a bullet.
Interesting bounce.
Molly. Yeah, he said, don't touch me.
I'm getting my space.
Yeah, back up.
And now they get the space back, though.
Cats now could.
Traded 1 for 1, not bad. Considering they don't have guns, right? So.
Getting ready for a big push here. Didn't flash like it gets out of there. Gonna have to play back. Gonna help Atlas find another one through the wall. They're looking for it. Little Goldilocks action finally finds it. 3v1 now. Arsova, who's been planted in the same spot the whole time, leaves the door open and is just gonna try to catch him from the side here.
Yeah. But no actual push in here yet.
No, and why would you? The other side's free. It does have a lot of lingering utility, but we're not worried. They get in a nice plant, and now it's Sova's game. Ethan has to be the one to walk in. And they're ready for him. First look. Ooh, does check.
Yeah.
It's good. Gonna keep walking. Looks like they broke that glass for him.
Here we go.
Around.
Does get silenced now.
Yeah, presence detected. They know he's on board. They're gonna watch the closer angles.
Look how far away Reskin is.
Oh, yeah.
He's literally just deep tree.
Ooh,
oh, good try. But yeah, Ziknek has the flank, so.
Yeah, he did pre-fire as he checked hell, and I think that gave it away, so that's why you got the peek from from the that choke point right up front.
But overall, not bad. I mean, they got 2.
Here's a little reminder of earlier's game, the Hammerheads.
That's right.
Just know what you're up against. The Wolves now got a point up against the Hammerhead.
Yep, and the thing is, they do have Cypher ult, but the thing about Cypher ult is it needs, you know, this thing called a condition. And a lot of the time, Cypher ult does not meet that condition. Because we all know Cypher players just wait. Yep. In a good way. If they come to them, maybe.
It can happen.
That ult needs to get reworked. I'm with you guys.
Yeah, we agree. We know how it is.
All right, Kinetic is going to be working up, getting a lot of picks with these plays, so doing a pretty good job. Walking up.
Yeah, they own this this loose mid, but to get back there, kind of market feel, start pushing in. One person
Avian.
plays
Nice
alone
counter.
and finds one. Kinetic ready to try to play back off. That might tip the hat just a little bit. K-Jonan still only kill hold here. They decide to really dive all in, which means we've got one person pushing up the catwalk on the defense. It's going to be Dark. They find a point and just walk right away. Kinetic now, attention split. It's harder to push now when you have that pressure. They try to get around the wall, but pushing up into market is just a little bit more awkward. He's got to keep watching his back.
Yeah, exactly.
That
So
Dark just played a mind game on him and just froze their progress. They're all around him now.
doesn't get tagged, but
Spike
K-Jonan
down mid.
gets, or K-Jonan
30
big on
seconds
him.
left.
Once again, taking a long time on these routes. We have 30 seconds left. Not too much happening. Does get a Vandal. Still have to go and plant the spike. They'll be careful about flank. They'll be careful about behind them in this point, the spawn. So great haunt. Then they have 13 seconds to go on the site.
Ignois
And against KJ as well, right? So
Last player standing.
just got
Spike
good
down.
trade. Doesn't have enough time.
You know, gonna look for at least maybe an outro or two. Finds one. Exciting. Gonna try to get the 300 creds out of the plant anyways.
Yeah,
Goes
but
down
doesn't
is
get it.
Dark and flying in. It's a 3-1 now. Hammerheads are feeling pretty solid here. That was a timer out though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, they waited a long time, but I mean, it's so hard to attack against a KJ when you have 6 seconds left, or you know, going to a site where KJ set up.
Swarm grenade.
And of course, very particular about their setups.
They are.
Throw that away. It goes here.
Exactly.
And I like this. I actually really enjoy this this Hammerhead play, where they're actually sending a lot more B this time.
The Wolves play?
Yeah, the Hammerheads play. Look, they're actually they sent only 2 on A here, and they're
Right.
like they can have just basically Killjoy almost play all this and
Right.
push out.
Like stacking with
Yeah.
appreciation for, which is a nice thing about a 2 Sentinel on the defense.
They'll be kind of careful here about just where the Wolves are going and what they're plotting.
Yep. About a spicy B push. Wow, Ethan to really capitalize on that tag there. K-Jonan is going to be the one to find it. Cats with a follow-up. Just bullet hell over here. They are going to drop that suppression now. Defense with ultimates, sorry, utility going live. Can keep him at bay here. Atlas trying to peek out. Ooh, trying to catch a corner tag. Not going to find it on Cybo. Cats making the long journey. Now is in a position where they can keep walking or not.
Ooh. Okay, those are pretty
enemy
scary
remaining.
times just because, you know, you miss them. But
30
pretty
seconds left.
one-sided here by the Hammerheads.
And they don't have a good retreat option because of Cats here
Yeah.
to catch a flawless.
I like that round there, though, because we saw Cats like slowly push out of A main, make the wraparound to spawn, gets going because, you know, the KJ can just basically hold onto A site solo with how they played it. She put her turret facing towards tree, and so that she could basically just solo play that, which is pretty cool way to set up. I like that. But now I'm going to set up, of course, for the A push just in case. But they're going to do something similar, you know. They're going to keep having that, I guess, you know, more so one-sided for this. So here we go. Cats gets into one. There's going to be one there, maybe playing for the ult orb. But a lot of kind of this 3-stack B, which is a lot of what the Wolves do. They don't really fully commit to sites sometimes. We'll see them kind of defaulted away, one mid, one, you know, other main. And look, they're all running off A site here. But Chambers still playing outside of A. Oh, Kinetic had a great spot there.
Beautiful off angle.
Yeah,
Takes Cybo down.
And just far enough away where I don't think they hurt him.
Yeah,
so I think that's a big thing as well.
They don't want to play into Cypher's hands there, so they get on out of there, walk right through mid and onto A. Cats is ready for him, though. It's going to be a real face-off here. They're sending a Prowler up after. Cats can now move in behind him if they so choose. Atlas and Co all down. He's going to be the one to drop the spike. Dark coming on site now. Has to do all the checks to make it through. It's a little bit difficult. Cats playing right behind him. Oh, gets really flashed there and loses the Empress.
Really flash. Oh, gets seized. Nothing gets no. Oh, the nade came a little late. but
They were seized behind a wall bangable spot, so it wasn't, you know, they still had options, but Avian's going to be the one to take down Ethan up there.
And Wolves, I mean, really kind of worked towards their favor there. We saw the Hammerheads really kind of over-rotating for the Wolves. We saw them just kind of, you know, all go to that B-side area, and so they just took up that cat. Kind of getting a pick mid, I think, is really big. Just, you know, obviously doing that mid pick as well, so they don't know where they actually are. That's good. Before 2. And now we're going to see a lot of ults available for the Wolves. We have that KO ult up, we got the Fade ults, the Omen ult, and the Chamber, which I think is good because they can ult onto B-site with KO, so that Cypher's trips are gone and everything, and they can ult into Boathouse with them. If he hit that shot, that would have been pretty impressive.
Moving right along, they've got kind
Look
of
how deep he's getting.
Yeah, this cheeky hold on B. They don't. They do check it. They.
Yep.
Cat's
Cat gets him though.
They know they're
Good
there
trade.
though, and it's an easy trade. Brings it down to a 1-1 when you're on the defense. Can be nice, but a little bit awkward. They saw
look at
all
Chamber.
the setup.
Look at the flank on the A site here.
Yeah, look at this one in mid. I don't think they're expecting this. Yeah,
That's
Dark
good
finds
trade,
one,
though.
Another trade.
So they have
1-for-1 trades, 2 from the Wolves. They're feeling kind of comfortable here.
Yeah, there's the Avian is definitely pretty deep in there.
Find one for free, and this should be a nice.
He's going a
plan.
little crazy though. Yeah, a little too far.
Kinetic should be ready for these next ones coming around the corner here. They're
Oh,
wow, red like a
wow.
hook. Almost caught the kill there, but look, they're just ready for it. You would think they've got read on. He's got to drop down. They see him again.
Yeah, I think they heard the updraft, and that's why they shot
yeah,
there.
Good calls. So low health from
player
Reskin. He's got to
standing.
hear something to make it worth a peek.
Kinetic gets him though.
Running
Oh,
one
gets
time,
him.
He's got to fall for it. Now it's Redskin's court.
Good
A
blind.
Good paranoia.
Gonna try to smoke it. Oh yeah, good try, but Reskin played it quite well there. 7 HP.
Still had a shadow step, but
Didn't even need it.
yep, he's too good. He's too good.
And just great attacks here from the Wolves. Again, a lot of picks they need to. We saw, you know, the Chamber kind of lurk through A main there because, you know, Killjoy got a little too far away there. So they kind of capitalized on that and got the A main site for free. And it looks like Wolves are really just defaulting to like this B main area and then just kind of working around what they can get or seeing what information they can get as well.
It might be a little bit too early to analyze the half here, but
Yeah.
Hammerhead only has 4 points against the 3. And a 4-3 lead, like you're saying, with 2 Sentinels
Yeah.
on defense is a little
They
scary.
definitely got to win the rest of these if they want them to go in here.
Face your fear.
Ooh, Ethan just
This is a
opened the door
save
to
round,
so
so,
much. It's
yeah.
true. Kijonin gonna break this wall up. Emerald's ready for him with the util.
Let's get the C's, nothing there.
Spike is just already down and they own the site here.
Mm-hmm.
All of Mud, all of Boathouse. Cats only now being able to check in this open area, even though people are already on watching that angle. Not super comfortable. Time keeps moving down. They're persistent though. They've got people. Hammerhead can still win this with 3. Coming around. They're gonna almost find one in the boat, but Kinetic to find NA Cats.
Go gets one.
Kjonin around back is gonna find 1 or 2.
Wow, it's so low too. And
Ooh.
they're just really getting the space that they need to these rounds too. I think they kind of used that they're more so on like a semi-eco there from Hammerhead. I think they kind of use that to their advantage in terms of forcing that. They did a good job of just kind of getting in there and staying in there. They did have the gun advantage, so it's always good to play to your advantages. But now 4-4. These two teams are looking pretty evenly matched. But you know, like I said, I think it's gonna be kind of hard for the Hammerheads to attack.
Yep.
They have a lot of ults too. We haven't seen the KJ ult been used yet, but it is now the 9th round, so it does make kind of sense with how that goes. Oh, Hunter Streak coming out. Doesn't hit anyone so far.
Spraying through the smoke, not gonna find one. Just gonna try to get some info off. Gonna do a
Does
good
get
job
him.
of that.
Oh, and the ult.
Nice. Does drop that. That's gonna be nice. As Dark is a little bit info as what's going on, but they keep him at bay. Atlas gets that plant meanwhile.
Oh, wow.
Through.
Spike
Oh,
down
Kjonin
A.
just crazy. Hammerhead looking for this flawless here. Avian, the last one in the way.
Now they just have to find the lurker, which is Avian. slowly sneaking up on him like a little snake. Uh-oh.
Ooh. All right.
And dying like that always is like actually just like...
Just demoralizing. Like you had the chance.
It's like in your head, you're like, I should have had my gun out. I should have been ready for that.
And it's,
but at the same time, your immediate response, why is he there?
Yeah, which is a little bit awkward because you're like, he might be here, and as you run, it's like, oh, I guess I wanted that to happen, but like,
yeah, like in your head, you're like, okay, he might be spawning, he's saving, he's saving. He's not saving. He's close.
He's spawning his aggro, and he's ready to take an ace clutch.
All right, 5v4. 5-2-4, not 5v4. But now we have jet knives. I don't think we've actually seen them just yet. Maybe we have. I think we did, but it just didn't go very well. Have the tour de force as well, so Wolves have a decent amount of eco if they want to. Do have the KJ ult for retake, so I think that's why she's actually playing B this round.
Scanning ahead.
But they're playing double sentinel and B, so if they go A, it's gonna be pretty hard to hold this. But maybe that's their plan with the KJ ult retake.
Single file line. Ducks in a row walk right onto A site. Ethan.
Yep.
Ready for that. Just hears the footsteps. Going to consider the shock dart.
Oh,
switching
yeah.
around. Not quite on the timing. He's got the lineup though.
Here comes the ult. The initiated.
Yeah. And retake is out. They've got a pacing here.
Gotta be careful though.
Yeah, don't go too fast.
like
Just
that.
like
Yeah.
that. Goodness. Wow, goes right down Avian to find Ethan. Dark replies though. Rizkin
gets half.
Yeah, half on a defuse is nice. No. Nobody contained there right there.
Okay.
Shot out of the sky. Dark still holding well, but he's got 3 more to do.
Yeah, 20 HP, that's a little too hard.
It's rough. Emerald to get the last kill and take
I'll
this.
say
5-5.
that's a good ult, but unfortunately, just the Sova drone comes out a little early. There's a little bit in the gap, and that's a really good smoke from Rezkin. I do want to point that out. Is having that little crack right there, so that your teammate can see as a chamber, especially because he can TP away. Just having that little bit of time window there is a good play, just good heads up play, because stuff like that happens, and it makes it so much harder to like lose that round. 5-5 though. I think when I was expecting seeing Hammerhead's team comp, I was definitely not expecting a 5-5 split here.
Cover going out.
No, definitely not.
Shadows.
Oh wow, look at it, it's fully open.
Blinding.
Yeah, the Gambit, they're walking around back. Hammerheads have got to push hard if they want to make that worth it and not just a backwards retake. Right back
here we
into
go.
it. They're on the site now. They've got everything set up. You're going to see this entry utility come out from the Hammerheads. All of them pushing to one side here. Got one in
They got
market.
one.
Not ready yet.
Yep. Kjoni does have Emerald. Avian's going to start backing off. The retake option here. Kjoni pushing in, does bonus a gun, considers Avian. Oh, yeah, take it.
Oh wow, I mean, Hammerheads. Yeah, go down. I mean, that was a good try for their eco because I mean they just had all classics and sheriffs with the full retake, but Wolves take them down now 6-5, so at the very minimum 6-6.
Is this the first time the Wolves have taken advantage? Like have been in the lead?
I don't think so. I think it was like a 4-3 back to 4-4, things like that. But I think this one's a big one though, being that 6-5. And if they win this one especially.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Wolves have a guaranteed clean half. There's no longer threat of 7-5.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is at least a little bit of a push.
I mean, I think I think if you in terms of like comms and stuff for your Wolves, you're like, yo, this is more than fine.
Yes.
Their team comp is definitely very, very defensive sided. So. Do you have the Tour de Force? I don't know if you actually popped it more than once. There's the ult, like that.
They found my wire.
Oh,
a good
yeah,
flash there.
good spray. Oh, great ult too.
Good use of it. Oh, didn't quite respond to that one. Down
I don't think it goes off.
3v2.
Oh, it did go off.
It did,
off.
yep.
Okay.
Dark now. Knows these last ones of wine.
You want to play? Let's
He's gonna
play.
find him though. Last one here.
Avian is flanking in no man's land. Look at both
Cats is
all these
ready
players.
for it.
Oh, yeah, I'll say
Off
Cats is
guard.
also lurking.
Just sent backwards.
Avian. Okay, Avian's in this play like 3 times now, so I think they're gonna be a little ready for it.
They might be. I see him running backwards though. Cybo.
Does have the Tour de Force though.
Cybo's in his setup. He does have the speed is right there.
Has TP.
Just ran out of it though.
I think it's worth for him to actually just make noise TPing because they have a pretty good idea that he is close.
Right. Yeah, he has to like check hell. Oh.
30 seconds left.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you don't need to shoot that.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's all right. We're going to see here. Avian is so scared of his flank.
He is. He doesn't know that both of them are there. He's only watching right
Yeah,
side.
but the
like,
thing-
a jump from Wine could kill him.
Exactly. As I said, the thing is, he's checking all these angles, which he should, but at this point, he's running out of time.
But no time to plant.
Oh, they're
10
here.
seconds left.
Oh, oh my! Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, he peeks that. Whoa!
Yeah, peeking that was really aggressive. I mean, he must have realized that they weren't flanked and thought they may have been on the same side.
Yeah, maybe he just like thought he could get one and then just get some time with it. But 6-6, I think it's gonna make it not unwinnable for Hammerhead, but it's gonna make it a lot harder for Hammerhead. I think the biggest thing that Hammerhead does have going for them though is their post plant. I think if they get onto site, it is going to be really hard to retake. They have the Cypher trips, they have the KJ mollies, they have the KJ trip, I mean, they have the KJ turret, so they got a lot going for them here. The only problem is they have no flashes besides like Reyna flashes, which is like a half flash, I guess is a good way to call it. And then they have Sova.
Yeah.
And so has some good tools, but like I said, it's going to take a lot more gunplay.
Right. Especially considering that you have all that like Sentinel style defense utility to take care of post plant, but you've got to have the time to get in there and actually place it.
Exactly. Oh, wow.
Emerald going to be first down, really opening that site. All the Hammerheads coming in, take the 50-50,
Okay.
no problem. Jonin go crazy.
Unless Cypher just becomes initiator.
Yeah, Cypher just is the duelist. I totally read this wrong. The 6-6 suddenly makes sense. It's a tight match now.
I do that every time, Avian. Don't worry. You hit that wall like three times, 4 times. Okay, this one. Hit it again. This one. Okay, this one. And then you just give up. It's like, all right, I give up.
Shadows traveling.
Smokes hell, which is interesting, just because I feel like main is gonna be a little scary here.
Moving in.
Yeah, just look at this utility.
He's just ready for him. Avian feeling a lot better now. Takes 2. Look for this. Sees the gun. Switches and goes ult.
He only hit one. He only hit one bullet out of that right click too. That was pretty unfortunate. But that was like we kind of said. I mean, if Hammerheads get onto site, it's gonna be really hard for them to lose the post plant. And I think right there, when they can just take it that fast, makes it quite hard. But that's definitely what Hammerhead need, because they need like a momentum here for this half. They need to really get into a groove of attacking that's just working. And I like how they're just running back a main. That's the one thing I guess that also it's taken into consideration though for Wolves is their defense. It's good, but it's not. They have Chamber, right? And Chamber is kind of playing this mid area, so it's not fully locked down like that KJ and Cypher did. Oh, and it goes down right away. Oh, really low? Oh, yeah. That's
Pushing
smoke.
out of that smoke slow with the gun out. It's a rough one. Cats now watching Atlas here, but they've already got a lot of utility up. Oh, suddenly attention directed to Hell. Atlas now gets a chance to peek out, but he's caught. Ethan and Silo going to be the ones to find it. Oh, so low health. That bot just did so much damage to him, so Dark just had to sneeze on it. Hammerhead now 4 alive. Take this one to an 8-6.
And it's going to be kind of a big difference here in terms of this next round. It could also just be the standard where Wolves kind of win the Vandal Phantom like buy round, but if the Hammerheads win this next round, it's going to be a big swing just because of the no, saves. Oh, timeout. Huh? Oh, I guess they actually just shows like it shows like
a fresh.
It shows like how
counter,
much timer it is. That's the the timeout manual timeout. That's not. I don't think that's the. I think it's like a DC or an AFK timeout, not a technical timeout.
Ooh, a tech.
That's what it's
pause,
called.
Not a tech pause.
Wait, no, it's not. It's not called a tech pause.
Technical and tactical.
A tactical pause. There
Yes,
you go.
Attack pause.
I don't know. I was like technical, tactic. Right.
So they're in there discussing. They're figuring it out.
Well, I mean, the thing is it's working pretty well so far. I mean, we see the KJ and I mean, when Cypher walks in and gets 2, I think it's pretty interesting, and I mean that's just some way to take a side, I guess.
Yeah. Sometimes there's these one-off we forget that all of these guys are good.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean sometimes on paper it's like, oh well, they can attack, but sometimes you just
Right.
use your guns. I mean, we've seen it so much in the past, and
Yeah, it's not
even
chess.
even
They
at
can
the
all shoot.
even at the highest level, this happens too. Sometimes your gun's hot, and that's all you need. You're a one-man army sometimes, and
Yeah.
sometimes you're just feeling it.
So hopefully we see the other team turn that around, get it a lot closer. Otherwise, we could be looking at a real run here.
Yeah, and I think the scary thing is though is like them getting onto sites is so scary. But I mean. What we've kind of seen here is they definitely need a little bit more into holding a main. Maybe Fade. Fade has a lot of good lineups where they can see them, and like the seizing them into main as well plays a big part. So I'd love to see maybe Fade and like Chamber play A, and then maybe the other ones just basically playing with like Chamber mid trip, and then just having a 2-3 split. Because you know the mid control, we're not seeing too much mid so far yet, just because. I think their biggest thing for this team is to get on site. They don't care how it works, but just getting onto site fast works for them.
Right, yeah. And then we've seen some crazy stuff on site here, and this attack-defense balance going to be jumping straight back into the game here. It is 8-6, Hammerheads in the lead. Interesting enough, because they've got a real double sentinel setup here, and they've been playing attack for a second. And that's just, once they're on there, like you're saying, they're a force to be reckoned with, too. And we've seen them play a fast-paced game. Right now, unfortunately, they're down one player and a little bit split across the map. Emerald standing in between them, trying to make sure Cats can't get through to mid.
Yeah, and like I said, actually, Hammerhead's actually taking this bonus and really defaulting. And it's about to work because they're going to go to main, and there's only one player out there. Yes, they're rotating, but like I said, they just can get bomb and set up. Oh, great spray there from Emerald, actually.
Yeah, Rezkin found it, but Emerald applying that side pressure is good. These mollies have been on point today. You see that one come out.
Look at mid flank, though, from Reyna. The lurking Reyna.
30 seconds
Oh,
left.
great shots there. 30 seconds left. Still got time. Dark gets one as well. Oh, the plant from Jen, though.
Oh, it's still not
Last
down.
player
And now they're
standing.
right on top of it.
Spike
Cats has got to do
down.
something crazy here. They might just do it anyways. Finds one, gotta break this glass to get back around. It's a glass
Yeah, but
break.
doesn't have
It's the
time.
fake. They come in after him.
Oh.
Ready, but
So close there. I mean, if Cats, I mean, the thing is, that even if Cats like gets that one and doesn't, like, and they're gonna lose anyways because of like, the time, but still pretty good. I mean, they got 3 at the end of the day, so that's pretty beneficial for them. Now Hammerhead's gonna be going into it with their own Phantoms and Vandals. W.
huge.
Pizza. Nice. That was pretty good.
Okay.
It just shows you kind of the same mindset we're in right now.
Yeah, we've been grinding.
You probably
Hammerheads.
yeah. Oh, actually, Emerald has a Spectre. That's because they didn't have enough. Probably because they died last round.
Yeah, that's
Oh, there's lineup. Another one.
pushing right in. Utilities out.
Oh.
Stopped in the tracks.
Thing is, they didn't crouch for it. Just so you know that.
Emerald is ready.
Oh, a lot of damage. A lot
so
of damage.
much
Yeah.
damage all around
No
the table.
healing either. No healing.
True, so that's going to stick. Cybo gets an
Spike
early
planted.
plant in.
Good,
They're
that's-
comfortable with Kinetic right behind all of them.
Gets a lot of damage in return though. 58 HP. Has not even seen them.
Yeah. Really.
Seen a lot of spray throughs for both teams here.
No, vision denial has been crazy right
Oh.
here.
Gets the util though.
Kinetic, kind of caught an awkward fork here.
Oh,
Atlas is
wow.
Cleaning up, just sweeping one above him.
Heaven.
Doesn't find it. Yeah, and
Oh,
it has
doesn't have it actually.
No. Then that's tight. Kinetic has got to do a lot of work here. Dark is very, very low.
Yeah,
so it's gonna be a
that's
first Cats.
wow. That was a good try by Atlas. There gets 2, but unfortunately they have the Heaven flank as well.
You're right. There was like no eye contact.
And that was a lot of the round though. We saw we saw Jet on top of Heaven there and took literally like 90 damage or 80 damage from on top of Cat with not being able to be seen.
Gray screen.
And that's all because he shot a trip. Like these guys are like their audio cues in their play is really good. I mean they hear it, they know where they are, and they're just instantly shooting through, doing a lot as well.
The setup is not arbitrary. Like we joke about
Yeah.
KJ like putting things exactly until they do 90 damage, no vision.
Yeah.
Like they turn on their monitors once they start losing, kind of deal. Like they're crazy.
Here comes they can get ult orb here and then use KJ ults, but they didn't give it to her.
Yeah, ult potential here. Hammerhead is very low.
Okay, that was what I thought they were gonna do, but I'm wrong. But now they can't. Okay, no, but they got Hunter's Fury. I see. Yeah, no, that's my bad. Finally finds a spot. This is a save here from Wolves, so
Yeah, they're all playing in a nice pack. Just trying to find one at a time, all shooting through.
Cats.
Floorboards here.
Getting one.
Dark, ready for this drop down. All eyes on Omen.
Oh.
Kjonin gonna go down.
And does get the KJ ult, and now they have the Hunter's Fury and Orbital Strike. So they have a pretty strong attack util here with just 3. They have 5 ults,
They have
actually.
5 ults.
But
They're
they have
just gonna
3.
full
They have
stack.
3 ones they can like use to really take a site.
It's true, and if they're careful with it, they can absolutely ult dump the ones that are less important.
You know, be a fun play here is that they win B, but they KJ ult into like main right corner,
Okay,
and so that it leaves Boathouse open, and they
Oh.
just Orbital Strike it.
that's cheeky. That's basically like having 2 of the most massive mollies.
Yeah, I don't know. I really enjoy plays like that lately, where it's kind of forcing. Oh wow!
Walking
And that's
right
what you need to do this play.
Yes.
Although there's no one playing Boathouse, so it's
A
not
cypher
fun.
run is a good call because
Oh
the easiest spot to do that.
wow!
Kinetic. Mad Gains finds bald Kjonin, no problem. That's an achievement right there.
First, that sounds. Oh right, Cypher.
Right.
Okay, here comes the retake. 4v4 though. They do have Brimstone ult and they have Hunter's Fury. They're telling their Sova, leave, go far, go far.
Out.
Because they have Sova, they have KO ult here. Look at the mid play as well from Cat.
These 2 Boathouse Atlas decide to take on, finds one.
No, yeah, I say no, he's there because
Almost
the
find that
tether.
It's true, couldn't quite get an Emerald.
Oh my, look
Was
what?
comfortable, but wow, the single shot. Now for the info, peeked and caught.
They Hammerhead. Someone check their PCs. I'm just
That was
kidding. They are shooting a lot through these walls. Like
They
I mean,
are killing
and
it.
and that just shows like sometimes when you're just shooting normal spots, that's
Yes.
just how it goes.
No, they know exactly what 2 meters looks like. Their free fire onto the skull is crazy.
I like that. 11-7. I think the Wolves have to now. Yeah, they do another save round here. So if Hammerheads win this, is now the game point.
Peep the Valorant tracker.
Yep.
Gotta have it.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it's nice.
That's really cool actually.
Some Overwolf setup.
Yep. And here we go.
Avian ready to do it again.
He's like, I'm doing it again.
That's
Oh, and I lost again. That's
painful.
unfortunate.
a rough one. Kjonin feeling.
His teammates like,
Fights
dude,
with
you
it.
gotta stop being that.
Please.
But then it's like it's like a dude, it's save round, and you're like, okay. But then it's like you still did it last round. It's alright. It's alright. Gotta take the risk sometimes. You gotta take the risk sometimes.
Yeah, Hammerheads though, 3 ults on the table, ready for a beautiful post-plant scenario with that. Sova has got him just chilling in the
I
back
think
here.
they really want to save these for next round if they can, though, because they know it's a save.
But look at that Sova. He is ready.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying they're not going to use it, but I think that's what they want to. I think
Right.
they want to really save it for that next round, so they can secure that round. Look,
Ideally.
he's
almost
just
no
in his
contact.
iPad. He's watching, Baby Shark or something, man. He's ready.
Yeah,
He's like, you guys just call me.
Melon is
You guys
going.
call me, and I'll call the strike for him. He's got the nuclear codes ready.
Last player
Kinetic
standing.
wants these two. He's attention split. They're
See,
playing with them.
He's just watching the iPad. It doesn't matter. And then Sova is just checking out his bow. He's like, man, this is kind of cool.
Sova backed up
Match
further.
point.
he still thinks that KO has ult. he's like, guys, I gotta play far. Okay, here comes the tack pause. I'm gonna be honest here, in the nicest way possible. Little late. But hey, it's I'll call
Take
it.
it. It's
Hey,
a
sometimes you forget
free-
you have it. Sometimes you forget you have it.
Right.
Like genuinely, like
if-
that's not even a flame. That is not a flame. Sometimes it's like, oh, we have a tack
Right,
pause.
well, there's no UI for it. It's not like
That's true.
you've charged your timeout. So like,
That's
if
a
you're
good
really
spot.
in the heat of the game, it's hard to remember. Hey, not only should we slow down our momentum, but
Yeah.
let's like stop it. Let's like take a break here and not let this overtime pressure be on top.
Yeah,
of us.
I mean, this time I gotta definitely be like, okay, well, they have Hunter's Fury, they have Orbital Strike,
right.
they have like KJ set up, they got Cypher set up, so we gotta like really play this round well. And I think they'd get picks though first. Like if you kill the Sova, I think that's big. They gotta find the Brimstone as well. I think a flank is gonna be a really like big person for them to deal with, like sitting that flank. Because we've seen Reyna from Cats literally flank every single round. I mean, this guy. Their entry's a Cypher. They don't have like Reyna's not the duelist this game.
No, not
it's
keep down.
Cypher.
Like you got to go hunter down.
Yeah, I mean,
The flank gets even more important when you got people in the pocket like that.
Yeah.
With people that are just making a sandwich in the room.
this 1v2
over
here. This is scary.
kinetic charges.
Oh
and they
my
know how
gosh,
important
that's
that was.
such big kill too. Because I mean, now it's just you're down one.
Down one on defense on this kind of like split field map.
Yeah,
so now
and Kinetic's
Hammerhead-
their top frag too.
if they can take Avian with the same
Avian
one,
said not a third
he
time. I
is
don't lose 3 times in a row.
tired of it.
I
Gets
do
the opt
not
out.
lose 3 times in a row.
Is ready on the backup, does give away his pause, but
Although he didn't peek this time, so that's I think there's a common denominator there.
figured it out.
Yeah.
He's ironed it out.
He got an op.
Got an op, which
Omen
is
TP, which I mean this actually gives him a lot of information because they know that they're not in spawn at least.
that's true. And now he can sweep up from spawn and get a good pinch, which he
What we were
almost
talking about.
might time here. No, smoke's gonna come out slow. He doesn't know that they're gone mid. Oh, they're about to go fishing on Atlas.
Oh yeah, Atlas is gonna have to hold a couple angles here.
All right,
Uh-oh.
that's info. A
Good
good pop
flash.
Doesn't find it.
You would counter though.
That's a
Too
beautiful
much
knife.
utility.
Oh,
yeah,
they come right out
yeah.
from Ethan to find
We've
him.
all been in that spot where it's like I gotta flash,
30 seconds
nade,
left.
silence. And you're like, oh.
Spike.
Now
Planted.
sight is wide open. They got to push in
Oh.
after. They do find Dark Emerald coming up behind. Good space. Wow, this is. They should get an easy half
They
here.
didn't
at
even
least.
ult there. Oh my! Whoa! They used both at the same time.
And they're not. And they weren't even tapped.
They didn't even tap.
didn't even go to half.
Wait, okay, they actually can win this now.
There was a tap earlier. Emerald did tap and walk past it. Maybe they were playing off of that. Emerald crazy, bringing it up to 3K, looking for this fourth one, just hungry for it. Doesn't. Oh,
Okay.
They got
Oh
him that
wow!
one.
Okay, I'm. Hammerhead. I think there was a miscommunication there.
Yeah, that was because that could have been huge.
Yeah, because I mean, once you wait for orbital strike to go down, then you can Sova ult to stop.
You just play games.
They hit both at the same time.
And here's the problem with that too is that they can't protect each other. Because you can
True,
go
yeah.
and like hunt
Reyna was.
the
Reyna at
ult
least
player,
was, yeah.
and that's all right.
Yeah, but
Little
okay,
awkward.
maybe the timeout made them think about it too much.
That could be.
Maybe they talked about it a little too much,
Yeah.
and then they're like, oh,
Got the call out
overload,
lingo.
overload.
Just try to put too much pressure on like a good shit all now. Wolves though still have a lot.
Yeah.
It's a journey to make it, but it is a little bit evening of the playing field with that one. Good marks on Wolves for responding correctly to a strange setup to be
Yeah, they
sure.
do have KJ ult, which is good.
Just barely missed that toss.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite have the information now that they were hoping to have because she could have tagged everybody right there. So now they're looking to peek out here. It was a good
You
Omen
should
call
run.
to smoke that afterwards so they can't all press in after. Avian watching well from the side. Prowler misses as well. This is a good KJ. Avian just kind of braves it.
Oh,
No, the
Avian.
timing was almost perfect.
Oh, Avian.
Emerald to find one onto Ethan though. It's not totally unfair. They're gonna move in on
good
this side.
Prowler.
Yep, Kinetic
Oh,
responds.
Cats once again with the flank for the 20th time.
Yeah, followed by Darks to get
Okay, got him though.
quite a
1v2,
bit there.
1v2, very winnable.
Rizkin looking for anything here. Caught on the 50, and there it is. Attackers Hammerhead.
And they take it. A 1-0 series. I mean, honestly, back and forth, and the Hammerhead actually had a really good attack plan. So I think they kind of had that actually solid kind of idea where they'll play slow enough, play post plant, and then have Reyna Cats just kind of lurk the entire time. Want to be seen by expert college recruiters, talk directly to direct esports industry insiders like pro athletes, team general managers, or game producers. Then join the club. Esports Tower players get insider access to industry insights, and with our featured rumbles, recruiters are taking notice too. It's a great way to score exposure if you're looking to start your path to pro or land a collegiate scholarship. And of course, after all those games, like what do you got to say? I guess to kind of end it out.
Yeah, if we're talking about top 5 plays, those two kills that were on top of each other
That was good.
were absolutely wild. We definitely saw some real fluster moments, some real drop the ball kind of situations, which were fun to see. Overall,
A lot of
fantastic
4Ks
games.
today, actually. A lot of 4Ks. It's like 4, 5 4Ks.
Some
so.
people were hungry.
Yeah. And of course, the Hammerheads advance to the grand finals. Who will join them? Remember, the Rumble is a double elimination, so all 4 teams are still alive with a chance of a title. Make sure to join us next week to see the thrilling conclusion of our Summer Rumble next Monday at 6 p.m. EST. And of course, we'll close out with the top 5 presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a 20K bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Thank you so much for watching, and have a great night.
Really making it out of that one. 19 health left, not a lot of recharge options. Fire comes flashing out and just overwhelmed. Ethan going to be the one to take him out. Lexit coming back around the side, gets caught. Oh, almost off guard. Yeah.
He definitely saw him, right? Okay.
Greedy for the second one. Took the high health big.
Seeker's coming out.
Tom's gonna be the one to get around. Look at this change here. Makes contact onto the shoulder, but they're coming in long. Ooh, the timing was excellent.
Great shot though.
Yes.
They no longer have this like the killjoy you kill, but
Gets greedy for the headshot.
go with that. We're see. Speed flash? Yeah, the problem is when you're into 4 that, it's really hard to do that.
Right.
You know, he hasn't been playing mid, it's really bold to do that.
So Lexic's got to be the backup for it, and they've already got smoke out on him. He sees some good info, though. He's able to take one out and back off of that wall-bangable spot. Done well. He's got some options here. He sees the muzzle through.
Nice. And take that. Emerald gets a pick right away. Tries to kill, does kill off, so now over-killed at this point.
You have some of that.
Ooh, great shot there.
Ooh, Shadow keeps playing it up confident. Going to move onto that utility. Does get flashed pretty well, but they do get the paint shells off. At least going to find a little bit of ground from it. Shadow
Lower than that. It will stay on top. That's why there's a lot of like weird vibral sometimes. Oh, great transfer there. Gets 2. Using the recon Phantom, which I want to say is definitely top tier. Does have dog and 2 flashes available. Doesn't need either.
This one and takes him through the wall there.
not only players, we have coaches, we also have parents here in the arena, and if you were trying to introduce the game of Rocket League to them, how would you describe it?
Well, the very short is that it's soccer with cars, which already makes it much more palatable to Americans. But we have 3v3 that are going to be driving around the arena trying to pass it to each other. Each round is 5 minutes, and just like in a traditional sport, the one that has the higher score wins. In fact, we're going to be doing best of fives in this tournament, and really it is so incredible to see not only just the range of players, but where they are from. We have players not only America, but players from Europe, across countries, international players that are joining us. It is so great to have a live event like this. And you who have competed in collegiate esports, you can testify to kind of the energy boost it gives you when you have people cheering you on.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, because being at a LAN event can be a little, I guess, anxiety-inducing for some players, especially the noise that they're not used to having. Having an audience cheer you on can be fantastic, but if that audience isn't rooting for you and they're rooting for the other people on the field, it's not the best feeling when something goes wrong and you hear a bunch of people cheering because you're like, wait, I just died, my team is not doing what we want to do. But that's just the nature of esports. There's fans for both sides, but of course, at the end of the day, we hope everyone is cheering for everyone's victories, regardless of the outcome.
Well, we sort of teased it at the beginning, but here are the official rules that we have. Like I said, it's 3v3 standard. standard soccer mode, best of 5 with round robin, semifinals, and then finals are going to be taking place. And golden goal sudden death, that means if it's tied at the end of the 5 minutes, then we go to overtime, and first one to score wins. So pretty standard. The great thing about Rocket League, it's universal. The meta almost never changing, but you always see new talent.
Yes, and one thing that I am very grateful for is that the meta does not shift, but, you know, at the end of the day, we still want to focus on good, clean Rocket League here. I want to see great midfield control, lack of double commits. Now that I actually can hear some of the comms here today, I might be judging whether or not I am hearing people actually calming for Rocket League. Some people think you don't need to, but it's still very important. But beyond those important keys of advice coming from us here, we have Doc's keys to the game in Rocket League, and those are going to be create the mistakes, punish the overcommits, play the walls better, and demo to disrupt. Today, Doc's keys are presented from Esports Tower, where you can score pro advice at esportstower.com. Improve your game sense, improve your team play, improve your performance under pressure. You'll get matched with great players and professional coaches to help you rank up.
As we're ready to head into our first game, it is going to be Lynx versus Vipers to start out the round robin for our Esports Tower event here. Of course, the other thing, just kind of on a lighter note here, is I always got to see what the flow, where we're going to be in the standard arena, so that it looks like pretty standard. I always like it when they kind of bring out the other stages, but I do hope for a little bit of flash in what we see from the cars. I want to see something than just standard Octane. You know what I mean? I want to see Mercs be brought out. I want to see Batmobiles, DeLoreans. You know, I just want to be entertained.
Maybe your request will be granted. Personally, I mean, like, the cars are cool. I understand that the hitboxes change based off the car you get, and that also kind of can influence your playstyle when it comes to Rocket League.
Yeah, definitely.
But outside the cars, I want to see the Hot Wheels map. That's my personal favorite. I loved Hot Wheels growing up. I loved the TV show / movie that they made from it. So, like, give me the Hot Wheels map at least one time today, please. That's my one request. If I could have that granted, I would be a very happy person.
Of course, whether we'll see if production can grant our wish, but we have been disappointed many times up here before. But we'll just have to see how it turns out. But overall, now that we're going to be talking about the gameplay, you really brought up a good point in kind of the different hitboxes because the different cars, because Rocket League so much is about those fundamentals, about getting in the practice arena, and you can see some of these players, they'll just practice for hours and hours, elevating, doing the aerial passes. It is so technical how precise they have to be.
Yes, I jokingly say here on desk you have to be planning to major in geometry, physics, or astrophysics if you want to be a, like, supersonic legend in Rocket League, because some of the stuff that you can pull off in this game takes so much technicality and understanding of how the game's physics engine works that it is genuinely ridiculous, and to be, you know, knocking on a dead meme. Big brain.
All right, as we're ready to head into our first match here, Viper versus Lynx immediately, almost something being scored there. King Michael makes the first move onto Z Hydra. Regularly we've seen here at Esports, he's going to save it, get a little bit more side control going for the Vipers, and overall good for these two teams to get a little bit of breathing room after that kickoff. Not too much, though, for the Vipers as Lynx scores first.
That was a fantastic pass here. Oh, so King Michael is actually Thrift. I did get to finally say hello to Thrift here when I first came into the arena. Finally able to put names to faces, and so many of you have not sent us your selfies. So thank you guys. Appreciate it. When you introduce yourself to me and say hi, please tell me your gamer tag first, so then I can actually, like, associate the gamer tag with the face.
Adrift now trying to center it up to teammates, going to be disrupted by Enzio. Wild stops at midfield, leaving it for King Michael, elevates up just off the backboard. Adrift trying to get it, but he tries just a bit too fast. He's going to be credited with the bicycle kick, but no goal so far. Another thing you're going to want to keep an eye on are all those bright spots around the... Well, okay, you know what? Wilds isn't even going to let me make my point.
Zydra did elevate to attempt to get a touch on this, but it looked like the angle and the height was just not quite right. You can see them right there going up, and they just barely missed it. So that's going to be goal number 2. And typically when we see a team go up by 2, that is when some beads of sweat start forming on foreheads, but we still have 4 minutes and 13 seconds left for the Vipers to catch up. They typically are a cold, slow, and calculated, level-headed team, so this should be an easy task for them if they focus on their fundamentals here and don't let Wilds just run wild with that ball.
The other thing I wanted to bring up for those of you who just might be introduced to Rocket League, all those bright spots you see on the field, the orbs, the lights, those are boosts that you can grab. Boost not only allows you to go faster, but allows you to make those crazy aerial plays, so watch those bars on either side of the screen. That shows how much each member of each team has. It's one of the most important utilities you can have in the game.
We have the ball get volleyed over to the Viper side of the field. Tokei's going to get a touch on it, immediately disrupted by one of the Lynx players. Zydra goes for the challenge against Thrift. Unfortunately, though, Drift Lemming still has possession. King goes in to try and get a touch. They will not grab it. Wild to the midfield, redirects to the mid. We have Enzo get in that passing lane, but ends up tossing it towards the net with no follow-up from their teammates. And double commit on defense from the Lynx pays off. But we have Tokei then resetting it, trying to give it to Enzo. Enzo goes for the shot, but it's a little too slow, allowing Drift to easily get in there and block that.
Yeah, Enzo already being the key playmaker for the Vipers, credited with 3 shots on goal so far. Right now they're trying to get their side control back with the pass over to Ezzy Hydra, but it's not quite aimed correctly, so it's going to go off to the side, give the Lynx a chance to clear. Now they go around the end. They're able to steal the boost away from the Vipers. Can they center it up? Not if Enzo has anything to say about it. A very crucial demolition is going to give the Vipers possibly enough time to clear here, although Wilds is going to make it difficult for them, and a crucial save by Tokei.
Yeah, that's sent to Zydra, who just barely touches it back to Tokei, who's going to pop it up. It's going to ricochet off that ceiling. A Drift tries to get a touch on it to redirect. Instead, Wild to go for the challenge. Ball is on the side, still here on the Lynx side of the field. Towards the goal in the back third. A Drift sends it towards the side, goes off the wall, looking to dunk it down to a teammate. Gets disrupted, though, allowing Zydra to get in. Tokei goes past the defender, can't get a touch on that ball. Dunks down at the mid again by a Drift. Sent to Thrift. Thrift goes to center it up. Enzo sending it to the side.
Zydra now trying to make the play. He's going to have to play it around 2, now 3. Adrift takes it away from him, pushes it back toward midfield. Now he's going to try to play around just one more to get the goal. He's able to do it. Gets the 3rd goal for the Lynx, who have a very dominant start.
Right now we have 2 minutes and 2 seconds remaining here in this first game in this best of 5 series. So far, Vipers are struggling to find a foothold and get the first goal they need. Getting 3 goals in just over 2 minutes is not impossible, but they definitely need to start playing a little bit more keep away and getting clears with a purpose here from their back third. The Wild, off a fantastic redirect from Thrift, finds goal number 4 for the Lynx.
Now the gauntlet is really thrown down here for the opposing team. You see Enzio unable to save there. Normally you're going to want about 30 seconds for each goal to kind of comfortably score, so the Vipers are going to really have to make something happen here. It's not out of the realm of possibility for them, but we have seen amazing comebacks, so we'll see as Enzio tries to play off the wall and start. Unfortunately for the Vipers, a demo onto Tokei is going to make it a little bit hard for them to go on the offense. We'll see if they can recover.
We have Enzo attempt to find a clear, but there's a double commit from the Lynx offense that forces the ball to still remain here on their half of the field. Enzo goes for the challenge against Wilds. Wilds doesn't get a touch, but a Drift does. Another shot on goal, hits the crossbar, but the second touch from a Drift finds its way in, and that is a hat trick, the first one for this evening, going to a Drift.
Now, this is one of those crucial points here where you got to remember this is a best of 5, so we still have plenty more Rocket League to play, as you often say. Nerdy, GG, go next.
Yes, and 90 seconds, it's doable. We've seen 4 goals, if not more, scored in about 40 seconds here within Rocket League, but 5 goals is pretty difficult.
Well, now 6.
Wild getting a hat trick themselves, but the Vipers are also a notorious team, like I said, for being calm, cold, and calculated.
Sure.
First game, especially traditionally here for Esports Tower, regardless of the event that we are doing, does not always tell the story that's written for the remainder of the evening, and this could just be them trying to analyze what's happening and figure out in the minute that we're going to have between these games what they need to do to go on the counterattack against the Lynx.
Still plenty of time to make adjustments. Right now, Thrift, shown as King Michael, is going to pass it over, and look at that beautiful passing between all 3 to get the goal. See King Michael elevating up there over to Wilds, and then Adrift is the 3rd one there. So elegantly pulled off, precision, technical ability. Going to put the Lynx to 7-0.
Still have a minute and 15 seconds left on that clock. Vipers hoping to get that morality boost to finding 1 goal. We have a demo on to Zydra, though. Enzo not giving up, has a great stall here in front of the goal. Sends it to Tokei. Tokei centers it up, but before anyone from the side of the Vipers can get a touch on it, it's going to be disrupted by Thrift. Sends it to the mid to Wilds. Wilds takes a shot. It's going to not even hit the back wall before Enzo gets a touch on it, forcing a slight reset of the play here coming out from the Lynx. Ball now sent in the midfield. Thrift dunks it down. Has to play around Tokei. Tokei goes for the challenge, does not get a touch on that ball. In the corner, we have Zydra trying to dig it out of here of the back third. Enzo's now going after it, has time to take a few touches, but needs to find an opportunity to make a play here. Does so, hits the crossbar. The follow-up also hits the crossbar. That ever so steadfast fourth man coming in clutch there for the Lynx.
You specifically saw there how Toke flew underneath the soccer ball. That's what I was saying about the boost. Sometimes you can't elevate up if you don't have what you need, but Toke is going to find the redemption he was looking for, score the first goal.
That is the Vipers showing they have signs of life. They are not down and out just yet. While this scoreboard may be reminiscent of, yes, a GG go next, as we say here, there is still plenty of Rocket League left as we tick down to the last 20 seconds here of game number 1.
Kickoff won by the Vipers. Answered quickly back by the Lynx, though. Heads off to the side, a drift to elevate up. Doesn't quite get the tap he wants. Wilds is going to push it right above the goal, off the backboard. Follow up there, not going to be scored on, just off the post. Zydra now Zydra trying to play it up the field, but isn't going to quite do it. And at this point, now it is a question of whether the Vipers will be able to gather themselves mentally and fight back for this full best of 5.
Well, right now they're going to have a minute to talk to their coaches. We can see here with our analytics, we have about 62% shots on goal in favor of the Lynx. Boost use pretty equal. Side control, though, heavily favoring the Lynx. And if you were to be trying to give words of advice right now to these Vipers players, what would that be?
Well, one thing I really noticed, especially in the final minutes, is Vipers certainly have no shortage of plays they're trying to make, but I'm noticing at crucial times they aren't having the boost that they need, and that might be when they're not gathering boost, or maybe the Lynx are boost starving them. It could be one or the other, but not only did you see the play by Toke, who kind of flew under the ball at the crucial moment, but also Enzo had it all to himself around the 1:05 mark. Could have gotten the goal there, but ran out of boost just, and you saw kind of just almost like cement was poured into the car. It just almost stopped in midfield, wasn't able to score. So that boost management, trying to make sure you have the utilities you need, very important.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. The other thing I'm also noticing is the lack of attempting to stop the plays coming off from the Lynx. So getting in those passing lanes, stopping that reset from hitting off the backboard to take the secondary follow-up shot. A lot of those goals were follow-up shots. They were not the initial shot taken. So stopping that rebound is going to be very important for the Vipers going into this next game.
We're going to be ready to head into the second round here. By far not a done deal. Both teams still have a chance to make a showing. We have it 1-0 in favor of the Lynx, but Vipers look ready to fight back. And overall, sometimes you need that first game, just kind of learn the other team's play style, what they want, and maybe get those jitters out of the field. Because like you were saying, the crowd here is a double-edged sword. Sometimes it can help you and you get excited, but it's also intimidating at times.
Very intimidating. And first LAN events, you know, you got to get the jitters out early. Otherwise, you can start seeing your chances of success trickle away from you. So let's hope the Vipers have improved. They're in the back third right now on the Lynx side of the field. We have Zydra go for a reset, sending it to Enzo, but they push it too far forward. So Enzo's gonna have to do a back pass to, I believe that was Zydra again, but Drift getting in that passing lane, stealing away the possession. Too many touches being taken right now for the Vipers.
Vipers looking for their clear. Wild strikes played around them, just gonna miss it. And barely the Vipers are going to get away from that one. It's a crucial demo there onto King Michael. That might just give them a little bit of breathing room that they need to try to clear it up. But Wilds in midfield is going to stop that. Zydra with a nice tap is trying to pass it up the field. There it goes. Enzo is trying to look here, trying to disrupt the goalie. But Wilds, before the shot can be made, is able to disrupt the Vipers enough, so they're not going to get a shot on goal.
That's twice now that I've seen one of our Vipers players just try and do their standard practice of taking a couple touches, taking the moments. But you need to communicate to your teammates when there's pressure being put on them, just like standard soccer. The give and the go needs to be happening faster here. Playing too slow into the Lynx very fast-paced playstyle is not going to be playing into your own advantage here, because they are the ones currently in control of the tempo. Zydra does a great pinch, but the follow-up is actually going to come from a Lynx player. We have Thrift sending it to the back wall. Enzo, though, waited there patiently, grabs it, but unfortunately, again, it's going to be Thrift who gets a touch. Now they've dunked it down. Ball still here on the back third of the Viper side of the field.
Zydra with a nice tap there is going to be stopped again by Wilds, who has been kind of the major denier. But we are seeing that the score is very even still. Nothing has been scored for either team. In fact, only one shot on goal has gone forward for either team. So it definitely seems that the Viper, oh, well, that might have been the exception there as soon as I said it. Vipers, again, another very risky situation there. I don't know why there wasn't a goalie back there. It might be just a bit of bullying from the Lynx. We just don't know right now.
Got to make sure your rotations are clean. I've seen a couple of times now where we've had all 3 Vipers very bunched up and close into their goal, not looking to really find an opportunity to make a clear happen with someone in a cherry pick or at the midfield. So it's doing things with a purpose. That's very important, something I brought up here before. Right now, ball's on the back third of the Lynx side of the field. It's going to be popped up from Thrift to Wilds, and Wild sends it right back to Thrift. Wild gets it over Toke. It's going to be back and forth because we have 2-car pileup between the Lynx players, allowing Enzo to push forward. Now ball crossing that midfield stripe, but gets dunked down right to a Drift, who volleys it to the back third on the Vipers side, trying to go for the challenge against Zydra. Zydra gets the first touch, though. They're looking for an opportunity, but that opportunity is thwarted by Wilds.
Wild's been such a consistent pain for the Vipers whenever they try to make a play here. Seen a lot of demos be brought out, but he might be a prime target. We'll just have to see how it works out. Still tied as we're down to the 2-minute mark. Zydra, though, is going to be the one on the receiving end of an elimination, setting it up for a drift here. Ball is slow, though, giving plenty of time for a save from the Vipers. Now Enzo trying to make the play. Wilds is the only one defending right now. Can they make it? They fly over him. It's going to be set up right in front of the goal to elevate up a double commit for the Lynx. Right now they're going to get away with it, though, as they manage to clear past the midfield mark.
Wild sends it to the side where Toke was waiting, leaves it for Enzo. Enzo takes a shot. It's going to be saved by a drift. The follow-up from Enzo, unfortunately, wasn't in time. They still maintain possession. Goes for a slight reset pass to Toke. Off the back wall now. We have an opportunity for Enzo to take the shot. They do, but yet again, a little bit too wide. Double commit from the defense allows Toke to get another touch on it, but we've got 3 members bunched up, not ready for the breakaway play that's about to happen. They do beat Wild back to the goal, saving it at the last second as Zydra. Drift goes for the follow-up. Enzo will elevate and send that one to the side.
Now the question is, who moves up the field? Both Enzo and Toke are a bit boost-starved right now. Zydra only having 31. So right now, it's questionable whether the Vipers can make their play after getting some fresh boosts, though. Enzo moves up the field. Wilds puts it over to the corner here, and it's going to be a clear for the Lynx. Back over toward the Vipers. Goal and a drift. 4 minutes into it, scoring the first.
Right when that goal was about to, or before this goal was scored, right here when I saw a Drift get possession playing it off that wall, I saw all 3 members of our Viper squad here on the back third of the Lynx side of the field, overcommitting on a goal, making sure you're not operating in triangles and quadrants. Being linear like that makes stopping goal-scoring opportunities and breakaway plays like that very, very difficult. As we tick down here now to the last 50 seconds of game number 2, Lynx only have 1 goal, so buzzer beater is still possible, but as I do that, I get the first caster curse officially. And
I technically had it before you, so I'll take that mantle away from you. You don't have to endure the shame.
I appreciate it, but right now, Lynx are up by 2. It's doable. You can get 2 goals in 53 seconds, but that relies on heavy, clean Rocket League. As we go into this kickoff, Enzo wins heavily, but there's a double commit from the Lynx, allowing a slight touch. Enzo, though, still maintaining possession, gets it over a Drift, tries to send it to Toke, but we also have Thrift getting in there and disrupting that play. Shot on goal, ricochets awkwardly between the crossbar and Wilds, and it's going to be saved and sent to the mid.
Now 30 seconds of that last minute has been burned off. If the Vipers need to score a goal, it is now. You see Thrift in the middle of the field. Dehydro with a long bomb shot over. It is in front of the goal, but it's at an awkward angle. It's going to go on forward front. There goes the pass from Toke, just off to the left, though. They needed the goal right then and there. They might still have time to try to get it, but with only 15 seconds left, it looks like the Vipers might have to go to a game 3.
Right there, that was a fantastic clear, but done. The purpose was not communicated by the team. So many of the Vipers were still over on their own back third, while the Lynx had already pushed forward into the defensive positioning. Ball is right on the back third of the Viper side of the field, hits the ground. Game number 2 goes in favor of the Lynx. There is still plenty of Rocket League left to go just yet. It is best of 5. Lynx are at match point, but reverse sweeps, not uncommon in the world of Rocket
not unheard.
League or Esports Tower.
You see show shots on goal there. It's a bit misleading, though, because for basically more than first half of the game, there were hardly any shots on goal. So the stat is kind of skewed there. Both these teams, it seems their defense have really stepped up in the second game here.
For sure. I can't argue with you on that one. I mean, gosh, what, was it like the 1:05 mark, or was it?
Yeah, it was 4 minutes until the goal was scored, the first goal by the Lynx.
Yeah, so that definitely shows that the Vipers were doing something a bit different, but it seems as though, once again, the Achilles heel being the doing something with a purpose. When they had that great clear that almost turned into a goal, there was just not follow-up happening. Either the communication was not there, or the intent behind making that clear was not either communicated, or no one intended on that clear actually being successful. And that's what you need to be doing this and communicating to your teammates, I'm looking for a clear, or someone needs to be at the midfield and ready for that clear. You don't need 3 people being in the defensive position all in one line, because then the field control is just all in favor of the other team.
And I think you also saw the Lynx can be so explosive on the counter attacks. You need to be able to rotate back quick enough, or just not overcommit. You need to have that one person hanging about a midfield who can rotate to back post really quickly. Like you were saying, you don't want to get in that linear formation. You always want to kind of be in a triangle, a quadrangle, whatever sort of shape you want to be in, just not a straight line at this point can yield dividends. But here we go. We're going to go into game 3. Right now the Vipers have to pull off a reverse sweep. But also remember here, this is round robin, so we're not in the finals quite yet, so still a lot of this game left to be played, not only in this match, but for the whole tournament.
I mean, if they're really, really trying to make a, in the words of Doc, a type of boomerang play here and just be like the sleeper agents and be like, this is our play style, and set this as the tone and momentum and pace that they're going to be playing for this tournament in game number 1, just so like the spotlight's moved off of them. Props to you. That takes a lot of mental power to pull off if that is the plan, but good luck.
All right, Vipers v Lynx, 3rd game. Vipers have to get something here to be able to start a reverse sweep, but don't want to get too far ahead here for these players. They just want to keep their blinders on, focus on the game in front of you before counting everything you have to do next.
Drift currently on the back third. The Viper side of the field, we have a demo onto Zydra from Thrift. It's going to make things a little bit difficult here on the defense for the Vipers. They're maintaining themselves, though. Thrift looking to send this ball into a centering opportunity. It's going to be stolen away by Enzo at the midfield, immediately volleyed right back by Drift. And then Zydra sends it back again. Challenge results in no one getting clean possession. Enzo, though, trying to capitalize on it, immediately stolen away by a Drift, who's going to go to the midfield and take a shot on goal.
And there goes Toke rotating back and is able to save, and just gives the Vipers another opportunity here. Wild's going to try to clear. Toke is unable to deny it, but Zydra sure is. Pushes it in front, trying to play around them, but not quite going to be able to get the goal there. But you see 2 Lynx kind of bunched up toward each other. Now they're going to try to play off each other, and Toke again. That's the last-minute rotation, saving the Vipers.
Ball is at the mid. Wild gets possession after going airborne with it. Enzo stops that shot on goal here on the side, still in the back there. The Vipers side of the field. We have great clear gets sent to Enzo. Enzo's shot on goal does get saved. Ball is still on the Lynx, back there of the field. Zydra's going to elevate. Thrift is going to go for the challenge, dunk it down, crossing midfield stripe. Enzo goes for the return volley. Drift goes for the challenge, sending it right back towards the midfield. Toke and Enzo, great pass between the two of them. Allows Zydra to elevate, tries to dunk it down, just barely a touch there, enough from one of the Lynx players to send it right back towards the midfield as the Drift goes on an attack opportunity. He's going to have to rotate back, though, as they do lose possession.
Toke trying to make the play, is actually going to rotate up. Enzo gets it stolen away from them now. Dangerous situation for the Vipers. They have no boost, and they're going to get scored and punished for that.
Unfortunately, I think what you mentioned in game number 1 is really rearing its ugly head right now, which is the boost management, boost starving that's happening currently for the Vipers. They're losing out on quintessential resources when it comes to the fast-paced game of countering the Lynx. They need to start prioritizing making sure they're getting those boosts.
Oh, right off the kickoff, Toke.
That's a fantastic kickoff.
Ow!
Enzo's just barely touched on by a Drift. We do have Toke not giving up just yet, putting pressure on. Zydra's going to help out, get possession. A Drift, though, sends it to Thrift off the back wall. Thrift goes for the redirect shot. A Drift tries to do it themselves as well, but Toke is going to disrupt the opportunity. Wilds takes a shot, goes off the backboard. It's centered up for a Drift. It's going to hit the backboard yet again. Toke now looking to dunk this one down. Unfortunately, takes a few too many touches there. Ball's going to be finally finding its way into the back of the net from Thrift.
One other thing I gotta point out here is at the beginning of this round, since we're talking about resources, I was talking about, watch the bars on the side, not seeing how much boost they have, but a thing you want to be looking at is how those bars are depleted. A lot of players will just kind of tap the boost a little bit at the time so they can conserve what they have as long as they can, and if you see those bars kind of going down very fast, then that means they might not be using the boost in the most efficient way.
We have the ball, unfortunately, go over Zydra. It's going to hit the awkward pocket that's there on the back wall. Toke tries to get across this midfield stripe. Enzo goes for the challenge. Zydra's going to stop this shot on goal, plays it around Wild. They are having a drift put pressure on them, though, so the give and the go needed to have happened, but it didn't. Now Toke is trying to go on the defensive, but a fantastic demo in the goal onto Enzo will result in goal number 2 for the Lynx.
I mean, if you were wondering why it was on Doc's keys to the game, that is exactly why you want to do it. Drift sees his opening, takes Enzo out, who was trying to rotate there. It left the goal wide open. That's exactly what you want to do in this game. 3-0 for the Lynx. Look like they're cruising to a win. With 2 minutes left, anything can happen.
We have Wild go for the shot on goal. It is going to hit the crossbar. We have Thrift try to reset this play yet again. He's going to have it in the corner, though, so it means the angle's not going to be quite right. It does find its way almost to the midfield from a clear from Enzo. Wild tries to get a touch. Enzo's going to send it to Zydra. Zydra pushing forward now. Pushes the ball a little bit too far in front of themselves, making it difficult to maintain possession. Toge tries to go for the save, but Thrift now slows down, plays it around one, has to play it around another one. Enzo, though, gets above Thrift and manages to get a touch on it, forcing a slight reset. And Wild dunks this ball down, and Drift comes in for the shot, and that is goal number 4 for the Lynx.
And unfortunately, right now, it's just too much time the soccer ball is spending on the blue side of the field. That's that side control that we've been seeing at the end of every game here, just affording yourselves more opportunities for more shots on goal. Not unheard of, though. It is for us to see 4 goals in about 90 seconds. We're going to have to probably see one very soon here. We'll see how Zydra can do. It's trying to set it up and center it. And so now with the follow-up, it's right in front of there, it's just going to trickle in, and the Vipers have started, hopefully a comeback for them.
We might be able to see this in the replay here. Never mind. We're not going to see what Zydra was doing with possession, but it did seem like they finally are recognizing the fact that when they're on these offensive opportunities, they need to be looking for those give and goes. Someone needs to be ready to receive that ball or be ready for the follow-up, because too many touches, the fast play style of the Lynx, they're immediately going to push you away from that ball, or they're going to demo you to get possession. Right now, ball on the back third to the Viper side of the field. We have Toke go for the challenge against Thrift. Thrift does not get their shot in. Enzo gets it past one. There's no one to beat, but they are unfortunately not in a position to take the shot, so they have to try and center it up and dunk it down to someone. They find Zydra. Zydra gets the center up, and Toge's shot, unfortunately, will not be received immediately from someone, so they have to reset this play with 40 seconds left on the clock.
I like what you've seen from Enzo there, though, is able to take the boost away from the Lynx in their own territory right now. They're going to be running dry very soon here as they try to push it back. They managed to get the clear. This is enough time for the Vipers to try to clear it back themselves. It's going to head down to half a minute left in this match. Vipers really need to pull together here to get the win.
We have Wilds going for a shot on goal. It's going to be saved by Enzo. Enzo has the opportunity to push it to the midfield. Adrift whiffs their opportunity to get a touch on it, but Zydra has no one to beat, takes the shot, and that is another goal for the Vipers. We have 13 seconds left on the clock, though. That is a very, very heavy task to overcome.
I don't know, but maybe 13 is in fact the lucky number for the Vipers. We'll just have to see. They're going to have to be able to get it right off the kickoff here, which we actually haven't seen any goals really scored right off the kickoff so far tonight, but it does happen. Senzo is going to make the hero shot here toward the goal. It's just up and going to want to fall down, but an unfortunate bounce off the backboard is going to put it in an awkward position there. They try to get the goal again, but the timer is just not their friend. That's going to be the first win there for the Lynx, winning it 3-0 in the first round robin match of the night.
It seemed like the cobwebs finally had shaken themselves out for the Vipers there in game number 3. As you mentioned earlier, it's still a round robin, but for now, congratulations, Lynx. You guys are going to win our first game here with our Rocket League event with Esports Tower. It wasn't the most easiest game number 3 for them to win, because definitely the Vipers started swinging back as hard as they could in that those last 2 minutes.
Right, and we definitely saw a major improvement from them. I wouldn't count them out for this tournament by any stretch of the imagination. They were able to improve.
And honestly, Jem, you could see that going out alone can get you so far. I mean, being a ball hog in Rocket League is never something you want to ever experience. And ultimately, if you want to increase your chances of success, you have to level up your teaming skills. We definitely saw that coming out from Thrift and Wilds, 2 players that we have time and time again seen being a dynamic duo. And Adrift has worked in very well with their play style, and they've been improving ever since the first day we saw them here at the Esports Tower Rumble. Esports Tower really takes the time to create teams of well-matched teammates, and I'd like to give a shout out to Coach Jake. And if you're watching and haven't checked out the Esports Tower clubs, you definitely should. It's the fast track to help you rank up.
Yeah, he might actually be here tonight to actually hear your call out to him. It's not remote shout out anymore.
Jake? Can I
Might
meet
be.
you?
Well, we're just going to see. But like I said, this is a whole tournament. It's the first round robin match. We have so much more coming up.
For sure, so be sure to stick around. We are going to take a quick break, allow everyone here in the arena to, grab some water, use the restroom. We got to rotate teams out. That's the first experience for these guys, I believe. Something you're not used to if you've never gone to a LAN is being ready to get on stage. So next teams that have to hop up there, good luck. Let's hope you're ready, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by. Growing up in Riggins, we have certain rules we live by. Look both ways before crossing the street. Fishing stories get better the more you tell them. Small town life makes your life anything but small. Never work alone when you go hunting. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
We're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disaster and feed those left in the cold. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Broadcast the Esports Tower Rumble in Rocket League. We're broadcasting it from the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena, and tonight is a very special Esports Tower event as we have the players here in person for the first time. I'm still your host, Artie Nerdy Bird Rain, and joining me on desk is Jacob Jem Palmer. All right, so that first match was very exciting, and do you think these players are performing well despite the kind of different environment that they are in? Because you gotta remember we're gamers at the end of the day, and a lot of us spend our time in our bedrooms.
Well, I think we definitely saw improvement from the first game. Remember, the first game was 7-0, and then it was just like a 2-goal win, a 3-goal win for the rest of the best of 5. So I think we definitely see that once these players get in their groove, we'll see a lot more competitive matches. A lot more has yet to be played for these teams. And what's most exciting is we're going to still see the Lynx who are fresh off their win, but they're going to go up against the Barracudas, which, man, if there was a story team in Esports Tower history, a more well-established, top-notch team, it's the Barracudas.
For sure, I couldn't argue with you on that whatsoever. The Barracudas are a long-standing Esports Tower team, and they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. But all of these players, regardless of the outcome of today's event, we want to give you a quick congratulations about all the effort that you've been putting in, not just here within Esports Tower and your favorite hobbyist playing video games, but in your academics as well. Congratulations to each and every one of the Esports Tower members who have graduated and have been offered scholarships across the country. In the last 3 months, the Esports Tower Club members who have received over $1.6 million in scholarship awards. These students have not only worked hard on their in-game play, but have worked hard academically and have earned these scholarship opportunities. The players that receive these scholarships are talented, hardworking, and driven, and we could not be more excited and proud to see all the opportunities that these players are getting.
You know, we have so many parents here. I think this is the moment where it really hits hard. Is like 1.6 million?
Yeah.
For video games?
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, full scholarship. Wish I could have had that sort of opportunity.
Definitely.
Overall, though, I think we'll give the players a little bit more time to just kind of bask in the glory of their $1.6 million in scholarship awards, and we'll be back as soon as we can with the next game. So you're going to want to stay tuned.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. waiting for no one. We're heading straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Lynx broadcast the Esports Tower Rumble in Rocket League. We're broadcasting it from the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. Tonight, this is a very special Esports Tower event as we have the players here live in person for our first opportunity to get to meet them. I'm still your host, Artie Nerdy Bird Rain, and joining me to call all the action on desk is Jacob Gem Palmer. All right, so we are going to once again be seeing the players we saw earlier, which is going to be the Lynx, but they're taking on the Barracudas.
Right. Yep, very well-known names in the Esports Tower sphere. Have been around since practically the beginning, kind of one of the veteran teams, if you will. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the team that just freshly came off the win goes up against some of the best players in the league.
Yeah, and one of the things we got to keep in mind is like the exhaustion that you tend to feel, because being in person also tends to be a little bit more mentally and physically taxing on players, and you're not in one spot. You don't get to just stay at your desk, get up, go to the bathroom, go to your kitchen, grab some water. You have to rotate computers from a warm-up to being on stage to getting off stage and coming back. So that can be very overall different and just exhausting. So let's see if that impacts the play of the Lynx at all. But if you were to give any advice to the Barracudas who are going up against the Lynx, what would you be telling them? Well,
I think it's very fortuitous you actually brought up advice, because we actually have some pro advice from our one and only Doc Haskell, and that's brought to us by Doc's Keys to the Game in Rocket League. And the players have a chance to see it in the arena this time, not just over remote, in person. Doc's Keys to the Game.
You know, it'd be really cool if we had Doc go walk over to them and like hold up his playbook and be like, all right, here's your keys, and tell them himself, but we'll tell them for them, and those are: create the mistakes, punish the overcommits, play the walls better, and demo to disrupt, something we saw come in absolutely clutch for the Lynx earlier. Doc's Keys to the Game are presented today by Esports Tower. Score pro advice at esportstower.com. Improve your game sense, improve your team play, improve your performance under pressure. You'll get matched with great players and professional coaches to help you rank up.
Alrighty, Lynx and Barracudas, just like the last match, it is going to be a best of 5 in the round robin thus far. And the players are just logging in. We'll see how they do.
I saw that.
Yeah, they can no longer get away with any shenanigans.
No,
they are under the all-seeing eye of all the cameras around here.
I mean, we also have one of these players with sunglasses in the arena.
Oh, yeah.
2 of them.
Okay, I like it.
Computers. And I mean, like, props to you guys.
I mean, you need to protect your eyes from all the intense RGB going on here.
Totally.
I mean, if you look too much into the sun, you're going to get blinded.
For sure, but for me, I'd be like, I can't see my screen anymore. I'm already blind as a bat, so kudos to you guys for being able to pull that off. Enjoy it while you can. No one keeps the 20/20 vision for too long, especially as gamers.
Yeah, it reminds me of whenever I have friends over to game. One of them always makes a point to put on gamer gloves just so they can make sure that they're at their peak performance. And while I just gave Nerdy, while Nerdy has a migraine there, I'm just going to remind everybody of the general rule set. It is 3v3 soccer, best of 5, round robin before we get to the single elimination final, semifinals and finals, and overtime is first goal wins, called golden goal. And here we go. We can actually see where we are and what we have going forward here. We're in the second match. You can see Lynx versus Barracudas, and after that we'll see the Vipers. They get a little chance to kind of rest up, and we'll see how they've improved going forward.
Definitely excited to see that matchup against the Barracudas, but right now we have the Lynx and the Barracudas. We've mentioned it earlier. The story behind the Barracudas is that they are a team of old. Just kidding. They're not that old. I'm really the oldest person here. But with that in mind, they are one of our oldest long-standing Esports Tower teams. They've had some roster swaps, but there are some players that have been there for an extended period of time. They've had a lot of work with the coaches. They've had a lot of work with various players throughout Esports Tower, and in turn, that group as a whole probably has some of the most Esports Tower experience as a unit than any other team here within Esports Tower.
And if you think about it, high school, probably the most seniors ready to go into the collegiate scene as soon as they graduate here. So, you know, it's just like the collegiate scene. You know, you got the traditional 4 years, sometimes longer, as you can understand, Nerdy, but you know what I mean. You know, you don't, especially just in esports in general, there's always such new talent. You got to really fight to keep your spot.
Yeah, and the fact that these guys have managed to do that just you know, speaks to their dedication to the realm of Esports Tower and Rocket League, and their willingness to continue to love something that for some is like, it doesn't change, so how is this exciting? But it's like every match is new and different, and so they're constantly improving their skill sets and just seeking to be the best players that they possibly can. Let's see if that pays off here in their first ever face-off in person between the Barracudas and the Lynx.
And already Thrift is going to make his presence known. We actually see Thrift made a point of telling us between games that it has switched over gamertag to the proper name, so thank you for Thrift for doing that. But on the Barracudas, we see Greed, Quez, and Crayon ready to make their debut on the live performance. We'll see how they do going forward as Quez tries to set it up clear.
Yes, and that was a tee-off from from Quez to Cran, but unfortunately it hit that crossbar. Greed still kind of in a cherry-picking position here. We have Cran rotating back, gets possession, can't quite play it around Wilds, though. Ball is still on the back third on the Barracuda side of the field. Wilds is going to get demoed by Quez. Thrift is going to pick up the slack, and then another demo onto a Drift, but it doesn't matter. The demo... You took out the player, but you didn't move the ball away from its trajectory, so Adrift might go up in a plume of smoke, but they still get a fantastic first goal of the game.
You know what we often say in Overwatch 2? It's a game of objectives, not a game of kills.
Very, very true. And that first goal is going to go in favor of the Lynx. Still have 4 minutes and 12 seconds left on the clock, so plenty of time for the Barracudas to swing the momentum back in their favor.
But I do like the chippiness that we're seeing from the Barracudas. They are here to play. They're going to try to set up. They're going to pass it back toward midfield. Nice shot there, back toward the goal. Adrift is going to rotate back, Quez was able to save that one, is now going to be looking to clear it out. He's going to get demoed as a thank you for that from the Lynx there. Greed trying to set it up. It is blocked again. The Barracudas are definitely trying to make. We'll see how well they can rotate back here, there, and Quez is able to save. Now trying to go on the counterattack. Is going to go up against Thrift. We'll see if they can center it and get their first goal.
We have a Drift dunk the ball down over Cran. Greed is going to be there waiting in the defensive position, but they pushed forward, and there was a slight awkward double commit there. We might see here in the replay. Yeah, we're going to. We have Greed and Quez. Quez, I believe, coming off the respawn there. Right. Both on one side. Quez goes for the boost. Greed goes for the initial block. Can't get the second one, so that's goal number 2 for the Lynx. And typically, once you're up by 2, it's smooth sailing from there on out. However, 3 minutes and 30 seconds is a lot of time to keep that 2-goal lead.
And it's like we also saw with the Vipers. It might just be, you know, again, Lynx have been playing more on stage here. We'll see how the Barracudas can do warming up against this new team that they're going up against. Drift is trying to center it up. It's just going to head back, but they're going to keep control of it, keep the side control going. Greed now, Quez moving in for the clear, is going to play it off the wall. Centers it up successfully, but Wilds is there as the hero play for the Lynx. Such an important player.
Wilds now has Cran hot on their tires, so they have to give it up, and they dunk it down to Thrift, who comes in, finding goal number 3 for the Lynx. That was a fantastic give and go. They recognized that there was pressure being put on them from Cran. Cran couldn't get the ball off that awkward ricochet, and we do see both the other 2 defenders both flat on the ground. Not much they could have done to prevent that from happening. That comes down to trusting who's on the defense, who's rotating the back post, and who's got midfield control. Got to clean up those rotations for the Barracudas to start preventing these opportunities from happening as easily for the Lynx.
Adrift to elevate up. Quez going to try to block, is able to ground it. Leave it off for Crayon, who goes in and demos Wilds. Wilds is going to be back on the field though in a few seconds as Crayon is unable to get the touch he wanted there. Now look out for the Lynx again. See, I think I know what the problem is here. The Barracudas aren't wearing sunglasses. That's the main thing. I think it's the sunglass difference here.
It seems like the players might agree with you.
Immediately they start nodding.
Yep. As we go into the next kickoff, Thrift is going to get the better touch on that one. Cran was there for the challenge, but it's going to be Quez who dunks it down to Greed, as we have Adrift now rotating back to try and get in position. Wilds will get a touch on it, send it to the side, looking for an opportunity to maintain possession. Is going to pop it up. They do not have anyone there, so Quez is actually going to send it to Cran, who sends it right back to Quez. Quez doing what they do best, the aerial play. It's going to be pinched off against that crossbar and a Drift. Drift slows down, trying to maintain possession. Greed disrupts that off the backboard. Quez goes for the redirect shot, can't find the angle, and a Drift finds the save. Quez, though, at the mid, sends it to Greed, and they are resetting the play with Quez going back into that defensive positioning.
Still plenty of time, though, for the Barracudas to make their first statement. Look at that disruption by Crayon, pushing Wilds back onto the field. Now rotating back for a bit of defense, is able to get a tap on it back towards midfield. Gonna stop the clear from Adrift. Now Wilds elevating up, opening here for the Lynx as they got a demo, but there we go. Crayon, nice rotation back, is gonna be able to save it. Barracudas need a goal, though, very fast.
There was a shot on goal, but it did not get close enough to be credited, so Thrift pops the ball up to Wilds. Cran plays it to the wall, trying to maintain possession, but pushes it too far and allows it to be disrupted. Greed now going forward in the corner here, looking to dig it out. We have Quez center it up, going to be sent right back to the side by Wilds. Wild. Quez now off that back wall. Can't get a touch on it before it's immediately turned away by one of the Lynx players. The Drift's going to pop the ball up. It's ricocheting off the ceiling. A double commit. This is an opportunity for Quez.
Oh!
It's 2-1! And a Drift gets a fantastic breakaway. Cran, though, at the top of the back third is going to stop that one. Greed now pushing forward. A Drift trying to stop this one at the mid. Turned away by Cran.
Oh man, that couldn't have been more perfectly gift wrapped right there. It's like your Christmas present is their gift wrap for them, and then in trying to unwrap it, you get a paper cut. You know what I mean? It's just that kind of general vibe. But again, we saw this with the Vipers. Sometimes you just need to warm up, and with the 4-0 here, Barracudas can maybe get a little bit of breathing room between these games, kind of regather themselves right here, and make this a more competitive best-of-5 going forward. The Lynx showing that they haven't lost any step.
It's definitely important to remember, though, Barracudas, this is their first time on stage. This is their first on-screen at a LAN broadcast from us here within Boise State and Esports Tower. Whereas the Lynx, this is game number 2 for them. At this point, it's a cakewalk. They're like, 25 minutes, we're all good. We know how it works. We're veterans at this point.
We're veterans. We know to wear the sunglasses. They know they're here for the environment they play in. I mean, there you go. That's the live sunglass cam right there.
And with that, it's going to be goal number 5 for the Lynx. As we mentioned, though, it's a best of 5. There's plenty of time left for the Barracudas to turn this one around in their favor. But Wild right there gets a fantastic touch on a double commit, something that needs to be cleaned up. Might just be needing to get the gears turning, greased, and cobwebs shaked out there for the Barracudas, because they typically are not super guilty of those double commits. It's just very well could just be right now the nerves of the whole event, as we have Quez elevating. He hits the ceiling a little bit. They still maintain possession, but on the ground, it's going to be Thrift who steals it. Greed tries to take it away. Ball hits the ground. That's the end of game number 1.
And you see the Lynx right there congratulating each other on that first win. As we go into kind of the more detailed stats, you actually see Barracudas had more side control there, and there were certainly opportunities for them to score there. It just didn't quite work out for them. But I think we still got a lot of game left to play. I want to see some more competitive games.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. Something that I noticed that seemed a little bit off character coming out from Cran is typically a very demolition-heavy style player. They create a lot of opportunities by doing disruption, of whether it be just being physical with the other team or creating a lot of opening the space by demoing someone with ball possession, allowing their other teammates to come forward and take it from there. I did not see a lot of demos coming out from Cran, which is a little bit different. Perhaps the demos are being allayed by the Lynx, or Cran is just trying to be a little bit more patient and not be the demolition derby champion that we've seen before in the past. But I feel like if that starts happening, like the Lynx start spending a lot of time on that respawn screen, things are going to get a little bit difficult for them.
But I think it's also kind of deflating, because we saw the double elimination at the start there, but when you have a team as accurate as the Lynx going through there, that they can just bomb it from midfield. There you go. Yeah, they realize how cool they look with the reflection in the sunglasses. They got the vibe going there.
I'm getting major Top Gun vibes right now, and I don't know how to feel about that one, guys.
I don't know. Maybe they realize how well it's doing at the box office. So, like, we're emulating everything. The look, the performance, the
Very
victory.
true.
But I want to see the Barracuda. I know the Barracudas are super talented. You do not want to count them out for a minute.
And off the kickoff, it's going to be Cran who wins that one, but they are going to rotate back as a Drift snags it off the wall. A 50-50 between Thrift and Quez allows Thrift to get the better of the touch. Elevation from Greed is going to dunk it down to Quez, but Quez pushed food too far forward, too fast. Quez digs this one out of the corner at the midfield. It looks like Cran's going for the challenge against the Drift, and then it's going to be Greed pushing forward from there on out. Wilds goes for the challenge, finds the clear, is now here in the corner where Quez is going to be waiting for them. So Drift comes in and they do some cheeky give and go, but it's going to be shut down by Greed, making a great save as Quez tries to push forward there, disrupted by Thrift.
Now as we move forward, a Drift is going to have it denied by him by Greed, who moves in Quez back over to the side. They're looking for their opening, the Barracudas, where they can strike. There's the give and go by Crayon. Back over to Quez toward the goal here, and they're just going to miss it as a Drift gets the save.
A Drift now has an awkward double commit from the Barracudas, but also a teammate at the same time. So 4 players piling up on that ball. Does find its way into the corner now, trying to corral this one out. It's going to be Wilds, but Greed's going to get the touch on it, center it up. Thrift, though, finds the clear. Quez has already rotated back. He's going to send it to the side. Goes for the reset, but it is going to be touched near the goal. So Cran is forced to make the save. Ball is still here on the back third, the Barracuda side of the field. They're looking for an opportunity to clear, but all 3 members, once again, bunched up and getting corralled by the Lynx.
Crayon now with just off to the front post there. They're going to try again on the rebound, but Quez is waiting back to defend, so he's going to wait for the clear to go through. He's unable to save it, though. Lynx get the first goal.
Dang, that one was just kind of unlucky. I mean, Quez did elevate, but they just didn't It wasn't quite high enough, and it just goes sailing past their tires. I think they did get a slight touch on it. We're not going to count it as an own goal. That's a situation of if you were there or weren't there, it was going to go in. With that, Lynx find goal number 1, but there's still 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game number 2.
Okay, Crayon trying to set it up, gets it past Wilds, now adrift. There goes Greed with the shot on goal, and he ties it up. We've got a game here, tied up 1-1.
And as I like to call it, it's complicated 0-0. So now it's anybody's game for sure. Both teams looking for 1 goal to put them in the lead, and then an extra security goal, so there is no buzzer beater opportunity to send us into overtime.
And some rally cheering from the fans as well. Sure to put a spring in the Barracuda step as they move forward here. Wilds gets a little bit better off of that kickoff and is going to move in now. Thrift trying to keep the play going. Crayon and elevate up. It's going to be stopped toward midfield. Flies over Wilds, though, and that allows the Barracudas to rotate up the field. They're not going to be able to stop the clear from Thrift, though, as Quest pushes it off to the side, trying to get the Barracudas just a little bit more breathing room.
Quez gets the clear, but had a lot of pressure being put on them from the Lynx, so they aren't able to follow up on that clear. Greed tries to go in for the challenge, but whiffs it onto Thrift. Thrift doing some fantastic aerial play, dunks the ball down, but dunks it right to Quez, who gets a great clear to the midfield. Quez off their own dunk down, finds an opportunity to center up to Greed. Greed, though, whiffs the second follow-up shot. Ran trying to set the play up again. He's going to play it off the back wall, dunk down. Oh, you're going to see this unfortunate circumstance in the replay. This happens to everybody.
It does. You can't let it get to you.
This is the simple geometry of the game is not that simple, okay?
Yeah, sometimes it could just work against you, but it's better to try to make the play than not make the play at all.
Exactly, and now Barracuda's up by 1. Not sitting comfortably, though. As I said, they're looking for a security goal. Lynx looking for 1 to tie it up for themselves, as we have what I believe was a 4, if not 5-car pile up there at the mid, resulting in the Barracudas pushing forward. Great clear from Adrift off of a save now at the mid. It's going to be Greed and Adrift who challenge for that ball. No one gets the better of the touch. Ball touched near the goal, though. Saved by Quez from Adrift's shot. Oh, sorry.
Midfield, whiff there by Wilds, leaves it open to Thrift there, or maybe he meant for Thrift to take it all this time. I'm going to say it was part of the strategy all along.
That is what we consider just calculated. Even if it's not, you just say calculated.
There you go. They're going to tie it up. It is back to 2-2 for this match.
And I don't know if you saw, but there was a Barracuda right there, and it's kind of just a repeat of what had occurred. Like we said, it happens all the time.
It's karma.
Yeah, I will call it karma.
For a minute, I didn't know if you were stuttering or actually making a statement there. That was beautiful.
Thank you. Now we've got the ball here in the corner on the Lynx side of the field. It does look like we've got Crayon pushing Thrift away. Like I said, they tend to get very physical, especially as we hit the back half of one of these rounds. All 3 members of the Lynx pretty stacked up on top of each other, trying to push forward. We have Greed pop the ball up, play it over 1. Can't get it past Wilds, though. Their aerial play, definitely something they're very comfortable with. They send it to Adrift. Drift centers it up. Wilds takes the touch right into the goal off the handoff from Adrift, and that is going to put them in the lead by 1, but definitely not sitting comfortably. They need that 2-goal lead to ensure the victory.
You know, I see what they're doing here. I see. You also see Rexy from the Jurassic Park franchise making it. They're referencing Top Gun and Jurassic Park. They're going for the blockbuster. They're going for the blockbuster strategy here, referencing all the successful movies right now. See right there, though, live shot of the Barracudas, who has something to celebrate about. They're going to get back tied 3-3.
Absolutely fabulous. I mean, it's still it's anybody's game almost regardless of the scoreboard, but at this point, tied 3-3 is signs of good Rocket League being played. Both teams are very equally matched in skill. It comes down to, at this point, I say this with a lot of esports, it's a game of mistakes. Who can capitalize on the ones that are being made the fastest? But Quez, that wasn't a mistake at all coming from anybody. That was just some good, clean Rocket League play. Pinch off here from the wall, dragging it down, getting the secondary to follow it up and send it in, and you even had a teammate just in case it did get redirected. And that is going to put the Barracudas in the lead by 1.
There's still plenty of time to make a play, though. Greed is going to push it off. Get the little bit. Look at that. The Barracudas are just, it is a feeding frenzy right now.
My body is chrome and my blood is gasoline. Quez the hat trick. That is goal number 5 for the Barracudas.
Oh my goodness, what has happened with the Barracudas? Someone is alive at the moment.
I mean, I said the Cram's typically the physical one, but there was back-to-back demos there. That was a little dirty, but I understand that works into the play.
Oh, but a trip!
Oh, I thought we were going to goal of the game. Gets dunked down, though, almost squeaking in.
That counts!
Wilds with the follow-up, and that's Wilds' hat trick as well. We are within one goal of tying things up here between the Lynx and the Barracudas. It's doable. We just saw 3 back-to-back goals very quickly.
It is insane right now how this match is turning out. The question is what happens on this kickoff. Quez is able to outplay them and get the better of that, but look at Thrift making the play here. Rebound, it's going to be met in midair by Crayon and be grounded. Lynx still have to tie this up 5-5. Barracuda's going to try to get an insurance goal, but Wild saves it.
Here in the corner, we have Thrift dunk it down, sending it to Adrift. Adrift pops it up for Thrift. Thrift goes for the backboard, center up for an opportunity for a teammate, but Greed gets in the way. Wilds sends it right back across that midfield stripe. It does look like we're going to have Quez be the one to volley it to the back third.
Oh.
Shot on goal, hits the crossbar. Unfortunate angle to be sent there, but bending it like Beckham is very difficult when you're driving a car. Thrift now on the back third, looking for an opportunity to find the equalizer or to have a teammate follow it up. That might be it, but instead it's going to be saved by Quez.
And this is the one opportunity, do or die for the Lynx right now. 10 seconds left, but they have side control. Can they do it? Can they drive this to overtime? They're trying to set it up. Waterfall it down, and it doesn't work out. But what a great effort there by the Lynx. Now, the game still goes as long as that ball is in the air, but it hits the ground. And Barracudas are going to get their first win. So we're at least going to be going to a game 4 here.
And we can see here that shots on goal boost you. Side control almost perfectly split 50-50 down the board here. Just demonstrating how equally matched these teams are. When we were heading into that no time left on the clock moment and I saw the ball get popped up again, I'll be honest, my heart stopped a little bit because when you are in the lead by 1 goal, you are kind of, you know, granting an opportunity to send it into overtime, and that could be your very own team's undoing, not something you want to have happen. So I'm always like, you don't need the extra goal. You're already in the lead. Just ground the stinking ball and move on, please. I understand wanting to be flashy, make it look cool, but please, just for my own sanity, don't.
Well, yeah, if anything, it gave the Lynx, you know, that one more opportunity to try to tie it up, you know, so you want to end it.
Exactly, but now we're in a best-of-3 game, basically.
Yep, we basically are. We're basically resetting and going back to best-of-3.
And so it's anybody's game. We have yet to have an overtime. I was really hoping
I know, we haven't, but yeah, that's...
But I understand that it's also, like, overtime's probably the most taxing experience for a Rocket League player, especially like here within Esports Tower. We've had them go as long as I think 8 minutes, if not more before. So if we end up doing that, I'm very sorry to every player we have on stage right now because it's one heck of an experience.
And I also noticed one thing about the experience of these players is they get to hear, if they miss or flub a shot, they get to hear the screams of agony from up here on the desk, which isn't going to make them feel any better about the situation, I can guarantee you that. All right, as we start things off here, Barracudas are going to be off to an explosive start. Lynx having to defend here, trying to get some time to adjust. Now Adrift now is going to be working off to get the clear there off into the corner, but Quez answers that back, and there goes Greed being greedy by taking out Wilds, but it's not going to turn into a goal quite yet.
We have Quez looking to center it up again. They do, but not off the backboard. It's on the ground, which is an easy opportunity to stop. Greed finds the chink in the armor, in the words of one of our other casters, Tacky, and finds goal number 1 for the Barracudas.
Precision shot from midfield, from way downtown, as they would say. Now here we go. Barracuda's now in the lead here. Situation, the Lynx not finding themselves on the back foot too often, so we'll see how they do right now.
Thrift in mid-flight will have their ball possession stolen away because one of the players from the Barracudas did disrupt that. Greed tries to send this ball to the mid, stopped by Wilds. Quez pushing forward in mid-air, is going to dunk the ball down, but it ends up with Thrift, and they intended to push it past them, so we have Greed elevate, send it off the back wall. It is going to be brought down by one of the Lynx members, though, so Quez is rotating back. We have Adrift go for the shot, centers it, actually ends up centering it to Thrift, saved by Quez. Opportunity to center it back up. Cran pushes it to the side, but in front of their own goal. Never mind, we are on the Lynx side of the field, so not as risky as I thought. Though ball already cleared. Thrift with possession in the corner here, looking to center it up to Wilds. Might be stopped by Quez, though.
Now Now looking to set it up. Both of them are going to be in midair, but it might trickle into the goal there. Almost scored again on the Barracudas. The Lynx are trying to look out for it. They have the open goal. Oh my goodness, they missed it. That explosion obscured the shot at the worst moment.
Ball off that shot will hit the crossbar from Wilds. Thrift tries to be the ball. Cran gets possession, looking to bring it into the midfield. It's going to send the ball down into the corner. They have Greed there to follow it up. Greed manages to get it past one. It's going to be popped up over another by Cran. Thrift, though, with the tertiary touch from the Lynx, gets the save. Wilds putting pressure on Quez right now. Ball hits the ceiling. Quez can't get a touch, so it's Greed is going to push forward. Greed whiffs it too, but Cran is going to be finally the one able to get the touch, dragging it down here into the corner.
Look at, and they get scored on. All of a sudden, the sunglasses aren't for show, but rather to hide the shame they're in right now.
That was savage.
You know what? I can praise them, and I can roast them at the same time. You know, it's
Fair
equal
enough.
opportunity between both teams here.
We go into the next kickoff. It's going to be Greed and Adrift going for the challenge. Greed gets the better touch, but it's going to be Wilds there who's able to get the follow-up for their teammates. Quez finds the clear to the midfield. Adrift is going to be in front of them, though, so automatically sent right back to the Barracudas. Volleyed immediately by a Barracudas player. Quez goes for the challenge in the air. Thrift manages to redirect. Greed gets the center opportunity for Cran, but Cran can get a touch on it. Now they're rotating back onto their own side. Barracudas now in defensive positioning as the Lynx have an opportunity. Wilds is going to center it up. Double commit there from the Barracudas. Goal scoring opportunity from Adrift. Hits the crossbar. Unfortunately, it's nobody's friend any day. Ripped with the follow-up. We'll find goal number 1 for the Lynx, and we are within a 1-goal game once again.
And we might be seeing overtime for the first time here. We're just going to have to see if the Lynx can still rally.
It's a blessing and a curse. I mean, overtime's great, but it does tax our voices. So just know that if we want to see it, we are also hurting ourselves in the process, not just you guys. We all suffer together.
Which, after I roasted them, might be something they want to do.
Yeah, that's
just, you know, it's a bit of payback.
Now Greed gets an opportunity to push forward. Thrift stops it, pops it up to Wilds on the wall. Wilds goes for the backboard pass to center it up, but Quez slows it down. Thrift, though, dunks it down. And weird ricochet as Greed takes out Adrift. Greed now pushing forward, stolen away by Adrift. So off the respawn, Adrift immediately back in the play and looking for vengeance. Quez and Cran double commit on that ball to push it forward, but now here on the Lynx side of the field, Cran's going to center it up. The follow-up from Quez goes too far to one side, and they have to reset the play again.
Wilds to elevate up. It's going to leave it for Adrift to continue the clear. Thrift hanging back in the wings right now to maybe follow up on this one. Oh, for opportunity, and they're not going to quite make it, but they still have a minute and a half left to tie this up. This is turning into a real exciting one as Thrift finds it.
Awkward, like 4-car commit here in the corner, and then the Drift is just like, I got no pressure. Gets the ball in easy. So now it's basically 0-0 in anyone's game as we have about 90 seconds left on this clock. It's anybody's game at this point. Both teams still looking for 2 goals to make sure that they are in a comfortable position for the remainder of this game number 3. But finding those goals is going to be difficult because this is a very low-scoring game in comparison to the last. As Wild takes a shot, it's going to be turned away by Greed.
Demo onto Greed, opening it up for Adrift, but Quez with the clear is going to buy some time for the Barracudas. They're in fact going to go on the counterattack here against Wild, opening it up with the shot from Greed. It's going to find it and gets the goal.
That is going to put the Barracudas up by 1. They need another goal to ensure we do not see overtime because we definitely know the Lynx are capable of scoring multiple goals in a short period of time. It is not something that they find challenging under the pressure here being at this LAN event thus far. So can the Barracudas find another goal for themselves? They've got 1 minute and 4 seconds to find out. Bless the Lynx might be able to tie this one up because 1 goal, 1 minute, plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time. It is still anyone's game. Greed is going to try to make an insurance goal happen with the pass over to Crayon in the corner. Thrift is going to play it off the wall, moving up the field. Adrift trying to knock the defender out of the way, but now Greed is going to buy some time for the Barracudas. If they rotate up too far, they are going to be able to recover just for now, and now we have 1/2 of a minute left.
Quez's shot is going to hit that crossbar. Greed dunks it down over 2. Has to beat Wilds out, though. Ball still here on the back third. We see Thrift take out Greed to make this defense a little bit easier for a couple of seconds here for the Lynx. Ball at the mid. Adrift, it looks like they're going for a slight back pass to Wilds, who is just a little bit behind them, but it does not work out. So Greed now pushing the ball to the side. Ball here on the Lynx half of the field. Not something that they want to be dealing with as this clock ticks down to the last 5 seconds. Cran's going to pop it the clock. Ball hits the ground, and that's it. And it will. With that, Barracudas are going to walk away with the Game 3 victory.
Wow, look at that. It's insane. Talk about, look at that. Barracudas didn't have as many shots on goal, but they actually pulled it out.
This comes back to like that high school science class, you know, the accuracy versus precision.
Sure.
I mean, if you're hitting the same spot over and over again, and that spot happens to be the top corner on the crossbar, well, that's not really what you're looking for. So take as many shots as you want in that one spot. It's probably not going to work out. So if you take less shots, but you're still managing to get the ball in at a better rate than the other team, odds are you're sitting pretty good. It's not common that we see that happening, but it does happen.
And another thing that we didn't think would be common, but now is that Lynx are now up against a match point. After they opened the night 3-0, they are now on the back foot. They have to drive this to a Game 5 and win this next match, and it's only been decided by 1 goal each game. Do you think we're going to see overtime at least? Because we keep hyping it up.
I don't know if we're going to. I personally really want to, and I'm very sorry that I'm wanting to, because it just makes it so much more exciting to see overtime, because it means everyone is fighting to their absolute hardest. I mean, right now, if the Lynx are down by 1 and they find, you know, that it's Rocket League gold, to quote an announcer from a few years back, and they send us into overtime, then that is what they need to be doing. If they're playing for that, then so be it. But also, Barracudas are looking to just close this one out right here at match point. Can they come out on top of this one without having to deal with almost being equalized at the last possible second?
See if the Lynx can bring it together right now. They're trying to set up for the shot on goal. Saved by Thrift at the last moment, keeps it 0-0.
Greed here in the corner pops the ball up. It's going to be sent to the side by a Drift, but Quez is going to be the one to receive it. Wild's rotating back. Thrift is there as well. Wild looking for an opportunity. They can't quite get this one out of the corner just yet. They play it flat across their own goal. A risky play to make, but a Drift and Thrift both find demolitions. The respawns have happened, but the resources will dwindle for a little bit for those Barracudas players. Cran off the respawn, pushes the ball across that midfield stripe. It's going to be challenged by a Drift, but Greed sends it right back over.
Gonna try to find the clear here. Crayon now moving, is gonna leave it for Thrift, and now Wild peels off to the side. Try to find a clear. Now it's gonna pass it back over to Thrift in midfield. It's lined up perfectly, but Quest finds the save. Follow up by Wilds just in front of the goal. And despite all that trying, not gonna be found for the Lynx.
Wild looks for an opportunity to get a touch, can't find it. It does look like a Drift though, did send it to the side. They're going to elevate and not get an opportunity to get a touch on that ball. Cran tries to as well, does not either. They do finally get a touch, tries to send it to Greed, but Greed drove over that ball just a little bit too far. Ball still here on the back third of Barracuda's half of the field. Greed now pushing forward, has to play it around 1. The pressure is starting to mount on them. They get it off that back wall, and they're forced to give up possession.
Now just a slight tap on it. Reed, still a lot of fighting in midfield. Now a Drift moves in here. Do they see their strategy? They see it. Okay, just a little bit of an awkward play there. Is actually going to push it back toward the Lynx, but you know what? It's still tied 0-0. They're just going to trade demolitions and call it even.
We have now passed 2 minutes here in game number 4. No goals have been scored, but it looks like the Lynx are struggling to get their rotations cleaned up that they need. All 3 members were very bunched up there, forcing Wilds off their own breakaway to be the one to try and make the play. Thrift off the shot is going to manage to grab it as Drift is going to take out Quez. Thrift pushing forward, has Greed go for the challenge. Cran's going to pick up the pieces from there, playing it off the wall from one of the Lynx players. They managed to get it cleared for a few moments, but off of the shot on goal, Quez can't find the clear. Thrift pushing forward off the backboard, follow-up from a Drift is disrupted by one of the Barracudas players.
I like how you see in the activity feed, a Drift is almost all demolitions. It's just bomb after bomb. It's just the mentality, you know what? Something needs to happen, and I'm going to try to make the play.
I mean, demos can be very successful. You're taking someone out for a couple of seconds, and that opens the field so much, but also it can put you out of rotation. So it's demoing, but not doing it at bad moments and taking yourself out of the play. Ball here on the back third. Greed looking for an opportunity. We'll have it taken away by a Drift as we have 2 Lynx members grouped up. Oh, the cowbells.
Oh, yeah, the cowbells.
I was wondering when they were going to start happening. Cran off the back wall, sends it to Quez. Unfortunately, not enough momentum, so it's easily saved here by the Lynx.
Oh, it is down to the wire right now. Just a little under 2 minutes left, and neither team has scored. Although if you look at the shots on goal, Barracuda still lead right now 4-2. So the Lynx are trying to make something happen, but Greed is playing at the top of his game, is going to get a save there, but Thrift is going to try to set it up around the corner. Crayon to disrupt it. Now moving in, shot by Wilds. The goal is cleared out, but they're not going to quite find it. Follow up, and they get it! The Lynx want to go to game 5.
So many demolitions to ensure that there was no one to stop this one from going in. Cran off the respawn trying to back up, but I mean, when you're just getting back into the play, it's very, very difficult. We still have 1 minute and 25 seconds left. It took a very long time for us to see the first goal of this game. Right now, Barracuda's on the back foot trying to find that equalizer for themselves, lest the Lynx put themselves at match point with a victory in this one.
Here we go. Insurance goal would sure be nice for the Lynx here. Remember, if they win this, they still have to go on to a game 5 to decide it. There goes Adrift, just a shot over to the corner where Quez is waiting. Greed is going to pick up a little boost while Quez moves in for the clear. Adrift has to defend here and is successfully in doing so, keeping the Lynx in the lead.
Greed's going to play it into the corner off the back wall, turned away by Adrift. Cran tried to be prepared for the opportunity to center it back up and do it again. They are, but it's going to be popped up by Thrift, preventing that backboard centering opportunity for the Barracudas. Ball still here, hasn't been cleared just yet. You can hear a lot of anxiety here on desk because those are a lot of shots being taken very quickly. Adrift in front of the Barracudas goal is going to pop the ball up to try and allow a teammate to come in and close out that play. But it looks like they're taking a little bit too long as the Barracudas are starting to get possession again. Wilds plays it off the backboard. It's going to dump it and pinch it into the net. That's goal number 2 for the Lynx. 22 seconds on the clock. That might be it.
It has to come down to this kickoff. This is the last opportunity for the Barracudas to close it out here. They have to get it on the kickoff here. So if you see a kickoff win for a Lynx right now, that is super important for them. It's going to go off to the side. Who's going to gain control of it after? Crayon making the play, and a key save by Thrift there is going to buy them the time. It's now down to 15 seconds.
This is now turned into a game of keep away or find another goal for the Lynx. They are on the Barracuda side of the field, exactly where they want to be. 5 seconds left. There is no time left for the Barracudas to find 2 goals for themselves. This is definitely a GG go next moment. Both teams now at match point. I mean, this is exciting. I didn't get to see an overtime just yet, but we are at game number 5. Both these teams giving it all they've got here in our round robin best of 5 series here between the two of them.
This is just round robin. We're not even in a final yet.
This isn't even the final 4.
Yeah, and the audience is getting into it. I love it. We're seeing such a competitive match. Basically, we started out resetting to best of 3. Now we've reset to a best of 1, basically.
Yeah, this is where everyone needs to be firing on all cylinders, going, you know, Mach 12, no holds barred, playing absolutely perfect Rocket League. There's no room for mistakes in the next 5 minutes. Can you do that, though, is the question. I mean, pulling that off is difficult. That means clean rotations, clean boost management, and clean communications. Where there hasn't been a lot of double commits, but we've seen them. And then the last thing I'm going to say, word of advice for everyone up there on this stage, start looking for the demos, communicating to your teammates if you think they're going to go up and smoke, and try and help them out so they can allay that demo. It's an old Doc's keys to the game, but my goodness, that double demo in the goal to find that first one for the Lynx really set the tempo for that last couple of seconds there.
All right, we're just about ready to head into the final game. As you were saying, no time for mistakes right now. I mean, no pressure. It's for all the marbles, and you can't make any mistakes, but no pressure at all.
Yeah, this is the first time where we are, you know, setting up the story and mounting the pressure for everyone viewing, but also the players.
Oh my goodness, almost off the kickoff there with follow-up by Crayon. Is not going to find it. Wilds and Thrift both being credited with the save there.
Ball here in the corner on the Barracuda, on the Lynx side of the field. We have Thrift, though, with possession. Quez trying to take it away. Adrift is going to push Quez out of the way to allow Adrift to get an opportunity to send the ball to the wall to allow a reset clear. Quez goes for the shot. It does hit one and the crossbar, so no opportunity there just yet. Greed goes for the follow-up, saved by, I believe, that one was Adrift.
Now Adrift with a pop is going to get some elevation there, but Quez is going to answer it back. Takes it away from Quez. Is able to stop that clear. They'll maintain side control for now and set it up, although Quez is able to stop that centering pass before it goes through.
We have Thrift leave the ball for, I believe that was Adrift. Yes, now Quez with possession has an opportunity to take a few seconds, but Adrift is trying to get in there and steal that ball away. They're going to take the shot, saved by Thrift. Thrift is going to elevate. Greed goes for the challenge. It does force a give and the go line. Quez to redirect the ball. Greed now looking for an opportunity to center it off that back wall. Adrift, though, dunks it down to disrupt that play, so Quez can't get in time to be the one to get the shot off the rebound.
Greed is now rotating back to get in back across the field there. And it's going to turn into a clear, so it is working out for them, but they've spent a lot of boosts to get there. Might be just enough time. Yeah, there go the Lynx on the counter attack, and they're just going to miss.
Adrift dunks the ball down. It is left, and it allows Quez to get possession. Quez does have Thrift looking for an opportunity to put pressure on them. Thrift is going to send it to the side. Ball is here on the Lynx half of the field. It's in the air. Quez goes for the 50-50 challenge. Gets a slight touch. Thrift gets the save, though. Adrift is going to rotate and be prepared for the rebound, and the save from Greed.
Oh,
the defender's taken out of position. There's no one there, and that is a fantastic play coming out from the Lynx.
As the power of the sunglasses come through for the Lynx at their most valuable time yet.
And the matching roses.
And the matching roses too. So, see, it's all about the cosmetics, the aesthetic. They're setting up a story as much as we are.
Exactly, and now the kickoff, the ball is here on the Barracuda side of the field. Cran sends the ball to Greed. Greed plays it to the wall, knowing they've got a lot of pressure on them, though they need help from a teammate. Oh, Quez had a whiff, but Cran got the save from a drift shot. Ball is in the corner. Cran looks for an opportunity. It's going to be Greed who finds the clear, but there are no Barracudas members over here. They're all kind of dwindling at the midfield. Thrift goes forward. It is disrupted. Quez tries to get a touch, whiffs it. Wild though gets the shot in. There's no defender in position. And we are down 2 minutes, 31 seconds, almost crossing the halfway point of this game number 5. And the Lynx are in the lead by 2.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. You see Crayon, I don't know who was rotating back there because both of them were kind of rotating back at the same time. They were just a little bit too late. Look at Quez's activity feed. Nothing but shots on goal. Barracudas are definitely trying. But I gotta say, the difference I would say is probably Thrift right now. Like, look at all those saves on his activity feeds. He has shut the Barracudas out completely.
All right, Thrift, you might spend the next 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the respawn screen.
I see it, I guessed it, gruesome.
Yep, it did be like that sometimes. We'll take responsibility here on desk, but Greed finds goal number 1 for the Barracudas. That could be the momentum shift that they need. Only down by 1. Are we going to see the equalizer happen sooner rather than later, or are we going to see it happen the last possible second?
Remove here. Adrift is going to try to get it back to a 2-goal lead for the Lynx, but Greed passes it up the field. Thrift though back, and Quez last minute save. Now they need to turn this into a shot on goal for themselves. Crayon doing some air dribbling, trying to push in front of the goal, but Adrift manages to be enough of a nuisance to keep a goal at bay for now.
We have Wild looking to dunk this ball down and send it to Adrift, who can send it to the side. That's exactly what they had happen. Wild sends it right back to Adrift. Adrift, though, has no one to beat, and that is goal number 3 for the Lynx. There was a double commit on pressure onto Adrift where there's no one rotating back into the goal, so that back post rotation did not happen fast enough. And unfortunately, having no one in front of you, it's an easy shot.
All right, here we go. It's still not out of the realm of possibility. Remember, the Barracudas got their first goal when they were 2 behind, so they can probably even it up again here. But again, I think the main thing is I think we... Oh, like it's told you! Okay, I actually predicted that one.
You did really predict that one. I saw a double commit from the defenders here, and Greed just pops it up slightly. Quez gets it past Adrift, and then Wilds can't cut in fast enough to stop that one from going in. That is how you need to set those plays up. Sometimes it works out very well. Push the defender out of the way, whether it forces them to make the play for the save or just be ready for the fall. But we have a drift takeout Cran, so there goes one of our Barracudas players for a couple of moments. We are crossing down now into the last minute and 20 seconds here. Barracuda's still down by 1.
Still haven't seen overtime at all, but they're definitely teasing us with it, especially great shot by Crayon there. And Quez ties it up! Just about 1 minute left, and it's tied back up.
All right, that Quez finds the equalizer. We are once again tied at 3 aside. Who's going to find the goal to put them in the lead? Is it going to just remain at a 3-3 score for the remainder of this game and send us into overtime? I sure hope so. Or if we see more goals, I want it to be back and forth because I want that overtime very bad. We have Drift trying to shut down the overtime possibility for me, but immediately it's circumvented and turned away by the Barracudas. Now ball on the back third of the link side of the field as we cross the 1 minute mark.
1 minute left for these players. Look at the activity feats. They're already rolling and they're rolling them over here because they have just been fighting so furiously in the final game. It all comes down to this, and Greed sees the opening with 45 seconds left. Barracuda's lead. What a great read there. Sees no one is back there. Unfortunately, there's only one person defending. The Barracudas pushed him off to the corner, leaving the goal open. All right, Lynx, it's all up to you now.
Thrift now pushing forward with possession, has Wilds in front of them. The standard give and go between the synergy of these two players is very strong, but it's stolen away. Thrift's going to pop the ball up, keeping this play here on the Barracuda side of the field. They're going to collide with Quez. Quez is going to allow Greed to chip in and get the touch to send it to the midfield, but off the wall, Lynx are trying to keep this ball from crossing that midfield stripe. Thrift cuts in, centers it up, but Quez elevates and tries to get this ball past Wilds. They get bad, but can they get it past Thrift? They will, sending it to the side. Very little pressure on them right now.
10 seconds left, and the Lynx have to make something happen, and it goes past the Barracudas, cementing their win there. But Greed, player of the game, not only getting a goal, but a hat trick for himself at the most crucial moment. Oh, there you see him right there. He is in the camera right now. Enjoy all the glory because you deserve it. The audience counts it out.
Ball hits the ground, and that is it. And the Barracudas will walk away with this victory for themselves. The Lynx did win our first game of this evening, so it's not as though they are not here to demonstrate their skill as well. It's just this one, the gods of the game and the skill of the players just in favor of the Barracudas. However, this is just the round robin, so
yep.
It's anybody's game still.
I would like the results here to be a true round robin. Now let's get the Vipers win, and we have a win for every team.
There we go. And if you are interested, by the way, in being seen by expert college recruiters or talking directly to esports industry insiders like pro athletes, team general managers, and game producers, then you should join the club. Esports Tower players get insider access to industry insights, and with our featured Rumbles, recruiters are taking notice as well. It's a great way to score exposure if you're looking to start your path to pro or land a collegiate scholarship. And with that fantastic game, you know, out of the way and done for, these players get a little bit of time to relax, and we'll provide a little bit more relaxation time for everyone, the viewership, production, ourselves.
Take a drink of water.
Yes, please get some water. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Growing up in Riggins, we have certain rules we live by. Look both ways before crossing the street. Fishing stories get better the more you tell them. Small town life makes your life anything but small. Never work alone when you go hunting. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by. Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
We're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disaster and feed those left in the cold. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Again's gonna play it off the back wall. Oh, you're gonna see this unfortunate circumstance in the replay. This happens to everybody.
It does. You can't let it get to you.
This is the simple geometry of the game is not that simple, okay? A drift shot. Oh, sorry.
Midfield, whiffed there by Wilds, leaves it open to Thrift there, or maybe he meant for Thrift to take it all this time. I'm going to say it was part of the strategy all along.
That is what we consider just calculated. Even if it's not, you just say calculated.
There you go. They're going to tie it up. It is back to 2-2 for this match.
Get it past Wilds, though. Their aerial play, definitely something they're very comfortable with. They send it to a Drift. Drift centers it up. Wilds takes the touch right into the goal off the handoff from a Drift, and that is going to put them in the lead by 1. But definitely not sitting comfortably. They need that 2-goal lead to ensure the victory.
You know, I was going for the blockbuster strategy here, referencing all the successful movies right now. See right there, though, live shot of the Barracudas, who has something to celebrate about. They're going to get back tied 3-3.
Absolutely fabulous. I mean, it's still... It's anybody's game almost regardless of the scoreboard. I say this with a lot of esports. It's a game of mistakes. Who can capitalize on the ones that are being made the fastest? But Quez, that wasn't a mistake at all coming from anybody. That was just some good, clean Rocket League play. Pinch off here from the wall, dragging it down, getting the secondary to follow it up and send it in, and you even had a teammate just in case it did get redirected.
The Barracudas are just, it is a feeding frenzy right now.
My body is chrome and my blood is gasoline. Quez the hat trick. That is goal number 5 for the Barracudas.
Oh my goodness, what has happened with the Barracudas? Someone is alive at the moment.
I'm making in.
That counts.
Wilds with the follow-up, and that's Wilds' hat trick as well. We are within one goal of tying things up here between the Lynx and the Barracudas. It's doable. We just saw 3 back-to-back goals very quickly.
It is insane right now how this match is turning out. The question is...
Double commit there from the Barracudas. Goal scoring opportunity from Madrid. Hits the crossbar. Unfortunately, it's nobody's friend any day. Ripped with the follow-up. We'll find goal number 1 for the Lynx, and we are within a 1-goal game once again.
And we might be seeing overtime for the first time here. We're just gonna have to see if the Lynx can still rally over opportunity, and they're not gonna quite make it, but they still have 1.5 minutes left to tie this up. This is turning into a real exciting one as the Drift finds it.
Awkward, like 4-car commit here in the corner, and then the Drift is just like, I got no pressure.
The clear is going to buy some time for the Barracudas. They're in fact going to go on the counterattack here against Wild. Opening it up with the shot from Green. It's going to find it and gets the goal.
That is going to put the Barracudas up by 1. They need another goal to ensure we do not see overtime, because we definitely know the Lynx are capable of scoring multiple goals in a short period of time.
Still haven't seen overtime at all, but they're definitely teasing us with it, especially great shot by Crayon there. And Quest ties it up! Just about 1 minute left, and it's tied back up.
All right, that Quest finds the equalizer. We are once again tied 3 aside. Who's going
rolling them over here because they have just been fighting so furiously in the final game? It all comes down to this, and Green sees the opening with 45 seconds left. Barracudas lead.
broadcast of the Esports Tower Rumble in Rocket League. We're still broadcasting from the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We didn't teleport anywhere. And tonight is a very special event within regards to the Esports Tower because we have the players here in person competing at this event all together for the first time ever. I'm still your host, Artie Nerdy Bird Rain, and joining me on desk is Jacob Gem Palmer. All right, so that last game was exciting to say the least, but we still have another one left in this round robin.
Yeah, we do, and it's involving the team that we saw at the very beginning. It's going to be the Vipers now going up against the Barracudas. Like I said before the break, I want to see every team manage to get a win here. So nothing personal against the Barracudas. I just really want every team to kind of get that confidence boost.
I definitely really want to see the Vipers do that as well for themselves. I feel like everyone deserves a victory no matter what. And at the end of the and also just so the Vipers know, the co-host that is typically here for our Rocket League Tower Rumble is Tacky, and he is always 100% rooting for you guys. He's not here right now, but know that he definitely is keeping you guys in his mind, and he wants you to pull out on top of this one and be the victors, because of course that'll just be another bragging opportunity for him and more suffering for me later down the road. So, you know, he's going to be sticking to his guns and rooting for you guys no matter what. So in this next one, I'll be rooting for you as well.
Well, we're going to be ready to get into the final match of the night here, see how it closes out, and maybe it just makes the tournament organizer's job that much more difficult because everyone wins in the round robin. Now they got to go to the stats.
Well, that's true. Good luck on that one. Thankfully, we're just the casters. We get to be the pretty people on screen. But with that being said, we have some words of advice for these players that are going to be going into this game in the form of Doc's keys to the game for Rocket League. And those are: create mistakes, punish the overcommits, and play the walls better, and demo to disrupt. Doc's keys to the game are presented today by Esports Tower. Scroll pro advice to esportstower.com, where you can improve your game sense, improve your team play, and improve your performance under pressure, such as a LAN event. Just saying. Anyway,
just saying.
Scroll pro advice at esportstower.com. Definitely check it out if you're interested in participating in these events from here on out.
We see a thumbs up there by Greed. If there's any player that has a reason to give him a thumbs up right now, it was Greed, the star player. There you go.
Hello, I haven't learned everybody's names. I'm sorry. I need to put faces to names. Like, come say hi to me and I'll remember afterwards. But anyway, those are
the Vipers. Those
yes,
sitting
they are
closest
the Vipers.
Yeah, and they just to let us know that we were correct.
Yes. So we have the Vipers going up against the Barracudas. Barracudas, best of luck to both of you guys. Right now, Vipers looking for stop it. Right now, Barracudas are looking to get their second victory in our round robin, while the Vipers are still looking to find their first victory here. Those of us on desk are hoping that they do find it for themselves, so we can go into our bracket stage with everyone having had one under their belt.
So here we go. Everyone's loading into the arena here. You know what I just realized now?
What?
Since we're in the standard arena, they didn't bring out Hot Wheels.
Aw, man!
Oh, we were promised.
I wanted Hot Wheels, but okay, I see how
Like
it
I
is.
say, we don't get what we want here.
Oh my goodness! What? Okay, Cran shot, saved by Enzo. Ball has to fully cross that goal line just like real soccer, so every single pixel. Quez, though, trying to go for an opportunity for themselves. It's going to be turned away by Enzo yet again. Cran tries to stop this ball from crossing the midfield stripe. Enzo goes for a shot, turned away by Greed. This is very, very fast. Lots of shots being taken quickly. Not all of them have been accredited by the system, but we are seeing them. Zydra goes forward, manages to center it up, but Cran's going to snag it before any of the Vipers get a touch. Toke is now in the defensive position, goes for the challenge against Cran.
Okay, trying to find the next play, but Quest is going to play it above him. There goes Zydra. It's going to get denied by Greed in midfield. Trying to set it up goes Enzo. Cran tries to make the play. Toke on the defense here. There goes a shot from Quez and saved by Zydra again.
Zydra now pushing forward, gets it past Quez. Can't get it past Greed, though. Centers it up to Cran. Cran's going to push it forward, allowing Greed to continue on. Greed goes to center it up off the wall. It's very slow, but Cran's able to be in a follow-up, and that is goal number 1 for the Barracudas.
Good play, and we see right there, unfortunately, return turtle there just in confidence. All right, I wonder when we were going to start to see the BM.
Oh, that's our first kickoff goal. It's going to be scored by Greed. We'll be able to see the replay here. It looks like no one was really ready for it. Greed immediately goes in, shot straight at the goal. Not typically the strat you see people go for, which is why I believe no one was in the way of that one. It's hard to stop sometimes, but
you know, when it's such an obvious play that no one expects it. You know what I mean?
It's kind of like the scrims row of Rocket League. And now as we go forward, still 3 minutes and 45 seconds of being up by 2 is great, but that's a long time to have to defend that lead. Plenty of time for the Vipers to turn around in their favor. Greed goes for the stop here to prevent it from crossing the midfield stripe, and Tonke's going to dunk it down. It goes right back to Quez, though, who's going to elevate. Enzo goes for the challenge, still with Quez. Quez leaves it for Cran.
Oh, no.
Ball from Greed is not going to be there.
Oh boy, Vipers finding themselves in a lot of sticky situations thus far.
Avoid BM references.
All right, here we go.
We have Cran now pushing forward. They cannot get it around Toge. Toge has an opportunity. They unfortunately can't quite get the elevation just right. Zydra's going to be trying to prevent this midfield cross from happening. It does. Now in the corner, Cran goes for the challenge. Saved by Enzo there right in front of the goal. Shot, though, returned from Greed. That's goal number 3 for the Barracudas. We have 3 minutes left on the clock, though, so it's literally 1 goal per minute perfectly for the Vipers. It's very doable, and that plays very much so in their play style. They just really need to start pulling the tempo of this match in their favor.
And we've seen, you know, once Vipers get their strategy nailed down, they can fight back very furiously here. So still plenty of game left to play, and we saw Enzo with a great shot on goal there. It's going to be saved by Greed. Wes is going to be trying to pass it over to Crayon to get it clear. Doesn't quite go through. A little bit more side control by the Vipers, leaving up for Enzo. Again, tries now Zydra. Moving it is going to play it just off to the left. Is not going to find the goal there, but they did manage to keep side control for a good amount of time there.
Quez dunks the ball down, it pops up. Greed goes for the challenge against Enzo, does not get a touch. Enzo elevates, gets the touch to pop it up again, but Cran is there to snag it and bring it across that midfield stripe. Enzo yet again, though, challenges, gets possession. Greed volleys it right back. We have Cran take out Toge, opening up the field for a few moments here for the Barracudas. The shot's going to be turned away by Enzo. Ball at the mid, going high and ricocheting off the ceiling.
Move forward here. Looks like Barracudas are going to rotate back here just as precautionary. As the Vipers try to make their play, and now they go on the counter-attack right above Toke. Enzo just able to get, oh, he's in a rough position though there. Manages to still save it though. Man, great play by Enzo. I mean, look at all the saves he's already racked up here.
That could mean, Enzo, you're the next target for the Barracudas, so be careful going forward. Ball takes the shot, very slow, crawling near that goal, does get saved. Enzo gets taken out, though, by Greed. Now we have Quez pushing forward, plays it past 2 defenders, but can't quite get in the position to be the rebound shot. And the rebound from Cran hits that crossbar down in the lower corner. Greed at the midfield trying to prevent the volley. We have Quez push it off that backboard with the follow-up touch. Again, doing the same thing from Cran. It's going to hit the defender, Enzo, again. And the ball goes towards the midfield.
Just a little over a minute left with a 3-goal lead for the Barracudas here, and overall, now we're down to 1 minute. And a little bit more reserved play here. Barracudas can kind of afford to be a little bit more passive right now.
They can. We have Quez.
Oh, well, they're just going to try again.
To Cran. Cran's shot's going to hit the crossbar. It did also hit one of the Vipers players. The system just did not accredit the save. We have the ball get popped up by a defender. Zydra's going to be the one to elevate with it, bringing it to the midfield. Greed goes for the challenge. Zydra, though, not giving up possession just yet. Centers it up to a teammate. Enzo, though, can't make it in time. So Cran's able to force the ball here into the corner on the Vipers' back third. We hear a demo go off onto Zydra. Quez takes the shot, but it does not go in.
Now just 15 seconds left. Barracudas look all but sure to take this first game, but this might be a repeat of the first match as well, and it just takes the Vipers a little bit to warm up, but then once they find their play, they are a force to be reckoned with, so we'll just have to see how they do in these crucial few minutes, few seconds between each game here.
And we can see as far as the statistics go, we have shots on goal heavily in favor of the Barracudas. Boost use pretty equal side control in favor of the Barracudas as well. When it comes to dealing with a situation like this, I'm going to turn to advice that comes from the one and only Tacky, who is one of our Rocket League experts when it comes to us casting here on desk. And that is, you don't need to go for the flashy plays. You need to go for what works. And that's focusing on your clean Rocket League. That's the, rotations, communication, making sure that you have midfield control. And the last thing I tack onto that is always doing something with a purpose. You can't be having clears clears when you don't have someone ready at the midfield to follow up on that clear. It's just going to immediately volley right back. You need to also communicate to ensure double commits aren't happening and having someone rotating into that defensive positions. I understand that these players have worked together a long time, and they know each other, they know their play style, but being at a LAN, it can shake that up quite a bit.
It looks like they are getting just a little bit of advice. You can see behind us one coach for each team, just kind of giving them a little bit of pep talk, making sure everything's all right. And looks like we're just about ready to head into the second game here. But yeah, overall, I just think it's a matter of just one play at a time. I think mainly that we saw with the Barracudas with the shots on goal differential there is the Vipers just weren't afforded that many opportunities to get a shot on goal. So you know, Doc usually says it just takes one big clear and following up on that there. So like you were saying, having someone to follow up on the clear and just take it one play at a time.
Well, we're going to go into this first kickoff and see how this first play goes. Who's going to get the better touch is really up to the players and how they go about it. And it looks like it's going to be Krant with Quez following up off the backboard.
Moving towards here, Tokay now leaving it for Zydra, unable to find it. And that's a very quick goal for Greed. Hey, you actually see that bit of disruption there. The bouncing out of the way was crucial.
The disruption play is not something you typically get a lot of opportunities in the replay cans to see, but it is very important, almost as good as, you know, demoing a goalkeeper, but it doesn't force you out of position. It doesn't require as much resource. We have Enzo, though, try to push this ball across the midfield. Greed's going to stop that, and we have Quez. Well, sorry, Zydra pushed the ball to the side. Tokay's there for the follow, but it's immediately popped back up. Enzo goes to dunk it down. It's going to be Quez who responds to that. Zydra and Tokay both elevate. Tokay's going to be the one to send it to the side where they have a double commit coming out from the Barracudas.
Crayon gets slight tapped on there. It's going to get demoed. Right now, same problem for the Vipers. They're finding themselves kind of constricted right now in their own territory. And just one shot after another levied by the Barracudas. Eventually one gets through. This is the opportunity here where you just got to plan out your next clear and follow up on it.
Zydra is going to look for an opportunity. Unfortunately, Greed's putting a lot of pressure on, and they're going to be the one to steal the ball away and send it to Quez, who's going to play it off the wall, dunk it down to Cran. Cran leaves it for Quez again. There's not a lot of momentum, though, and Quez, with that slowdown in tempo, finds another goal for the Barracudas.
And unfortunately, there, yeah, we see the rotation go through there. I would almost have to look back there and see what the boost was if they ran out of it. I'm just guessing here at this point, but sometimes it just comes down to a matter of execution in the main time, in the main moment. I mean.
We have a challenge that happened in the air against Quez from, I believe it was Enzo or Zydra. It did result in the ball now being sent to the Barracuda side of the field. Tokay sends it to Enzo. Enzo unfortunately takes an awkward ricochet and touch, but Zydra, being in a defensive position, makes a great save. Now looking for an opportunity to find a clear, leaves it for Enzo to push forward with possession. They play it around Cran, but they can't get it past Greed, but that's a double commit from the offense there from the Barracudas.
And those double commits can really open up an opportunity for the other team. All it takes is just a moment of carelessness and you can be punished, and Enzo is definitely trying to make the plays here. It's just not quite finding them, but as long as they they're able to deny the clears from the Barracudas, they can open up more opportunities. There goes through for Quez. It's going to head back over to the center of the field, though, and Crayon with shot on goal is going to be saved by Enzo, pushed back off to the side.
Greed sends it to Quez. Quez takes the shot. Enzo's going to send it to the side, but they have Greed putting pressure on them immediately. Enzo tries to dunk this ball down to a teammate. Zydra has to go for the challenge against Cran. Does look like we're going to have Quez also come into play. Tokay, though, finds the clear finally as it goes to the midfield. Enzo's there for the follow-up, but Greed just barely beats them to that ball. Ball is still on the Barracuda side, though, so it does look like the Vipers have the opportunity to make a play happen. They just need to get this ball away from Quez.
Ooh, save there by Enzo, but a little bit of danger there, and that was a double commit to get the save, though. Tokay gets the demo onto Quez. I mean, yeah, we were talking about, oh my goodness, Greed. I mean, we talk about taking out Quez, and then Greed steps up.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to deal with, you know, someone. I wanted to make a pun, but I'm going to refrain from it.
Yeah, it just, and that's the thing always with demos is they can open up opportunities for you, but you also don't want to get too tunnel vision in trying to go for them too, because you can put yourself out of position if you just go for one.
We do have Enzo looking for an opportunity. They're going to actually allow Toke to be the one to send it to them, which is a fantastic pass. We have Quest put pressure on, allowing Zydra now to elevate, push the ball across the midfield stripe, forcing it into the corner on the Barracuda's side of the field. Enzo plays it off the back wall to Toke, but Toke can't beat Quest, allowing Zydra to rotate forward from that back post position, get a touch on it. Double commit between two Barracudas and Vipers players does eventually end up with Greed playing this ball off the ceiling.
Enzo unable to move forward there, unfortunately, on that clear. Right out, he has no boost to work with, though. Zydra goes in. He's going to set it up. A lot of time being given to Greed, though, and Enzo plays it around him. There you go! It just takes one!
That would, look at this. I can't remember the technical term for this because Rocket League, these plays, especially like this, actually have names. I don't remember all of them. They're very technical. This is a moment where I need like a dictionary in front of me. Anyway, that was absolutely beautiful.
It's the dolphin Enelman twist. That's like how technical some of these names can get.
It's very interesting, the names that they come up with. But with that being said, Vipers showing signs of life.
Oh my!
Toke! Whoa! You almost did it! Is there a follow-up? There was, but it's just not quite fast enough, and Zydra tries to be the one to close that one out. Now they're forced to rotate back. They make it in time. Quest pops the ball up. It's going to hit the backboard. Enzo's looking for an opportunity to get a touch and clear. Shot on goal from Cran. Got a little too wide. Now Toke pushing forward. Has Quest put pressure on them. Zydra's trying to be the follow-up. Instead, Cran pops the ball up. It goes into the corner here on the Vipers half the field.
30 seconds left as Enzo has made another play, but Quest is going to take it from him and place it around Toke. This is very crucial here that the Barracudas just maintain control of the ball for the next 15 seconds. Zydra is unable to find a clear there. It has to be brought through by Enzo here. Just a little bit of possession here and a ground. Very quick to end it. Well, that's not going to count. But at this time, the Barracudas now win another.
And that does, I believe, put them at match point,
yes, it does.
Unless I'm very bad at math.
Yeah, I think it is.
All right, so if you were the one to be up on stage right now, giving advice, but not coaching advice, but mentality advice, what would you be telling the Vipers right now?
Well, you know, what you have to do is, at this time, you know, it's our job on desk here to kind of look at the whole picture and, you know, set up storylines and say, well, this is what they'll have to do going forward here. And that's mainly us on the desk trying to set up an exciting storyline here. But that's exactly what you don't do when you're in the competitive. You often say, Nerdy, every game is a best of one. You got to go in with that mentality. You can't look too far ahead. You got to be looking at the play that you're in right now, what's going to work. And we definitely see a lot of life from the Vipers here, so they just need to focus on winning this next game and taking it one goal at a time.
I agree with you 100% on that advice. It's difficult to treat a game as though it's 0-0 and there's plenty of time left to keep going forward, but it honestly is the best way to calm yourself down, and if they could, I'd say stand up right now, but I don't think they can.
Yeah.
So with that being said, shake it off. You've got 5 more minutes to make this one go in your favor. Reverse sweeps are possible. Hello! Reverse sweeps are doable. They're not impossible, and we could have a full 5-game series just yet. Let's see what happens in the next 5 minutes.
Off the wall there. Toward the Barracuda. Oh, my. Whoa.
Ecto! That's what I'm talking about!
I like it. There we go. That's a great way to put a little spring in your step, start things off.
That was very fast, too. 5 seconds to find the first goal, so nicely done there from the Vipers. Let's hope they can continue with this momentum going forward. So we have Toke doing some fantastic work playing around 1, but it does look like Quez, who elevated, didn't get a touch on it, so Enzo's now going to push forward, send the ball towards the goal. Have they been playing with our emotions this entire time?
I mean, they might.
Did I call
that? Is from way downtown. Wow.
I feel like we've been toyed with.
I feel
very different, completely different animal.
The game is afoot. At this point here, there goes Zydra. He's just gonna pass it over to the side, over to Enzo, as if to say, "Here, do that again."
We do have Cran, though. It's here on the Vipers half of the field. Greed goes for the center up. It's going to be stolen away by Zydra, who immediately gets a fantastic clear. Quez tries to dunk it down and send it to Cran. They do, but they're both pretty close to each other. The give and the go happens to Greed. Greed now off the backboard gives it to themselves. Quez goes in for the follow-up, and with that, we are now within a 1-goal game. 3 goals, 40 seconds off the clock. We could see an extremely high goal-scoring game here as the Vipers are slithering, whichever way you want to put it. They are snakes. Their way back.
I suppose with the fangs, that's the only thing you could get a grip with.
Definitely trying to make sure that they come out on top of this one and start the reverse sweep in their favor. Barracudas wanting to close it out at a 3-0 sweep, but can they do it? Will the mentality be their undoing? Because right now, the Vipers have the ball on their back third. Enzo leaves it for Zydra. Zydra takes the shot at the last second. Quez will elevate and get that save, allowing Greed to push forward with possession.
You want to watch out for Greed. He's the main playmaker here for the Barracudas, but he's not going to find it quite there as it gets cleared back by Vipers. Zydra rotates into center and up over to Enzo with another great shot on goal and a last-minute save by Crayon.
The rotations to the back post happen very, very quickly there for the Vipers. They managed to get the opportunity to find a save here. The challenge from Enzo results with the ball being dunked down to Quez. Quez off the ceiling is now looking for an opportunity to center up for a teammate. They do not find it. Cran pushed Toke out of the way, but that did take Cran out of the play, unfortunately. Ball still here on the back third of the Viper side of the field.
Quez moving in here to set it up, and a save by Enzo. Keep the Vipers in the lead for now.
Zydra tried to find a clear, couldn't quite get it. Toke comes in, stealing that ball away from Greed, but they had Cran also be there for the follow-up, so Enzo comes in to help out a little bit. Toke can't get the clear just yet. All 3 members of the Vipers very close to each other, finally spreading out with Enzo bringing the ball to that midfield. It's in the air, though. Gonna drop down. Zydra rotating back as that ball is sailing away from them. Saved and sent to the side by Enzo. Toke looking for a follow-up. Does not elevate in time, so Quez is able to send it right back against that back wall.
Over to the side, Greed keeping the hopes alive for the Barracudas. I mean, they've gotten a lot of side control thus far. They're just forcing save after save from the Vipers. And again, they're going to deny the clear. Set it up, Quez off to the side. Almost took a weird bounce into the goal.
Greed goes for the center up to Cran. Cran, though, whips that shot on goal. Zydra pushing forward. Quez steals it away. It immediately is going to be taken right back by Enzo. Enzo has Zydra. They see them. Will they send it to him, though? It looks like they tried to, but unfortunately, the angle just didn't work out.
And the boost, actually, he ran out of boost there, so it wasn't able to quite fulfill the play there through the angle.
Once again, boost being an unfortunate Achilles heel for these players. But Zydra plays it off the wall. Can Enzo get in there? Enzo's instead going to rotate back as they see Quez has possession. Toke goes for the challenge, though, stealing it away, but Cran sends it right back to the Vipers side of the field.
Oh my goodness, Crayon there. I saw the play. And they're trying to rotate back just barely enough. You know, we were wondering if the Vipers were toying with our emotions, certainly for the amount of saves they're having to pull off right now to stay in the lead. They got to watch out for the shot by Crayon there. They're just going to head off to the side. Now, that could be crucial there. We saw a good bit of boost starting there, like right here. Like taking that resource away from Zydra. He can't elevate up fast enough. That's why we talk so much about it.
Now, apologies,
That is a team building up their motivation.
It's okay. We are tied to a side. Minute and 17 seconds left here in game at number 3. Vipers desperately looking for that shot. And they find goal number 3. That's a hat trick for Enzo. They're up by 1. They need 1 more goal to secure this victory and play keep away and not let the Barracudas find another one.
Alrighty. Vipers still showing signs of life here. I mean, someone has lit a fire under Enzo because he is playing out of his mind right now.
Zydra goes for the pinch off of Greed's shot. It does send it to the side, but Quez is there for the follow-up. They're going to look to put the ball in the net. It does look like they have to go for the reset if Enzo gets another save. Ball's going to go all the way to the back third on the Barracuda side of the field. Enzo goes for the center up. Off the back wall, though, it's going to be sent to the side by one of the Barracuda's players. Enzo takes out Quez for a few moments. Toke trying to race forward and get a touch on this ball. Instead takes out Cran. So the offense here for the Barracudas is going to weaken for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, a lot of demos have been brought on to the Barracudas in this last 1 minute here. Enzo's going to drive it around the corner. Crayon stops at midfield. Now they're going to let Tokay rotate it in here. Quez takes control, is looking to center it, just let it drop down, but is unable to do too much from the Vipers here, and this would be the time when you would just love to see a huge clear by the Vipers.
Enzo has 3 members around him. Can we get it set? The crossbar, and Enzo and Zydra, and I think even Tokay possibly had a hand in that. So all 3 members, including their 4th man, managed to find the opportunity to prevent that ball from rolling across that stripe. And with that, the Vipers will find the Game 4 victory. Game 3 victory. I can't do math right now. It's summertime. Forgive me. But with that, Vipers have started it. Can they close it out, though? Will they get the reverse sweep? Because right now, the Barracudas are still at match point.
Yeah, but it's a thing of just taking it 1 game at a time, like we were talking about.
It is 1 game at a time.
And so playing out of his mind. I'm actually really glad that happened, because it gives, if not the match win, a game win at least for the day, you know. Getting shut out 3-0 2 times in a row on your first day playing here, you know. You want to have that 1 win to get it in, you know, no, we deserve to be here. 100%. We can match up against these other teams, and I'm not saying that wouldn't have been the case had they not won, but just for the mentality's sake, you know, I'm glad the Vipers now have that under their belt.
It'd be very exciting to see the reverse sweep start and have a full 5-game series yet again. Have yet to see an overtime. I'm hoping for an overtime. I'm sorry. But that is what I wish.
We have not seen 1 overtime.
I want overtime, and I want the Hot Wheels map. Dang it. But okay, whatever. You know, I don't always get my wishes granted. The one time they were, I was homesick.
That is true. That is true, actually, because I was there. I was broadcasting it that one day, and I'm like, of all the days Nerdy could be gone, the one thing that they want to happen is happening here.
Yep. So that being said, let's see what happens in the next 5 minutes. Will any of my wishes be granted? Maybe not. Maybe I have a fairy godparent somewhere on one of the team sides who just decides that, yeah, we'll let you guys have at least the map that you want. But with that being said, it's okay if I don't. I mean, I am 25 years old. I don't need a fairy godparent. It'd just be nice. As we go into the next game, and off the kickoff, Quez is going to take it forward, send it to the back wall, and Grant's going to try to get the follow-up, saved by Enzo. That brick wall on defense and offense for the Vipers.
As we move forward here, Enzo doing a bit of a showy play there with some air dribbling. At this point, it's going to stay in midfield as they're still fighting out for control here. It's left for Enzo. Plays it off toward the front post. Is there the follow-up from Zydra? There it is, but it just goes wide off to the corner. But the Vipers opening this up pretty well with some side control and 2 shots on goal to start things off.
Zydra's shot there did force 2 defenders out of position. They had Enzo at the midfield, but the follow-up did not happen immediately. I mean, I'll take it because Zydra has another shot. There's 2 defenders in the way again, kind of all 3 in the same spot. The follow-up needs to happen a little bit faster here for the Vipers. They can do it, but they're definitely showing once again that calm and calculated play style I talked about earlier is really showing itself right now.
Now they're going to have to try to find their first clear. Crayon keeping it alive in the center. Enzo with the rotation over is going to get a save there, and it goes rolling past Quez. And a lot of time here for the Vipers to not only get back control of the ball, but get a little bit of boost for themselves. Enzo rotating back to the corner there. Back toward midfield. Now Zydra ready for a tap. Just plays it off the wall there.
Uh-oh.
Look out for Greed here, though. He's trying to waterfall it down. And see, you felt the vibe there, Nerdy.
Yeah.
You knew there was trouble.
If you hear me say, uh-oh, it's not without reason, because I knew that Greed was going in, but I knew Greed wasn't trying to guarantee that that shot was going in. What they were looking to do was set up Quez for the follow-up. I'm pretty sure it was probably communicated that Quez was ready for it, and it happened. That is a perfectly calculated play. That is how you do it. Forces a defender out of position, and you're just there to smack the ball right into the back of the net. Only up by 1, though, taking almost 2 minutes. It's an opportunity for the Vipers to turn this back around. Greed, though, gets the save there. Tokay centers it back up. Double defender commit, just as I talked about earlier. Unfortunately, not capitalized on fast enough.
There's a nice tap from Tokay. Gonna move it off to the center. It looks like Enzo's gonna be the next one to go up against Crayon here. Clearing plays it over him with the pass over to Quetz. And what a demo play there.
Oh, Enzo, you're back. It's okay. We have Toke now. Trying to get this past Quez. They don't quite find it. Zydra's going to try and look to get it past Cran. Pinched off and put in the air.
Wow. I like
Okay,
that play there. Yeah, did you Enzo, I mean, they recognize, if you look at the activity feed, you see Enzo's the main defense person. And now the offensive person taking out Crayon.
I mean, sometimes you just got to return the favors that have been done to you throughout the entire course of the Rocket League Rumble summer events. But with that being said, we have Toke now pushing the ball forward.
Oh, follow up.
The follow-up just didn't quite have enough momentum and speed there from Enzo, though. So Toke at the mid trying to stop the ball from crossing that line. Does so. It's only for a few moments, though. Quez now playing it off that back wall.
Look out for this play by Greed. It's kind of Greed's specialty is that mid-air shot, kind of dunking it down into the goal. That's where Greed's gotten a lot of the goals this evening.
They're very hard to stop, but if you can manage it, it's a great turnaround opportunity. Ball here at the mid, we have Quez now played off the back wall, but it's not going to take the angle necessary to have just an immediate follow-up. Enzo going to drag it down to the other side, has Greed put pressure on them. Now that one's centered up, but we have Enzo elevate and send it back over to the other side. Toke pushing it in front of their own goal across the field. Not really something you want to see happening, but it did not bite their heels just yet. Enzo still in defensive position, gets a save on that shot on goal. It's going to go to two of the Barracudas, but it doesn't matter. Enzo gets past both of them. Woo! Bye, Cran.
He's going to respawn on the field, though. One minute left as Enzo now makes the play up the field, setting it up, and Quez is going to get the save. Toke moving in. Over at this point, though, they just want to try to get some side control to set up an opportunity like this one there. Reed could only watch on there, and here's another try here by the Vipers. And a shot there, but there were two members of the Barracudas right in front of the goal there, so it was going to be hard to get past them, and wow, that was a last-minute save.
We are in the last 30 seconds now, and the Barracudas looking for a security goal. Vipers desperately looking for one goal for themselves right now. It's doable. The ball is here on the Barracuda side of the field, but Greed, with some help from one of their teammates, manages to find the clear. Toke off the ground, though, snags it, plays it around one, pops it up, sends it to Zydra. But the ball is redirected back towards the Vipers net, and Quez finds goal number 2. And at this point, it is almost impossible to find both the goals necessary for the Vipers to win this game in their favor. It's hard, but they'll have to do some cheeky kickoff play. There's barely any time left on that clock.
But we do see the margin of victory just narrowing with each game here, and the Vipers definitely made a rally there, drove it to game 4. Barracudas are going to win that one, and that's going to end the round robin for tonight. Overall, though, a lot of talent being shown off.
Most definitely, and if you want the opportunity to be seen by some expert college recruiters, talk directly to esports industry insiders like pro athletes, team general managers, and game producers, then you should join the club. Esports Tower players get insider access to our industry insights, and with our featured Rumbles, recruiters are taking notice as well. It's a great way to score exposure if you're looking to start your path to pro or land a collegiate scholarship.
Alrighty, what a match that was there. So overall, what do you think kind of the main takeaways that we have for tonight are? What are kind of some of the main lessons learned and the lessons you need to learn at this point going in the group stage?
Really, I'm going to be a broken record. It's focus on clean Rocket League. Play your game. Do not let the pressure of being at this event, the pressure of hearing everything, learn to tunnel vision very hard, and just focus on your core mechanics that you know. You guys are here for a reason, and it's because you are fantastic Rocket League players.
All right, it looks like we're actually going to take a big break, but apparently that's not all that we have. We actually have more Rocket League, so you're not going to want to go away. We'll be back after this break.
There's no one else I'd rather share this with. Nobody knows my imperfections quite as perfectly. You guessed it, it is you that I'm thinking of when we're apart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark. It is true. I give it all, I give my heart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark, when I'm in the dark.
week's broadcast of the Esports Tower Rumble in Rocket League. We're broadcasting it from the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. Tonight we have the Esports Tower event happening with the players here in person. I'm still your host, Artie Nerdy Bird Rain, and joining me on desk to call all of the action is Jacob Gem Palmer. So, we're about to see a team who has flown under the radar.
It's been laying in the wait, in the shadows, ready to spring on everybody, especially because this is a semifinal match. We moved on from round robin to the semifinals. It's the Scorpions. Yeah. And the Scorpions also, I was looking at the team jerseys of people going up on the stage. I saw Jababy, who we've seen many times here in the Esports Tower. So we still have some names that we haven't seen at all tonight, but we are well known in the program.
I'm very excited to see how they do. There's a slight advantage to not being the team on stage first and foremost, or like at all in this case. I don't know how y'all got so lucky to not end up on stage, but in that case, you guys have not been scouted. You've had time to not have to deal with the loud crowd. You've probably been in one of our other rooms that we have available for playing our Rocket League.
And you don't have us critiquing every single move you make.
Yes, and you do see our Maverick squad is also on
there
stage.
There we go.
That
Yeah, the Lynx.
The Lynx taking them on for this next match. So, of course, we have a tradition to uphold, but before I turn to those traditional points of advice, what would you be telling the Scorpions right now?
There's still one chance left to play on the Hot Wheels track.
There we go. All right, I appreciate that. Well, other than that, I want to close it at that, but I can't. We are going to turn to Doc's keys of the game in Rocket League, presented today by Esports Tower. And those keys and advice in particular, we'll get the graphic on screen here in just a moment, but I will say them out loud anyway unless Doc magically appears behind me, and they are going to...
I mean, I will say I do have one point of advice, and I know at this point, since we're in Game 4, we're going to sound like broken records at this point, but... I mean, it's that resource management and boost management, because too many times tonight I've seen people try to set up a play, but then they run out of boosts in midair and they just sink like a stone, and it messes up the whole play that they were setting up.
Most definitely, and that's kind of a crestfallen moment. And other than that piece of advice, we also have these ones coming directly from Doc, which are create the mistakes, punish the overcommits, play the walls better, and demo to disrupt. Score pro advice at esportstower.com, where you can improve your game sense, improve your team play, and improve your performance under pressure. You'll get matched with great players and professional coaches to help you rank up.
There we go.
So I think it was intentionally being hidden from us. This isn't the end of the end of everything just yet, but as we mentioned earlier, this is the semi-finals, so we...
Protato!
Oh, it's Protato, Nano, and oh my goodness, this is what you guys get for not sending us your player photos unless you sent these in. Either way, I absolutely adore them. We are going to have the Lynx taking on the Scorpions. No goals have been scored just yet as we are crossing that 20-second mark. The Wilds will demo Nano, forcing them to be on that respawn screen.
I mean, of course, we're in Idaho right now, so I'm going to be a little bit biased toward Protato a little bit. I want to see some plays here.
Fair enough. I'll give that one to you. We do have Baby looking to dunk this ball down. They get it past one, but can't get it past the Drift, who's going to redirect it towards the wall. Protato comes in. It goes off that back wall. Nano elevates, looking to put it in the net. Thrift saves it. Thrift is going to manage to get it to a Drift as well. There also was a demo onto one of our Scorpions players, but Baby not giving up on this opportunity just yet.
Protato moving in there is going to have it stolen away from him. A Drift now moves up the field. Nano, though, being a pain, and is now going to move up and lets it waterfall down, but Wilds just with the save there keeps it 0-0.
Protato comes in, stealing that ball away. It's going to go off the back wall. Wilds tries to leave it for a teammate. Nano takes a shot, saved by a Drift. It was a very fast ping-pong action happening between those two cars. We do see Protato's shot as they get taken out. It's going to be saved by Wilds. Baby puts the ball down in front of the net. It bounces back up, gets sent to the midfield. Wilds, though, off Protato's redirect is going to be the one to get a touch on it as the challenge between Adrift and Nano is on.
Wilds is going to pass it back over toward the midfield, where Protato steals it away from them. Now runs away with it and gets a shot on goal, but again, Wilds, the key saver for the Lynx, already has 3 saves this game.
Protato is going to look to send the ball to the corner. Thrift putting pressure on Nano. Protato now pushing forward, grabs that boost, now plays it around one, has Thrift right behind them though, so the give and go happens, and the give was to Baby, and the go was right into the back of the net.
You've got seeing it. Oh yeah.
And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face. I know. No more racing. We got it. We could reach it. Yeah, we got it. Oh, I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
So where are we going?